Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 251 Gains, the Potion Formulas for the Seer Pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and tried to communicate with the spirit via dream divination. In a grey, illusory world that didn't seem surreal, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and a desk with a goatskin scroll placed on top of it. After the seer and clown formulas appeared one after another, Resego stood there with a first shirt, listening to a voice of unknown origins. Before the advancement, I have to warn you that you've been too reliant on divination. Divination is a revelation, a result. It is unable to tell us the process. For example, you might decide to invest all your money because your divination says that a railway stock can make money. But in fact, what that revelation really means is that in the long run, in 30 years, the railway stock will make money. And before that, it will fall more than it rises. Fate isn't so easy to master, and there are many times when it's impossible to quantify it. Divination isn't all-powerful. In addition, divination can be interfered with and cause you to be misled. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood. If you completely rely on divination, then you'll definitely die because of it. Divination is a revelation. It must be combined with one's own carefulness, caution, and self-control. Resego was unable to divine the corresponding danger because the language of foulness was involved with the mysterious space above the grey fog, and that led to him dying at my hands. Otherwise, with his mystical abilities, it would have been difficult for Miss Bodyguard and I to escape today. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I had the grey fog to isolate all interferences, I cannot afford to be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I need to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they aren't aware of the acting method. Otherwise, some of those words could be directly summed up as being respectful and fearful of fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Resego's reply as he unfurled the parchment. Sequence 7, Magician. Main ingredients. One true root of a mist-treant, all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients. 60 ml of purified water, 30 ml of mistreat's juice, 3 grams of droplet gem powder, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil. Magician. This is also part of a circus. It can form the foundations of a circus with seers and clowns. Klein first lampooned before he recalled the suited clown that he had encountered before. From the looks of it, he was a magician. His abilities seemed to include the ability to fire air bullets, making flaming jumps, and drawing slips of paper as weapons. Not bad. Just being able to cast spells quickly can greatly increase my battle prowess. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw the scene before him change. This time it was a splendid room, surrounded by golden statues and ornaments. It was the same voice from before, but it reminded Resego of the same thing. According to my experience, after you consume the faceless potion, you have to remember this pointer. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. Faceless. Sequence 6 of the seer pathway is faceless. This should be the Beyonder power that allowed Resego to transform into Officer Faxin. From the looks of it, the fake detective Zerial was also played by him. Creeping hunger allowed Kilangos to transform into a person with different looks. This matches this Beyonder power. From the looks of it, some faceless died at his hand. Such a power cannot augment a person in a straight-up battle, but it's more useful than 90 of all Beyonder powers on many occasions. It's no wonder that Resego dared to come and attempt to kill me and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is of great significance to me. At this thought, Klein's eyes widened as he saw Resego pick up a thin gold page with words written in Hermes. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients. Mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients. 80 ml of a thousand-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. Thousand-faced hunter. That seems to be a type of dragon, but not a particularly powerful kind. It shouldn't be a dragon of the spiritual system, but it's still extremely rare. It's almost extinct. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this point, the scene before him didn't change, but Rasego's attire and location did. He wore a white wig, a dark tuxedo, and had a thick beard. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The potions must be consumed in conjunction with a ritual. If you succeed, you'll obtain one of the most irresistible Beyonder powers beneath that of the high sequence Beyonders. The speaker's voice had changed, turning into one that sounded even older. Having expected that, Rasego asked, "What's the ritual?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and drink the potion while she's singing." The speaking old man opened an ancient book that depicted countless mysterious symbols in it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the book's surface as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5, Mariontist. When Klein saw this, he suddenly had a headache. It was a signal that his spirituality was close to being drained. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm, alone, had consumed most of his spirituality. Later on, not only did he use 3 more charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned himself and responded to himself. To hold out until now showed how much progress he had made compared to before, as well as the noticeable improvement in the digestion of the clown potion. The scene flickered and was on the brink of shattering. Klein held on and scanned the remaining content of the formula. Main ingredients: dust of ancient wraiths, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 ml of spring water from Sanya Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of Drago bark, remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, 1 pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual: consume potion in the midst of a singing mermaid song. Catcher. Klein stopped holding out any longer as he allowed the dream to shatter into countless illusory specks of light that disappeared. He pinched his forehead, almost fainting. As the remnants of Rasego's spirituality and the hints of madness faded away, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground, stained with blood, brains, hair, and all sorts of fragments, entered Klein's vision. He bent over and retched a little, clearing his head a little. "I'll be sent out of the mysterious space above the grey fog when I'm out of spirituality." Klein looked around and saw that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candle, tidied up the items related to the ritual, and then panted heavily. After a while, he finally regained some of his spirituality. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew at the back of his neck, causing him to shiver as his mind froze. Klein turned his head abruptly and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic regal dress had woken up and was floating in the air. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have diminished a little. Her entire person seemed less corporeal, to the point of her skin appearing somewhat transparent. Klein quickly explained, according to the explanation he had thought of. "After I blew his head off, I discovered that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid he would come back alive, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and panicked at the time. It might have affected you. This is probably the risk that the divination had revealed earlier. If she's not satisfied with the explanation and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm finished." Klein thought nervously. His true feelings made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard lowered her head and looked at herself, then asked with an unperturbed tone, "What charm was it at the beginning?" "I bought a black ear at the gathering for £400. I was told that I could hear the voice of a great existence, and that if I was lucky enough, I would benefit greatly. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. Back then, I couldn't get a bodyguard, and since I was in such danger, I could only take the gamble. The result was pretty good," Klein replied absolutely truthfully. "When I heard the voice of the great existence, that black ear shattered by itself and turned into such a charm." Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes swept over him slowly. The room was silent, as if it was frozen. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. "You better find a psychiatrist." "Do you mean that I've become a potential lunatic?" "Yes, she has guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she understands that Rasego's spirituality must have been tainted by the true creator. She wouldn't suspect that I had deliberately made her sleep to take that opportunity to perform a mediumship. It would also explain why I had gotten rid of the effects of the ravings faster than she did. After all, I'm a potential lunatic created by the true creator." Klein smirked. "Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. M. Inani might come over to take a look." He pointed at Resego's headless body. As he spoke, Klein put on a pair of gloves and squatted down to look for any relics. He quickly found more than 10 pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, two crudely cut paper figurines, and a strange piece of paper. This piece of paper was orange in color, and on it were symbols corresponding to the sun. The magic emblem formed a blank rectangle, and just by holding it in his hand, he found it very warm and sedate. "What is this?" Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Without him realizing it, Miss Bodyguard was already floating behind him. She answered simply, "A mystical object corresponding to a notary." Notary. Klein was surprised at first, but he soon remembered that Resego was an intelligence officer in the Intes Republic. People there believed in the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Similarly, the eternal blazing sun was also the god of deeds. This is the sequence 6 or sequence 5 of the Bard pathway. If the notarization is valid, the Beyonder powers will be temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is invalid, the Beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain any further and gave a rough description of its use. Klein was about to say something when he saw an eerie glow emitting out of Resego's headless body and bloody brain mush. They attracted each other to form a blob that transformed into a black, pupil-less eye. "Then what is this?" Klein asked again, feigning ignorance. "Something worthless." Miss Bodyguard maintained her way of speaking. "Worthless?" Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally, if Resego eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If he didn't, his Beyonder characteristic could be used as the main ingredient of a mariontist. In short, it would be of great value. However, the problem was that he hadn't lost control, but was also tainted by the true creator. Hence, it had become a potion's main ingredient that was branded by an evil god. Using it to concoct a mariontist potion was equivalent to committing suicide by ingesting poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the entirely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice, "It has been contaminated by an evil god. It has no value anymore. If it really is of value, and one that's very valuable, I would even worry that you'd finish me off in passing." Klein pointed at Resego's remains and said, "These are our common spoils of war. We'll each pick a few, you first." Miss Bodyguard shot him a glance. Without a word, she floated over and took the notary certificate. Just like I thought. In the future, I should find and learn the knowledge in mysticism to remove an evil god's contamination. Klein took out an iron cigar case and bent down to pick up the black eye. Chapter 252. Epilogue. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the black eye, he heard illusory sounds as a throbbing pain seared through his head. But at the same time, something strange appeared in his vision. These were countless illusory black threads that spread out from Miss Bodyguard and his own body. They emanated from their bodies, out into the void towards some boundless distance. This was a scene that would horrify people with trypophobia. Klein suddenly gritted his teeth, unable to endure the corruptive feeling any longer as he placed the black eye into the iron cigar case. Everything restored to normal, and the negative side effects he suffered subsided. Only then did Klein have the energy to make guesses. Is that the essence of a mariontist's Beyonder powers? It allows one to see and control certain threads connecting every person's body and spirit. What a pity that it's contaminated. The side effects are too great, and it cannot be used as a mystical item. For now, disregarding an attempt to purify it above the grey fog, this will be considered the second time that I'm provoking the true creator. So it is very likely that he would prepare himself and seek me out. If that happened, I probably wouldn't have a chance of reviving again. I should learn and master the relevant knowledge before making a decision. Phew, he exhaled, and after Miss Bodyguard chose the crude paper figurines and the corresponding materials, he bent down again to pick up the £13 5 solely and 8 pence. Then, looking at Resego's headless body and the blood all over the floor, he said with a slight headache, "Let's clean up the scene." The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard floated to the side and calmly said, "Let me do it." "You." Klein stopped, puzzled and shocked, before turning his head. Miss Bodyguard floated to Resego's side, crouched down, and went to lie down over the body. She slowly sank in and fused with the corpse. The fingers of Resego's body twitched twice, and the blood, brain matter and fragments around it flowed backward, forming a new head at the neck. However, the head was covered with countless cracks, just like a disgusting toy made from tiny fragments. It was like glass that had been shattered but didn't crumble immediately. There was still blood and brain matter flowing inside it, as well as the reflection of the bullet from the revolver. Klein couldn't help but take a step back, feeling that this was definitely one of the most terrifying forms in any ghost story. Resego's corpse climbed to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half covered its face. The murder scene had been cleaned, leaving zero traces. Incomparable professionalism, Klein marveled in his heart. He watched as Miss Bodyguard steered the corpse to lumber to the door. He subconsciously warned her, "Don't take a carriage or walk in brightly lit places." It would frighten the carriage driver and other passers-by. Miss Bodyguard didn't stop, completely ignoring his words. Suddenly, Klein thought of something. He realized what he had overlooked as he quickly added, "On the way back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Faxon's home, or search around Minsk Street for the clothes Resego was originally wearing." Resego came wearing a police uniform, and the powers of a faceless were obviously limited to himself, so where were his previous clothes? He couldn't have been wearing a police uniform all night. If M. Inani and the police found Resego's clothes nearby and realized that I'm not hurt, things would be a little tricky. Miss Bodyguard is an expert that's not considered a legal bayunder. For a normal detective to pay £1,000 to hire a bodyguard is enough to arouse suspicion. Klein kept thinking, trying to seal all the loopholes ahead of time. Just as he was about to use his divination ability to help Miss Bodyguard find Resego's old clothes and return the missing uniform, Resego's corpse paused and replied in a rusty voice, "I know." She seems very confident. Oh, right, Miss Bodyguard's state is between the physical body and the spirit body, and the principle behind divination is to travel the spirit world with an astral projection. Thus, she can rely on her instincts to divine. Having realized this, Klein didn't say another word. He handed the cartridge case to Resego's corpse and watched it open the door, walk out, and close the door politely. The spoil of war that I chose is a beyonder characteristic contaminated by the true creator. I believe that no one would be able to divine it. Even if they did, they would feel the danger ahead of time and wouldn't dare to proceed with the divination. While thinking over the matter, Klein walked back to the sofa and sat down, feeling a lingering sense of fear. The battle had lasted no more than a minute, nor had it been fierce enough to destroy anything. But the ferocity and danger of it had been second only to what he had experienced when facing Megos and the baby in her womb. Even with the powerful Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, he had almost fallen under Resego's control and killed without being able to put up a resistance. The ability of a marionettist is very odd and very powerful. According to the law of Bayonder characteristics conservation, the Bayonder characteristic left behind by Resego should include all of the main ingredients of the potion sequences 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If it wasn't contaminated by an evil god, if it was matched with the supplementary ingredients, an ordinary person could instantly become a sequence 5 Bayonder. Of course, this kind of advancement methadone, depending entirely on luck, has long been abandoned by history. It's the most primitive and most dangerous method. Advancing step by step, according to the sequence, is the best way that has been verified by the lives of countless predecessors. If I can get rid of the corruption of the true creator in the future, then I can also use the Bayonder characteristic left behind by Resego when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. The additional characteristics will only make me stronger, like the captain. As Klein recalled the past, he raised his hand to pinch his forehead. He turned to think about something more important. Resego's appearance meant that the struggle for the manuscript had ended. Could his lack of charms have to do with him finishing all his charms in the battle? To come at such a critical juncture, it's likely he had the intention of diverting attention. M. Inani probably didn't expect him to seek revenge so boldly under such circumstances. They didn't send anyone to monitor me and could only passively wait for Resego to give them the signal. Resego was Backerland's assistant, and his actions should be directed only by Backerland. After his death, as long as Backerland is dead, there would be no more latent dangers left. I wonder if the assassination has begun or if it succeeded. Tonight, Because of the battle over Helmasuin's manuscript, the powers defending Bakerland would be at its weakest. If it were me, I'd definitely not miss this opportunity. I'm sure Bakerland didn't think that someone would assassinate him. With nothing to do, Klein fished out a coin and recited with a suppressed tone, "Bakerland is already dead." Ding! The penny tumbled in the air and fell down into the palm of Klein's hand, head facing up. It meant a positive result. Bakerland is dead. The assassination was a success. Klein was overjoyed. His tensed-up nerves immediately relaxed. Without Resego's interference, he believed that the result was correct. This matter has finally ended. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He leaned back slowly on the sofa and looked out of the window at the faint crimson moon amid his fatigue and relief. Inside the Intis Republic's embassy, two military officials were squatting beside Bakerland's body, examining the cause of his death. Their partners and their superior had already gone out, chasing in a bid to capture the assassin. However, everyone knew that it was already too late. There was no hope left. Their severe lung damage, suspected to be the result of a disease, an extremely strong fatal blow, one much stronger than all the Sequence 5 Bayunder attacks I've ever seen. One of the military officials said in a low voice, "Disease, on the floor and on the bed. There are obvious marks of flesh and blood magic on the ground and on the bed, but none on the wall. Besides, the commotion of the fight wasn't transmitted outside. Finally, with the lethal blow having the characteristics of corruption and obliteration, there are at least 4 unconnected Bayunder powers." Another military official stood up and began to describe the situation as if he was talking to himself. He suddenly stopped and looked at the other military official. They said in unison, "Shepherd." After a few seconds of silence, the squatting military official frowned and said, "It might be a group with at least 4 different Bayanders. Then we'll wait to be judged. It's normal for us not to discover the infiltration of a single Rose Bishop, but how did the other 3 do it? It's impossible." The standing military official denied the guess as he hesitantly said, "However, I have heard of another sequence that can create similar effects. I think it's called Scribe. I don't know what pathway it is, nor do I know which organization it belongs." The squatting military official nodded and said, "A shepherd is the prime suspect. The Aurora Order are a bunch of lunatics. It's nothing odd for them to do anything. Let's begin investigating the identity of the woman that seduced the ambassador. Damn it. The Lone Kingdom definitely won't permit our investigations. Those Aurora Order bastards are lunatics who deserve to be FCK'd by donkeys." The standing military official shook his head in frustration. They were bound to be punished for the ambassador's assassination. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein pretended as though nothing had happened. Putting up with his fatigue, he flipped through the papers. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly saw Miss Bodyguard, in her black regal dress and long, pale blonde hair, appear in the oriel window. "Is it done?" Klein subconsciously asked. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly without a word. "Phew," Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a withdrawal limit. Or should I hand it over to Marek?" The pale-faced lady opened and closed her mouth, her voice seemingly ethereal as it echoed in the air. "Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not just once. Lady, you really abide by the contract. However, this would be very inconvenient for me. Are you going with me to catch the adulterers in bed tomorrow? 3 days. Today is Thursday, and the protection would be over by Sunday afternoon." Yes, thankfully, it wouldn't affect the tarot gathering. Klein rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, how should I address you?" "You don't need to know." Miss Bodyguard lifted her Gothic regal dress, bowed slightly, and disappeared from the oriel window. Chapter 253. Night thoughts she really has. Quite the character. Klein smiled in response to Miss Bodyguard's reply, a very obvious smile. Yes, to be able to fend off Resego, a mariontist, for a short period of time to the extent of having a seesaw battle. She's most likely a Sequence 5 Bayunder. I wonder what sequence pathway she belongs to and what her potion name is. Her state is rather unique. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have even had the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him and pretended to read, but he was actually thinking. However, he quickly turned his attention back to the issue of whether there were still loopholes on the matter. For example, the contaminated Bayunder characteristic left behind by Resego had an intense luster of spirituality. It was very likely that it couldn't be concealed by the iron cigar case alone, so it would be exposed under the prying eyes of others using spirit vision. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and looked down at his pocket. He could see faint, colorful lusters emanating from within the iron cigar case, but it wasn't obvious and was rather thin. This was mixed with the color of his own aura, making it difficult to distinguish or detect it. That's right. Only a high-sequence Bayonder can identify it through two levels of interference. No wonder all kinds of materials like herbal powders and the corresponding essential oil extracts are kept in metal bottles and not wooden vessels. It's because they contain spirituality, and those with better spirit vision can see through wood and see the color of the auras. Klein suddenly understood some of the important details in mysticism. In the past, he did things according to the rules without considering the reasons behind them. But now, he understood the underlying reason behind the rules. After repeatedly checking and ensuring that everything was in order, Klein put down the newspapers and walked to the second floor. He had originally planned to take off his clothes and take a bath to completely relax himself. But when he thought of how Miss Bodyguard could appear out of nowhere in his house, he felt a little uneasy. Therefore, he only washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. Returning to his bedroom and taking off his coat, Klein hid his belongings before he collapsed onto the bed. As he was exhausted and had held on for quite a while, he ended up with tense nerves that prevented him from quickly falling asleep. Opening his eyes to look at the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't attempt to sleep with the help of cogitation. Instead, he aimlessly unfurled his thoughts, as if he were riding a horse without pulling at the reins. As his thoughts wandered, he quickly noticed a problem, having encountered too many coincidences in Tingen City and later learning how it was related to sealed artifact 0-8. My second case after arriving at Backland allowed me to get the next 3 potions formulas. Is that too much of a coincidence? Although this is in line with the revelation from my divination, Backland contains the opportunities for me to become powerful. Isn't it too fast and simple? Simple doesn't refer to the difficulty, but rather to the degree of twists and turns in the matter. This matter was very difficult and dangerous, but it wasn't complex and appeared simple. According to my expectations, I would have gathered information regarding the secret order through Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Miss Zio and her companion, and then I would catch the tail of this ancient organization. After numerous twists and turns, I would eventually obtain the formulas, and that would have taken at least 3 months. Who knew that I would have succeeded in less than 3 weeks? It can't be that it was arranged by someone again, right? Yes, let me think through the circumstances again. It's no coincidence that the Intes Republic is related to the secret order. Emperor Rosel's diary has confirmed this circumstantially. The abilities of the seer and faceless are very suited for an intelligence organization. For a mid-sequence Bayonder of a similar pathway to become the assistant of an intelligence czar like Backerland is reasonable and normal. That's not a coincidence. The reason that the ambassador sent someone to take revenge on me likely has to do with him wanting to divert attention. Then, sending Resego, who can most easily succeed and escape, is a choice with reduced risk. That's not surprising at all. It was quite normal for Ian to look for new detectives in the papers after none of the detectives he knew were willing to accept his mission of tracking down Zerial. There weren't many new detectives advertising on the papers at the time, and I was probably the only one. Well, I was the only one on the Backland Bulletin. Just like what I've concluded previously, the problem with Merceau was that he was too rash, and I was worried that it's not easy to disguise myself usually, as it can end up attracting more attention. Therefore, I didn't try to disguise myself. Although these two possibilities, especially the former, has the probability of being influenced, it does match the corresponding person's personality, mentality, and origins. And this isn't the main point. This doesn't explain the problem of how my second case ended up involving a mid-sequence Bayonder of the seer pathway. It was destined by fate. That doesn't feel right. Thinking ahead, after I transmigrated, the first and second case I found myself embroiled in was related to the seer pathway. Of course, it could be explained as an arrangement by 0-8. Right, the Antigonus family's notebook even corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet and showed me the complicated vertical eye symbol that involves the Antigonus family's treasure. The reason I came up with back then was that with the termination of the Antigonus family's bloodline, it viewed me, a seer who had survived despite having interacted with it, as its inheritor. Now that I think about it, this reason is extremely trifling. What if I'm a devout believer of the Evernite goddess? However, I only made a guess at that time and didn't confirm it. The Antigonus family's treasure is obviously related to the seer pathway. Thinking deeper, why did I transmigrate? Why did I happen to possess Klein's body and not anyone else? Back then, Klein had just proceeded with dark divination and was made to commit suicide by the Antigonus family's notebook. And that notebook is clearly related to the seer pathway. In addition, the first time I saw Roselle's diary, it had content that involved his regret of not choosing apprentice, marauder, or seer. That was very coincidental. From beginning to end, except for those parts involving 0-8, everything appeared to be in a mess. It doesn't seem like a conscious arrangement, but more like a kind of passive attraction, a mutual attraction, an attraction that has breaks between them. I attract things and items regarding the seer pathway, and at the same time, I'm attracted to them. It does seem odd thinking about it. This kind of attraction even directly influences fate, preventing even Mr. Isaac from seeing through it. Is there some strange characteristic to me? And this characteristic allows me to resurrect a limited number of times. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had the impulse to go above the grey fog to perform a divination and confirm his ideas. But he quickly rejected this idea, not only because Miss Bodyguard might be watching in the mirror, but also because he believed that his greatest characteristic was the mysterious space above the grey fog. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for him to have an answer if he were to use it to divine about it. At least for now, there aren't any obvious signs of manipulation. It would be acceptable if it's just pure attraction, and I've already chosen a Bay-under pathway that cannot be changed until sequence 4, so I can only take things one step at a time. Right, I should be firm about not heading to the Hornisis mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure. Heh heh, I have a feeling that I would say how nice it is in the future when I actually do it. Klein silently made a self-deprecating remark as he felt his exhaustion gradually wash over him. His eyelids couldn't help but close. The last thought before he fell asleep was, I should participate in more Bay-under gatherings and gather the corresponding Bay-under ingredients for magician through Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun. I wouldn't reject anything for Faceless if they were available. In addition, I should obtain mystical items that have less severe negative effects. Before my digestion and increase in strength, it's best to have more life preservation abilities. Apart from this, investing, taking on jobs, saving up money, and attempts to look for Lanevers to use him as the starting point for my revenge can also be considered a form of practice. Those were Klein's future plans. At 7 in the morning, he woke up as usual. It was still gloomy and hazy outside. Klein got up and walked to the door. As he passed by the full-length mirror, he saw that Miss Bodyguard had suddenly appeared. She wore the same black bonnet. Her face was as pale as ever. Her voice pierced through the glass and slipped into Klein's ear in an ethereal fashion. Someone from M in an E came last night. I should say as expected, the police came late, but I still have to thank them for being late. Klein smiled and asked. They didn't find anything, right? In regards to the answer, he was very certain that if M in an E had discovered something, he wouldn't have been able to sleep undisturbed. No, Miss Bodyguard's figure faded and disappeared into the mirror. This ability of hers is very powerful. Even spirit vision can't detect her. Perhaps she can be seen with Resego's Bay-under characteristic. Find Miss Bodyguard through those hidden threads. Klein's mind stirred as he returned to the bed and took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow. Just as he touched it, before he could even open it, a bone-piercing cold rushed at his neck. He felt his hairs stand on end, and his entire body trembled. Pow! His hand loosened, and the iron cigar case fell to the ground. This is a warning from Miss Bodyguard. Klein laughed dryly, pretending as though nothing had happened as he stuffed the iron cigar case into his pocket. After washing up and putting on his clothes, he arrived at the first floor and took out the newspapers that he had subscribed to from his letterbox. Flipping open the Tussock Times, Klein saw the headline, Inti's ambassador to Backland murdered. Terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility. The result is out so quickly. Besides, the Aurora Order had only accepted a job, So why would they claim responsibility? Yes, a terrorist organization needs to show off their stature and build up their image. Only then would they be able to attract enough fresh blood. This complements their secret preachings. Mr. A is very good. He should be a shepherd. Klein stood in the hallway, reading the news. According to the news, there was evidence of the Aurora Order's assault on Ambassador Backerland. In the follow-up investigation, they found a letter deliberately left behind by the Aurora Order which claimed responsibility for it. At the end of the news, the reporter briefly introduced the Aurora Order and listed some of the illegal crimes that they had committed. Their fame instantly surpassed most of the secret organizations. Regardless, this matter had come to an end. Klein exhaled, turned his head to look out the window, and he saw a thin mist filling the air as a drizzle began pattering down. Shouldn't there be bright sunshine and sunny weather during such moments? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, and now he had to go out to catch some adulterers. Chapter 254. Various parties in Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey, with a white napkin covering her, watched as the dining maidservant cut her a piece of bacon, laid out 2 fully fried eggs, spread fruit jam on a piece of soft bread, and added sauce to some grilled mushrooms. In a true noble family, maidservants were divided into many categories. Apart from personal maids, there were maids for the different bedrooms, study room maids, activity room maids, guest room maids, dressing maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, and kitchen maids. They were strictly assigned to their own tasks, with one task handled by one maid. Although this was a great waste of manpower, for nobles, propriety was everything. Unless there was a large amount of debt, they would never reduce their requirements in such matters. Audrey took a sip of the brownish-red tea, allowing the faint scent of malt and rose slush in her mouth. At this moment, she heard her father, a member of Parliament of the House of Lords, the powerful banker, Earl Hall, mumbling as he held a newspaper in his hands. The Aurora Order is really crazy. Aurora Order. Audrey blinked and asked curiously, what did they do? Oh, baby, you don't want to know. They assassinated the Inti's ambassador, Backerland. It does them no good. Earl Hall shook his head as he flipped through the newspaper. Audrey's elder brother, the Count's eldest son, Hibbert Hall, swallowed the grilled mushrooms in his mouth and expressed his opinion. Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis and let the war spread from the colonies to the northern continent. This child of noble birth had a handsome face and bright golden hair. He looked like a classical sculpture, regardless of which angle one viewed him from. No, if that was the case, then they wouldn't leave behind so much obvious evidence. Moreover, recently, the kingdom has too many new policies that will be implemented and will need some time to stabilize the environment, so we won't rashly start a war. What happened last night was already reported in the newspaper this morning, and the details of the events and the murderer are enough to explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. Earl Hall directed his son. Audrey listened to her father and brother discuss the matter in a daze before realizing what had happened. Backerland has been assassinated. Mr. A succeeded. He really is from the Aurora Order. The reason why he intentionally exposed that it was the Aurora Order who did it was to prove that he was the one who completed the task, and that he hadn't cheated me out of my money. This is too fast and efficient. I only paid the first sum yesterday afternoon, and I'm hearing the result this morning. A good result. Audrey was astonished and delighted. It was an uncontrollable joy, but also an instinctive fear. It was definitely something to be happy about, since the mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's Blessed had been accomplished so easily. However, the power and actions displayed by Mr. A and the Aurora Order who was backing him left Audrey subconsciously scared. Thankfully, I talked with Glaint yesterday and reached a loan agreement. As a Viscount, he should have successfully raised the money without drawing attention to himself. I'll give Mr. A the remaining funds in the coming 2 days through Zio and Fours. I can't afford to show my face. I won't be attending Mr. A's gathering for the next month or two. It's good that I already have other circles. Audrey took a reserved bite of the soft bread which was slathered with jam. As breakfast drew to a close, small cakes of cream, cherries, and strawberries were served to her plate, and she suddenly felt a little smug as she calmed down. Mr. Hanged Man wanted to take part in the mission, but he might have only just now completed his initial assignment. But it's already over. Serves him right to be at sea. Audrey was in a good mood, and she was smiling as she savored the dessert. At Hillston Burrow, Zio and Fours looked at the newspaper in front of them and made no further movements for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, wasn't it? Zia looked at her friend with a shocked and puzzled look. Fours turned the stone bracelet on her wrist and shook her head in a daze. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member of the Aurora Order. He should be. After all, we only gave him £20 yesterday. I doubt anyone else would also want to assassinate Ambassador Backerland, Zio said with uncertainty. Fours was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed and said, whether it was Mr. A or not, we still have to give him the remaining £8,000. At the moment, no one can prove that he didn't do it. If we want to stay in this circle, we can't renege on the debt. Anyway, we're not the ones paying, and we'll still get £500 for the work. With that, Zio became happy. The thing is, I always have a feeling that finding Mr. A again would be dangerous. Foz pondered and said, I'll go by myself to make the last payment. It'll be better for the both of us. But, Zio was a little worried, if you follow me, it'll affect my escape. Foz shook the bracelet on her wrist and said in a disdainful tone, all right then. Zio scratched her short, rough blonde hair as she helplessly replied. While the two of them were fretting about this, a new message from Mr. A came to them from a private communication channel. He told them not to look for him, but to deposit the rest of the money in separate anonymous accounts at different banks. Phew, Zio and Fours breathed a sigh of relief in unison. In a basement that was as wide as a temple, Mr. A, wearing a hooded black robe, was kneeling in the darkness, murmuring something reverently. In front of him was a 3-meter statue of a man hanging upside down with his legs chained up. This hanged man had a giant's unique single vertical eye, and his arms were stretched out horizontally, forming a cross. At this moment, a man with a black robe came in and humbly reported, Mr. A, I've already sent the news. Well done, Mr. A said, without turning his head. The man in the black robe asked curiously, why don't you let us investigate who commissioned this mission? Mr. A lowered his head and said with an indifferent tone, there's no need. You must remember that this is a critical moment. We will cause chaos throughout the continent, try our best to attract the attention of others, and use these to welcome the return of our Lord. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. A suddenly laughed before he started having a fit of coughing. It was so serious that he fell to the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood-colored fragments which continued squirming after falling to the ground as if they were alive. The man in the black robe immediately lowered his head, pretending as though he had seen nothing. After quite some time, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed against the ground as he licked all the blood-colored fragments that he had coughed out back into his mouth. 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Burrow. The relaxed Klein didn't tail Doragu Gale this time. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor. After all, adultery needed two to clap. The pretty blonde with the intricate makeup arrived early at the Quelog Club via a rental carriage. Klein, who carried a suitcase containing a portable camera and all sorts of disguises, followed her in. Are there any more rooms to rest in? Wearing the club's frost badge on his chest, he asked the elegant maid responsible for receiving guests today. The maid, wearing a black and white dress, politely smiled. Yes, please follow the attendant upstairs. Klein nodded slightly. He followed the red-vested attendant up the stairs and arrived at the second floor, just in time to see Erica Taylor enter a lounge that faced the streets. Do you want to see the passers-by on the street or the tennis court out back? The red-vested attendant asked politely. Let's do the street, Klein answered casually in a deliberate manner. Under the arrangements of the red-vested attendant, he and Erica Taylor's room was separated by 2 rooms, and he could also see the street outside the club. How do I take a picture later? Should I find a chance to sneak in and hide in the room, or climb out of the window and travel across the pipes? Neither of these methods can conceal that exaggerated flash, but the latter can be disguised as a Vogue shot from the outside. That wouldn't bring suspicion to me, and I wouldn't be kicked out. However, this will be easily noticed by Doragu and Erica. Use a charm to put them to sleep. No, it wouldn't be convincing enough. It has to be a picture of them doing the deed. There's only one chance, and I have to take it well enough. This isn't my field of expertise, as I'm not some artistic master. If it was old Neil, He would definitely attempt to conjure a new ritualistic magic to hide the camera flash. Of course, the goddess might not respond to his request. As Klein considered his next move, he saw the image of Miss Bodyguard appear in a silver mirror in the room. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and her matching soft hat. Her hair was pale blonde in color with delicate features across her pale face. "Do you have any way of hiding the flash of the camera?" Klein asked casually. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw ripples on the surface of the silver mirror as a slightly transparent palm suddenly extended. Miss Bodyguard came out of the silver mirror like a ghost, walked in front of Klein, and said with a nod, "Yes." She lowered her body and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera's lens. Klein's mouth slightly opened as he watched this horrifying scene, taking quite a while to recover from his shock. He picked up his portable camera and tried a test shot in his lounge. The effect was beyond his expectations. The flash was limited to the vicinity of the camera, and the resulting image was also quite good. Perhaps it should now be called a spectral camera, Klein lampooned. He took the camera, went to the window, and patiently waited. Not long after, he saw Doragu Gale arrive via carriage. In the other room, Erica Taylor saw her lover and hastily left the lounge to meet him on the first floor. Klein seized the opportunity to use a tarot card to open her room, carefully hiding in the cupboard where the extra sheets and quilts were kept. The darkness around him reminded him of the previous night, of that creepy and terrifying Numblewright master, Resego. Last night was filled with danger, yet today here I am catching adulterers in the act. Life sure is marvelous. While Klein was making fun of himself, he heard the door open. Chapter 255. Photography expert huddled in the cupboard, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and saw two interfering auras enter. "Erica, I brought you a present," a deep voice sounded as the door closed. As expected, he's a gentleman of the Lone Kingdom. Even in an affair, he seems a little old-fashioned. If it was a man from Intis, he would definitely be shouting sweetheart, baby, angel, and the like. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Of course, this was based on the stereotypes from newspapers, magazines, and novels. Erica Taylor asked in surprise, "Let me guess. Is it Fassman eye cream, face cream, or essence? Or Leschany's? What the heck are all those?" Klein was stunned by what he heard. It was clear that Doragu Gale wasn't able to react in time either. It took him about 8 seconds before he said, "No, stockings." In this world, since oil hasn't been discovered, there were no corresponding cheap chemical products. Therefore, silk stockings were considered high-class items. "Not bad, let me take a look." Erica's joy didn't diminish. "I bought them yesterday at Phillips. 1 pair for 30 solely, a total of 5 pairs, Doragu said in a flaunting tone. "How expensive?" "That's expensive." Erica and Klein both said the same thing, one exclaiming, the other secretly sighing. "Benson has worked for so many years, earning only £1.10 solely a week, which is 30 solely. That's just equivalent to a pair of stockings. And with that salary, he was able to provide his brother and sister with an education, feed them fairly well, and even provided them with a place to sleep. An average worker with a bit of skill would only be paid around 20 solely a week." Kleins clicked his tongue. "No, it's not expensive. Silk stockings are worth that much. I even gave an extra tip of 5 solely." As he spoke, the color of his aura turned more vivid, and Klein guessed that he had taken off his coat. "Then I'll give it a try," Erica Taylor softly said in a suggestive manner. "I feel like I'm watching a porno again, and it's even a live broadcast. Besides, Miss Bodyguard is also here." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched red colors flowing across red colors, signifying the passion between the two was igniting like fire. "The purple color is almost red and isn't stopping. Red wrapped around green, orange." While listening to the wheezing and the low laughter, Klein judged the movements and positions of the couple outside by the change in the color of their auras. Feeling that this was enough, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed. Doragu and Erica were already entangled, their clothes half undone, their movements intense. Klein lifted the spectral camera and aimed it at the passionate couple, waiting to see their faces at the same time. As Doragu and Erica fell back onto the bed, Klein finally captured the most appropriate frame and pressed the shutter button. The click of the camera wasn't distinct, and the intense flash and other abnormalities were limited to a very small area, so the couple wasn't alarmed. With no confidence in his photography skills, Klein added a few more shots, intending to have options to choose from later. He was only planning on handing his employer a single picture, because too many photos would make the lawyer suspect why the couple didn't notice him taking the picture. A piece of underwear landed lightly on the floor, and the sound of breathing intensified as Klein grabbed his portable camera and adeptly rolled out of the cupboard, closing the door behind him. He rolled on the floor until he reached the lounge's door. Then he quietly pulled it open and returned to the corridor. Done. With a sigh of relief, Klein politely closed the door in silence, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further ado, he returned to his lounge. The last £7 will soon be obtained, and I also earned an additional Quelog Club membership worth £50. It covers board, lodging, and entertainment. That's worth even more than £50. Without any connections or contacts, I wouldn't have been able to join this even with £100. This mission isn't bad at all. It's simple, safe, and profitable. Klein put down his portable camera and sighed with emotion in his heart. At that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the camera lens. Miss Bodyguard in her black regal dress slowly came out and floated in midair again, but her face remained pale. Thinking of how he had led her to watch some porno, Klein tried to change the topic in embarrassment. I plan on heading to the cafeteria to eat something. Do you want to come with me? Each member could bring one guest. As for how to explain the sudden appearance of the guest, Klein's plan was to go out for a while and then come back. Miss Bodyguard replied in a neutral tone, I can go without eating for 2 weeks. As she spoke, she turned her back to Klein and floated toward the mirror, disappearing in an instant. What exactly is her sequence? Klein thought curiously, putting the portable camera back in its case. After doing all of this, he went to the bathroom and relieved himself. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Klein looked into the mirror and examined his appearance. As he hadn't shaved this morning, he had quite a stubble. His hair was parted to the sides in a 3:7 ratio, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hung on his face. He looked refined and scholarly, with a tinge of maturity. There's a definite difference from the past. I can still be recognized if scrutinized. Once my beard grows to a certain extent, I wouldn't have to worry that much. I wouldn't need to be afraid of anything when I advance to sequence 6 faceless. Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and walked out of the bathroom. He took his suitcase and went to the cafeteria on the first floor. It was just after 9, so breakfast was still served. Klein chose a double-sided half-cooked fried egg, a loaf of white bread, a cake of butter, a daisy pie, a serving of bacon, and a cup of marquis black tea with a piece of lemon floating on its surface. While looking for a seat, he suddenly saw a familiar face. It was the surgeon who had recommended him to the club, Aaron series. The tall, thin gentleman was sitting alone in the corner, having finished his breakfast, and was sipping his coffee as he leafed through the newspaper. Good morning, Dr. Series. Klein walked over and greeted the slightly cold Aaron. The surgeon nudged the frame over his nose and said, Just call me Aaron, Detective Moriarty. According to the principle of reciprocity, you have to call me Sherlock. Klein sat down. Any news today? I came out in such a hurry that I haven't read the newspapers. The Inti's ambassador was assassinated. A terrorist organization by the name of the Aurora Order declared responsibility for it. Sigh, this world is becoming more and more chaotic. Sooner or later, there will be an all-out war in the southern and northern continent. Aaron expressed his feelings. The war has never stopped, sir. It's just that we've been able to enjoy peace. Klein finished his fried egg and replied with a smile. What a pity that such an important case wouldn't seek the help of private detectives like us. Aaron flipped through the newspaper. This news doesn't have much to do with us. What's really important is that the House of Lords and the House of Commons will pass a motion either today or tomorrow after a long debate. First, it's the Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill, as well as the relevant guidance and actual plans. Second is the establishment of the Atmospheric Pollution Council. And third, the establishment of the Independent Alkaline Industry Inspector. The latter, too, involve pollution. God, they're finally paying attention to this problem. The patients in the hospital with pulmonary attacks have been rising constantly. Has it finally been passed? I wonder how Benson's preparations are. Will it be affected by my death? Klein's smile suddenly beamed. That's good news. To Mary, this is extremely good news. She wishes to make herself, or her husband, Doragu, become one of the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. She has a higher chance since she doesn't hold any positions in a commercial company and is a devotee of the goddess. Besides, in any organization, there's ultimately a need for balance. Erin mentioned Klein's employer. I suggested to her that she should frequent the club since we have quite a number of House of Commons members of Parliament as club members. In the Lone Kingdom, the members of Parliament of the House of Commons were mainly composed of wealthy people and the representatives of certain nobles. However, there were also many professionals, such as doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, and accountants. The Quelag Club targeted a variety of professionals in the middle class, without distinguishing between them by their political inclinations. Klein didn't know much about such things, so he just said a few words in response before changing the subject. Erin, it's Friday today. Don't you need to head back to the hospital? No, I'm on leave. It's been terrible lately. Erin suddenly frowned. What happened? Klein drank a mouthful of black tea. Since Backerland had just been assassinated and Rosego's body had been thrown into a sewer far away, he didn't know when it would be found. Klein was concerned about the after-effects and the imperfection of his disguise, so he didn't plan on taking missions that were too difficult or easily exposed his identity. Therefore, he was interested in simple matters which held potential and handsome rewards. Erin put down the newspaper and sighed. I've been very unlucky recently. I've had a few consecutive failed surgeries. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences. Otherwise, my license would have been revoked. Although it wasn't big news for surgeons to cause deaths in the present era, since it was common, the penalties were still quite severe if a serious accident occurred due to a surgeon's negligence. Well, I can't help much. Well, actually, I know of a luck enhancement ritual, but its effect is to send you above a grey fog. Klein lowered his head and began to nibble at his bread. After breakfast, he said goodbye to Erin, went to withdraw £500 in cash, and gave £300 to Miss Bodyguard before returning home. While waiting for the photos to develop, he hoped for a simple job to be entrusted to him. Unfortunately, none of them came to him. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again, his target Braveheart's bar. Taking the opportunity of having Miss Bodyguard around, he hoped to get in touch with more Bayunder circles. Chapter 256. Meeting the apothecary again before leaving the house, Klein tossed a coin to inquire if it was unbeneficial for him to visit the Braveheart's bar that day. After receiving a negative result, he looked around before whispering into the air, "Is someone monitoring me today?" After a few seconds of silence, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. No, Klein subconsciously looked back, but he failed to find Miss Bodyguard. His attention quickly returned to the answer he received, as he couldn't help but let out a snicker in his heart. Inani isn't even putting me on their suspect list at all. After confirming that Rosego hadn't sought me out, they completely put me aside. Should I feel honored or insulted? It's true that a detective that busies himself looking for cats has no way of being associated with the assassination of an ambassador or getting rid of a Sequence 5 expert. Furthermore, Eminini has been monitoring me for quite some time. My panic, my helplessness, and my struggle for self-preservation were laid out for them to see. It's obvious that I can't inflict any substantial harm to the ambassador. With that in mind, Klein put on his half-top hat, carried his black silver-inlaid cane, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. He spent 2 soldi for a rental carriage that brought him to Braveheart's bar on Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge area. He entered like a regular, walked past the cheering drunkards around the boxing ring, and rapped the countertop when he came to the bar counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. The bartender looked up at him and mumbled, "Kaspar's is in card room 3. Klein smiled and pushed 5 one-penny copper coins to the man. Then, carrying the wooden cup and sipping a white, smooth, frothy Southville beer, he walked around 2 of the rowdiest, liveliest stages that stank the most and knocked on the door of card room 3. Kaspar's was playing Texas poker with unlimited stakes. Stacks of cash were piled high in front of him, as well as yellow coins that piled up in a dazzling heap. Noticing Klein's gaze, the black market arms dealer with the huge scar on his face twitched his big red nose and casually said, "I don't like using chips as they don't feel real to me. It's still the texture of cash and the weight of the coins that leaves me intoxicated. It's the same as F. King women." After finishing that sentence, Kaspars frowned slightly. What are you doing here again? Klein didn't answer directly, but he gestured with his mouth to speak outside. Damn it! I was going to clean them up with this hand. Bullshit, I'm folding. Kaspars tossed the two cards in front of him into the middle of the table. Then he limped to the door and said to Klein, You better have a good reason. After leaving the card room and coming to the corner, Klein said in a suppressed voice, I want to know when the most recent gathering will be, just like the last one. Kaspars looked at him suspiciously. Haven't you struck a deal with Marek? It's not about hiring bodyguards. Regarding that, you know, I've become very interested in it. Klein was telling the truth. Kaspars hesitated and then said, There will be a gathering tonight. The organizer is the same person as last time, but you'll have to wait for more than half an hour. I'll inform them first. You showed your reputation last time, so I don't think there'll be too much of a problem. No problem, I'll pay you. Klein touched the bills in his pocket. You just need to pay £1 this time. Kaspars acted like he was very generous. It's worth it, Klein said, as the corners of his lips curled up. After paying Kaspars, he found a seat and sat down, drinking the rich malt-scented Southville beer and enjoying the competition on the ring. I can beat and take them down at the same time. Klein quickly came to this conclusion. After about 10 minutes, Kaspars returned to the bar, looked around, and said in a low voice, They agreed. We'll head there after half an hour. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope you haven't forgotten that mask. Klein gave a positive answer. He slowed down his drinking as he began sipping, and he took half an hour to finish the 500 ml of Southville beer. It was the same path they took as the previous time, and it was the same house without any light. Klein put on the iron mask that only covered half of his face, and he watched as Kaspars knocked on the door rhythmically. The rhythm is different from last time. The knocking changes all the time. Klein listened carefully for a moment, then saw the small plank of the door open and a pair of eyes peer out. After the indistinguishable process like before, he put on the hooded robe and hid his entire face in the shadows. It was still the same living room, with a candle flickering in the dim light. Klein randomly found a seat and quietly sat down. But unlike before, he no longer felt suppressed or tensed. Instead, he leisurely looked around. The cold wind that blew across the back of his neck made him certain that Miss Bodyguard had followed him in without anyone noticing. As expected, there are no Sequence 5 experts in this gathering. There might not even be a Sequence 6, Klein thought. After listening in on the conversation for a while, he saw the round-faced apothecary change his posture as if he wanted to speak. As expected, the apothecary, who had half his chubby face exposed, quickly raised his hand and said, Black Snake has apparently died in the sewers. Those beasts are still rampant. Black Snake died. Klein was surprised to hear the news. Black Snake was the man who had sold him the remains of a listener, allowing him to successfully create the language of foulness. It was suspected that he was from the Aurora Order. His strength wasn't low at all. Yet he actually died performing the simple mission of clearing the beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned suspiciously. He suddenly thought of something when he discovered Zeriel's corpse. He had heard thumping sounds deep in the sewers. By the time he led Ian there, parts of Zeriel's body had been eaten by strange beasts. That was at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in the East Borough, quite far from the Backland Bridge area, and I wonder if there's a connection. Klein had no impulse to verify this. News of Black Snake's death quickly spread through the dark room, attracting the murmurs of many. A sense of fear spread through them, as though they had experienced it themselves. The apothecary clapped his hands and said, So, what should I do? The whispers suddenly disappeared, and a frozen silence filled the room. As the apothecary had advised him without being afraid of offending him, Klein thought for a moment and said, If I were you, I would give up on the rest of the herbs and never go there again. Why? They'll mature very soon, and those beasts that hide in the depths of the sewers usually won't come out, the apothecary asked hesitantly. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, Black Snake likely has an organization backing him. His death definitely would have caused an investigation. I believe you don't want to interact with them, right? Having the remains of a listener didn't imply that Black Snake was an Aurora Order member. By referring to the true creator as a great being, this was confirmed. Moreover, he would rather believe that this was the case rather than hope for a fluke. Yeah, the apothecary nodded slightly, seemingly having made up his mind. Klein added, If I were you, I would even anonymously report this matter to the police. What? many gathering members exclaimed. Klein explained without a change in tone. Since the beasts in the sewers can kill Black Snake, it means that they're very dangerous. And since everyone lives in Backland, if it really causes a major catastrophe, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be implicated. That's why the best option is to attract the attention of the police and let the officials handle this matter. We can enjoy a good outcome without any risks. Isn't that nice? Just as he finished his sentence, the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, applauded. Such a great idea. We're afraid of the official bayonders, but similarly, we can make use of them. We don't have to handle everything on our own. That's because I was an official bayonder, so my train of thought would definitely be different from pure savages like you. Klein smiled as he lampooned. After speaking, he became a bystander again, listening to people peddling or requesting for items. As he watched the deals which succeeded or failed, he found nothing of interest. He temporarily didn't announce the bayonder ingredients he needed, planning to observe the circle of bayonders a few more times. Seconds turned to minutes, and finally, Eye of Wisdom arranged for people to leave every 3 minutes. Klein was the first to leave the previous time, so he didn't know what happened next. Now, he noticed that there were at least 5 exits. The attendants of the Eye of Wisdom would lead different people to different passages, trying their best to space them out and drag out time. After more than half an hour, there were only 3 members of the gathering left. Apart from Eye of Wisdom, the other 2 were Klein and the suspected apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed with his aged voice. Looks like you're quite lucky. He recognized me as the man who had bought the ominous item from Black Snake. Klein smiled. Yes, my bet paid off. Hearing their conversation, the apothecary widened his eyes as he examined Klein. After a long time, he finally said, "Do you have another mystical charm that affects luck? I already regarded you as a dead person." "You're so direct." Klein tactfully answered, "Maybe I'm lucky enough myself." Actually, he did want such an item. Eye of Wisdom sighed and said, "Young lad, don't always bet on your luck, especially on matters such as this. Even if you've won many times in the past, just one loss would doom you for eternity." "I know. That's why I've come to this gathering to see if I can buy any useful items." "Heh, I can be considered the same as all of you now," Klein said, seemingly casual. "Same." The apothecary gave an exaggerated sigh. "I should have listened to my teacher. He seems to be a suspected apothecary." The apothecary pathway is controlled by the Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought passes down their teachings through mentoring. Klein's heart skipped a beat and asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" The apothecary sighed and said, "My teacher told me to choose a path that would make one sufficiently lucky, but in the end, I still became a medicine concoctor. As a result, I haven't been able to find the next batch of potion ingredients for this sequence for a whole 2 years. I'm envious of your luck. Make one sufficiently lucky. This is very similar to the sequence pathway for Monster. He really is from the Life School of Thought." Klein smiled and said, "What's your reason for choosing it?" The apothecary suddenly straightened his back and said, "This is a man's choice. After knowing that I can concoct medicine to enhance my ability in that field, I chose this path without hesitation." Chapter 257, 2-81. What a godlike reason. After hearing the apothecary's answer, Klein was unable to control the changes in his expression despite being a clown. Fortunately, he was wearing an iron mask over his face. The apothecary didn't notice the reactions Klein and Eye of Wisdom had, and he began to let his hair down. "That's why I really like Backland. There are a lot of prostitutes prowling the streets, hanging outside music halls, theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. They're either professionals or working part-time. They were originally maidservants or workers, each with different flavors. It's said that in places in the West Borough, bankrupt aristocratic ladies might occasionally appear. That's really something to look forward to." Klein nudged the iron mask that covered his face upwards and quickly changed the topic. "Did your teacher have any objections to your choice?" The apothecary shook his head slightly. "No, he just kicked me out of the damn door after teaching me all the knowledge in the field of herbs, telling me to roam the world and experience life. Damn it, he didn't even tell me where to find the next potion ingredients." At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, "If you know where to obtain Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, please do tell me. I'll pay you for it. Of course, you can also first buy it and then sell it to me for a higher price. You're a lucky guy. Who knows, you might help fulfill my wish. All right, Klein casually agreed. He then asked thoughtfully, when that happens, can I use it to exchange for the potion formula for apothecary? From his point of view, an apothecary was very useful as support. He could use it to groom helpers. The apothecary, who wasn't considered too fat, quickly shook his head and said, "No way. I can only teach my students." Is this a rule of the life school of thought? He might have made an oath with some secret existence as a witness. Klein wasn't surprised. At this moment, the apothecary let out a laugh. But I can tell you where you can get the apothecary formula. It's right here in Backland. Brilliant. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing that Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medication to treat mental disorders and other problems? Klein was acting for Miss Bodyguard to make her feel more assured, having been slightly influenced by the true creator and becoming a potential lunatic, that he was desperately trying to find a cure. Yes, there's a sedative, 10 solely for one. I'll bring you 4 in the next gathering. Trust me, this is definitely much more useful than the ones in the hospitals. I've added some materials with spirituality, the apothecary replied without hesitation. How expensive? In the underground market at Tingen, the number of sedatives that originated from the hospitals ranged from 1 to 2 solely, while the variety that leaked from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemen ranged from 4 to 5 solely. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein put on a show, looked at Eye of Wisdom, and said, Dear sir, may I attend the next gathering? Yes, your last 2 performances are proof of your goodwill. Young lad, watch out for the Backland Morning Post daily. When there's an advertisement for the purchase of goods by the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it means that there would be a meeting here at 8 o'clock the next evening. The strength and the frequency of the knocking is based on the prices listed. The first number is the number of heavy strikes. The second number is the number of light strikes. The third number is the number of long pauses, and the fourth is the number of short pauses. The rest are meaningless, Eye of Wisdom said with a nod. After describing the information, he sighed and said, The lives of Bayanders who are neither official or part of an organization aren't as nice as you imagine. On the one hand, we have to keep secrets, avoid the officials, and at any time, we have to maintain a cautious and careful state. On the other hand, we have to fight against the possibility of losing control and madness. Too many of our kind have died because of these 2 matters. Even if we successfully evade the officials' notice and avoid losing control and going crazy, we would still fall into the predicament of lacking ingredients and the inability to find items we want or obtain sufficient knowledge. I organized such a gathering to get everyone to help each other. Unfortunately, this is an era of scarce mysteries. Many Bayunder ingredients are rarely seen. Yes, but I have Mr. Hanged Man, who knows the coordinates of some of the primitive islands, and City of Silvers, the sun, who is constantly fighting against the various monsters in the depths of the darkness. I can rely on them to obtain some of the Bayunder ingredients. Klein politely stood up with his back bent as he bowed to Eye of Wisdom. Your character is admirable. After sitting down again, Klein suddenly remembered something and asked after some deliberation, Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? The kind that Black Snake sold me, but ones without too serious negative effects. I wish to have some sort of ability to protect myself. His plan was to find something that caught his interest, determine the price, and then determine the target accordingly. However, I don't have any money right now, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't have any in the future. Can't I make an inquiry about the price without money? Klein silently added in his heart. The apothecary spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't have any, and even if he did, he wouldn't sell them. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, I do have some, but I don't know what you would like to buy. Give me an approximate range. Some. He's most likely a savant pathway Bayunder who relies on external items. Klein didn't hide his envy as he said, something stronger than me, not something that improves my combat skills. It's best if it has some mystical powers. He didn't go into details so as to maintain his image as a newcomer. Eye of Wisdom smiled and said, I have an item that suits your requirements. Its former code name was 2-81. 2-81? Klein asked, puzzled. His puzzlement was just a disguise on the surface, but on the inside he was very shocked. Is this a sealed artifact that leaked out from the Chinese gate of the Church of Evernite? Klein didn't expect to see a familiar code name here. Eye of Wisdom casually explained simply. Many mystical items have rather obvious side effects that can cause certain harm. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches would seek them out and seal them. They're called sealed artifacts and are distinguished using numbers as code names. Over a long period of debate and exchanges, the 7 churches formed a uniform naming convention. It labels the different danger grades with 0, 1, 2, and 3. Among them, 0 is the most dangerous. Rumors say that some are terrifying items that can destroy countries or even the world. The 7 Orthodox churches will exchange information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1, telling each other which ones they possess. Therefore, Grade 0 and Grade 1 code names won't be repeated. Grade 2 and Grade 3 are arranged by their respective churches, so different churches might have the same code name. Klein had long known about the general situation within the Nighthawks, but he was puzzled by something. Information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts is exchanged. Wouldn't that be disclosing major secrets? It will allow the other churches to know how many hidden cards they have. Of course, this could also be seen as a form of strategic deterrence to avoid direct conflict between the 7 churches. Klein considered the possible reasons. Yes, although I'm unable to explain the reason for doing that, it has indeed happened. Legend has it that during the end of the 4th epoch, or the beginning of the 5th epoch, the 7 churches came to an agreement, Eye of Wisdom said, at an unhurried pace. My 2-81 was obtained from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It allows you to understand and comprehend many things. Even an enemy's Beyonder powers can be rapidly identified, allowing me to know of their strengths and weaknesses. I'll also have a chance at being able to mimic them. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chance of failure. Of course, even success would definitely result in a huge difference from the original. That sounds very strong. Proof that knowledge is power. In the end, will there be a situation where omniscience is equal to omnipotence? I retract my previous judgment. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom might not be an appraiser. His identification of items might have relied on sealed artifact 2-81. Klein clicked his tongue silently as he asked with interest. So, how much would I need to buy it? What flaws does it have? It will keep you in a state where your mind is churning at high speeds. Once it exceeds the time limit, you'll become a retard. Eye of Wisdom replied simply without providing enough details. At this moment, the apothecary beside him muttered, Perhaps your brain has already been damaged. You keep talking about your collection. Sooner or later, someone will rob you and kill you. Sir, your persuasions are always so repugnant. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed and said, How do you know that I'm not saying it on purpose to make greedy people attack me? Yes, it's like the entrapment law once described by Emperor Roselle. After the laughter stopped, he patted the armrest of his sofa and sighed. As a person who loves collecting things, it's excruciating not being able to flaunt my collection to others. He then looked at Klein. I'm sorry, 2-81 isn't for sale. It's my best collection, and back then, I spent 68 pounds to buy it. A sealed artifact at this level can cost from 4,000 to 20 pounds and is determined by its effects and negative side effects. However, most of time, they can't be bought with money. Then why did you say so much? Klein controlled the twitching of his mouth. Seemingly sensing his reaction, Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, What I really wish to recommend are 2 items. The first is a brooch. It can allow you to ward off spirits and purify them, as well as use a portion of the spells in the sun domain. The flaw is that as long as you wear it, you will never feel coolness. You will forever be stuck in the warm summer of the south. The other is a hat that can change shapes. Wearing it allows you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour and allows you to use some water or wind domain spells. The flaw is that you will desire water. Once you walk on land, you will gradually weaken. The prices of similar items range from 1,500 to 35 pounds, and sometimes, even if you raise the price severalfold, they aren't necessarily for sale because they rarely appear. It took me more than 3 decades to collect a few. Klein nodded slightly and said, I'll think about it, and I'll make the decision during the next gathering. At this point, he deliberately smiled and said, Besides, I don't have that much money right now. Chapter 258. Murder case. The concrete road had turned dirty from prolonged rain. 2 gas lamps, the height of an adult male, along the two sides of the road emitted a bright but misty light due to the moisture on the glass. A rental carriage drove through the night as the surrounding pedestrians either wore hats or carried umbrellas. Klein leaned against the wall, idly admiring the evening streets of Backland. At that moment, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the carriage drop significantly. A gloomy and cold wind was swirling about. Klein jerked his head around and saw that Miss Bodyguard, dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, was sitting opposite him without him even realizing it. Her voice was ethereal and dreamy. "That eye of wisdom sensed my presence." As expected, Klein nodded, unsurprised. "He has several mystical items. Perhaps he sensed you because of them. I even suspect that he has an organization behind him. Otherwise, it's quite impossible for Eye of Wisdom to collect several relatively powerful mystical items in 30 years with his power alone. Previously, Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos only had a single creeping hunger despite being one of the 7 great pirate admirals. Of course, it was possible that the latter had high standards and ordinary mystical items didn't catch his attention. After all, with creeping hunger, he could be more well-rounded and nearly be without any weaknesses. Yes, for Eye of Wisdom himself to be rich there has to be a rather good explanation as well. He's organized so many gatherings, and once he finds a suitable mystical item, he would spare no expense to get it. Having a few in his collection isn't that unbelievable. Sai, it's like he has a gold mine at home, or he runs a bank. Klein lampooned silently. He didn't mention in detail that he had guessed that Eye of Wisdom was from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, out of fear that he would expose to Miss Bodyguard that he wasn't someone who had just become a Beyonder. The blonde Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though agreeing with Klein's suspicions. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at the window opposite her. "A rich smell of blood. There's a strong smell of blood." Klein turned his head in puzzlement and looked out the window. There was a secluded alley in the sparse drizzle. Near the mouth of the alley, a woman wearing a gorgeous dress was on the ground. At that moment, a pedestrian walked past and, on careful inspection, let out a sudden scream. The scream startled the horse slightly as the carriage driver quickly tightened the reins, slowing down the carriage. Under the light of the gas lamp, Klein saw the pale face of the woman lying on the ground at the mouth of the alley. There was a deep gash in her stomach, and her internal organs seemed to have been hollowed out. The blood on the ground around her was flowing slowly, crimson and thick. This, as a qualified former Nighthawk, he quickly thought of many similar cases. These were often related to devil worship, and when it came to devil worship, it was almost always tied to ancient organizations. It was the Blood Sanctify sect that first appeared in the Fourth Epic. According to the records, this was a loose alliance formed due to the worship of devils. It consisted of several so-called devil clans, such as the Noise, Andariel, and Berea clans. They weren't subordinate to each other. In their bid to proselytize faith in the devil, they committed many murders. Back in Tingen, the accountant for the Nighthawks, Mrs. Oriana, was one such victim who was thankfully saved. Of course, not all similar cases were committed by them. Many people felt that such acts were very cool and began to imitate them. "It looks like it was done by the Blood Sanctify sect," Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure rapidly turned translucent before vanishing. She didn't care if Klein understood her or comprehended the situation. At that moment, the carriage had already passed the scene of the crime. Klein also noticed that the patrolling police had arrived, so he held back his idea of getting off the carriage to observe and instead chose to act as an ordinary citizen who was passing by. Yes, citizen Mr. Moriarty. The Blood Sanctify sect has the criminal pathway, which is also known as the devil pathway. It said that after sequence 7, the corresponding Beyonder would gradually turn demonic. However, they would only reveal those signs under certain circumstances. Sequence 9 criminals have strong bodies, keen instincts, and a variety of criminal abilities, but their conscience isn't gone yet. Sequence 8, known by its ancient name Cold-Blooded, has the modern name Unwinged Angel. It means that from that moment forth, they lose their conscience and revel in evil desires, with bodies that look even more inhuman. They would also obtain some of the magical powers of the devil. Sequence 7 serial killer grasps a good deal of knowledge and rituals regarding devil worship. They like to please the devil with special serial murders. I don't know the sequences after that. The information regarding the Blood Sanctify sect and the Devil pathway flashed past Klein's mind. The rain outside seemed to become heavier as the rain on the windows converged and fell, and the whole world became quiet and unclear. What's the point of thinking so much? Such matters would definitely be taken over by a Bayunder squad. It might be the mandated Punishers or Nighthawks. There's no need for me to worry. Klein shook his head with a laugh as he muttered in his mind. By the time he returned to 15 Minsk Street, he had forgotten about the murder case. He went next door and knocked on the Sammers' front door, asking Mrs. Stellin to tell Mary that she could come for the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Following that, he washed up and read the newspapers, learning about the current situation and news in Backland. On Saturday morning the next day, Klein enjoyed his breakfast slowly and went out to pick up the freshly developed photographs. He chose the one with the best view of Doragu Gale's and Erica Taylor's face, one that brought out their passion the most. After putting the photos away, he went to the Rice police station before Mrs. Merry arrived and successfully got the bail money that was worth £10 back. In the process, he also saw the real Sergeant Faxon and felt a little uncomfortable. After withdrawing the remaining £500 in cash from his account, Klein was finally done with everything after having a busy morning. Before he prepared lunch, he handed the remaining £600 to Miss Bodyguard in one go, leaving £146 8 solely and 5 pence on him. That was all his liquid funds. Other than Miss Justice, I have no other debts. Klein cooked himself a T-bone steak and sprinkled it with black pepper sauce. Just as he was enjoying the taste of the medium-well steak whilst in a good mood, the doorbell suddenly rang and resounded through his house. "Mrs. Merry, isn't this too early?" Puzzled, Klein put down his fork and knife, and he walked to the door. He paused for 2 seconds as the image of the visitor outside the door appeared in his mind. It was an old-fashioned gentleman in a light grey overcoat, a silk top hat, and he held a black and gold cane. He had sharp blue eyes, and his temples were streaked with white. His wrinkles were deeply engraved in his face, causing his facial muscles to seemingly sag. "May I know who you're looking for?" Klein asked after opening the door. The old gentleman said in a thick Midseashire accent, "Are you Sherlock, Detective Moriarty? Do you have something you wish to entrust to me?" Klein nodded and made way, leading the old gentleman into the living room. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then asked, "Would you like coffee or tea? A cup of hot water, please." The old gentleman had taken off his hat and sat down. "Very well, it's very simple. Maybe I should consider getting an assistant to serve tea and clean the place." As Klein's mind wandered, he turned to the kitchen and rinsed a glass. After placing the hot water in front of the old gentleman, he walked to the sofa and sat down with his hands folded. "How may I address you?" "Millet Carter," the old gentleman answered simply. "Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with?" Klein asked directly without bothering to exchange pleasantries. As he spoke, he quietly activated his spirit vision to observe Carter. "This old gentleman is in quite good health. There are some problems with the color of the joints of his left leg, probably arthritis. His emotions are mostly blue from calm thinking, with a hint of anxiety." With just a glance, Klein had come to a general conclusion. Millet Carter lifted the white porcelain cup and while rubbing its surface said, "The thing is, I've bought a house on William Street. Heh, I come from Midseashire and because of my business, I'll be living in Backland permanently." "William Street? Where's that?" Having been in Backland for less than a month, Klein, who had to consult the map or rely on his intuition, tried his best to appear staid and reliable. Millet Carter looked at him, and under his gaze he continued, "Rumor has it that the house was originally owned by a bankrupt viscount. That was about 2 to 3 decades ago. After a few changes of hands, I finally bought it. I planned on doing some renovations that suited the modern style. But I discovered a hidden secret door in the basement which leads to a very large underground structure. Considering that it might not be safe inside, I temporarily stopped construction, and I prevented the workers and servants from rashly exploring it. I hope that you can help me confirm the situation inside the underground structure." Underground structure, ancient ruins, secret treasure. Klein thought and said, "Why didn't you call the police? The resources that the police can mobilize are more than 100 times that of a private detective like me can muster. The results of the exploration will definitely be better and more reliable." Millet Carter rubbed his nose bridge. "I don't want too many people to know about this, especially the government. If I confirm that there is no danger within the underground structure, then I intend to use it as part of the structure and repurpose it. I know that this is a high risk for you, and I'm willing to pay £50 for it. But you can't have more than 3 assistants, and I can make up for it later, depending on the circumstances. £50, that's quite a high price. If I were an ordinary detective, that would be equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my income. He's just arrived in Backland and doesn't know any other detectives. He could only read the newspapers to look for hires and ended up coming to me. Klein hesitated for a few seconds. Let me think about it. He suddenly revealed an apologetic smile, pointed behind him and said, I need to use the bathroom. Millet Carter nodded slightly and took a sip of hot water. After entering the bathroom and closing the wooden door, Klein looked at the mirror and took out a copper penny. Because he had Miss Bodyguard with him, he couldn't confirm it above the grey fog, so he could only rely on his own divination skills. I should accept this commission. Klein chanted 7 times and flicked the coin as he watched it tumble down. Thud! The copper coin fell into his palm, and the king's portrait faced up, indicating a positive response. Klein slightly nodded and whispered into the air, What does your intuition tell you? Miss Bodyguard's figure quickly appeared in the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, There's a certain amount of danger, but it's not great. Very good. Klein put away the coin, washed his hands, and walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. He looked at Millet Carter and said with a smile, I'll take this commission. Chapter 259. Underground Structure. After signing a contract with Millet Carter and receiving an advance payment of £10, Klein didn't rush to William Street immediately. Instead, he made an appointment for 4 in the afternoon. Millet was understanding with regard to this. Alone, Detective Sherlock Moriarty definitely had to recruit people to carry out the exploration. When the old gentleman left, Klein immediately returned to the dining table and cut the steak, which had turned cold, before wolfing it down. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why must he pick such a time to come? After barely filling his stomach, Klein bitterly began cleaning up. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Merry arrived as scheduled. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, but her face was turning gloomy. Stellin Sammer, who accompanied her, had no choice but to maintain her silence. Klein handed over an envelope containing his carefully chosen photo. Madam, please confirm it. Mary paused for 2 seconds and slowly took in a breath. Then she took the envelope, pulled out the photo, and examined it. Excellent, very excellent. You're the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever met. I'm honored to introduce you as a member of the Quelag Club. This is the remaining £7 for the payment. You deserve it. Mary took out a wallet from her leather handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 notes. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo back into the envelope, put it into her handbag, and abruptly got up to leave. Tap, tap, tap. Her buttonless boots made hurried sounds as she stomped on them. Stellin Sammer struggled to keep up. As she opened the door, Mary stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately Stellin caught her. With this episode, Mary clearly slowed down and seemed to turn calm. Madam, you forgot to take the portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later, and she'll bring it to you. Klein silently watched this scene, slightly shaking his head without saying anything. He returned to the second floor, took a nap, waking up comfortably to the bell chimes of the nearby church. Klein had already searched the map and confirmed that William Street was at the border of the West Borough and Empress Borough, a residential area in the heart of Backland. A nice house in West Borough and Hilston Borough costs about £500. Millet Carter's house is close to Empress Borough, and it's a property of a former viscount. The area is definitely sizable. The total purchase price will be at least £500, maybe even £50. That will be enough for a pretty decent mystical item. He actually came visiting me without a housekeeper or an attendant, perhaps because he's new in Backland and hasn't settled in. Klein put on his double-breasted coat, hat, and held his cane before heading out into Minsk Street. The gas lamps haven't been lit yet, and the streets were surprisingly darker than during the evenings. However, the air was fairly all right, without the suffocating air in the boroughs to the east. Taking a rental carriage, he went all the way to William Street. Klein saw a waiting valet outside the Unit 8 house. The valet, who was dressed in a red vest and light-colored trousers, bowed respectfully at the incoming visitor. Good afternoon. Might I inquire if you are Detective Moriarty? Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Carter. Klein nodded and followed the valet into a mansion with a garden and lawn. The house was 2 stories tall. The first floor was in a mess, with a lot of construction materials placed everywhere. There were workers coming in and doing some modifications. Millet Carter wasn't wearing a hat. Covering his nose, he walked over. I'm very sorry about the mess and dirt here, but I do wish that everything will be fine before my family arrives in Backland. I can only urge them to keep working non-stop. Having said that, he looked at the valet and instructed, "Continue watching them." It's no wonder that he didn't bring any servants with him. Even his servants have become supervisors. Klein smiled and said, I know a lot of doctors. They tell me that the newly renovated houses aren't suitable for immediate occupation. One has to wait at least 3 months to ventilate it well enough. Otherwise, old people and children who aren't strong enough will easily fall sick. Is that so? Millet led Klein to the basement and asked doubtfully. I've never verified it, but I chose to believe in authority. It said that this originated from the words passed down by Emperor Roselle. Klein casually fabricated an excuse. Millet nodded, then turned to look at the door. He couldn't help but frown before asking, Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant. There might be quite a bit of danger in that structure. I have an assistant. It's just that you can't see her. Klein lampooned as he said seriously, This is my first visit, so I'll advance very carefully. If there are any problems, I will immediately retreat. I'm experienced in this area, so I won't put myself in a dangerous situation. If I were matched with inexperienced assistants, it might easily affect my nimble and decisive actions. Millet was startled. You're very professional. A professional bluff. Klein silently added. Without any further doubts, Millet led Detective Moriarty through the cluttered living room and down the stairs to a fairly spacious basement. There were no gas pipes here, but 4 metal candlesticks were set into the walls, their yellow lights flickering. Stepping on the stone pavements on the ground, Klein couldn't help but sigh in reflection, as expected of a noble's property. Even the basement has been nicely decorated. Furthermore, it's almost as big as the living room of my current house. At this moment, Millet pointed ahead and said, There's a secret door over there. It was discovered by the workers when they were renovating. Klein focused his gaze. With the not very bright candlelight, he saw a grey stone door in the corner. It should have been part of the wall, but it was now exposed. I'll leave the rest to you. Be safe. The old gentleman, Millet, gave Klein a lighted lantern and cautioned him. Has this place been ventilated ahead of time? Klein asked cautiously. Millet shook his head indiscernibly. It's not particularly stuffy inside, but I didn't let the workers go too far. All right. Klein checked his belongings, put on a black glove, and under Millet's gaze, unhurriedly carried the lantern and approached the stone door. He pushed it open with his cane. Amidst the heavy creaking sounds, through the light outside, he saw a deep-colored passageway paved with stone. There were several wooden doors on both sides of the passageway, and at the end. They had already begun to rot, but they were still barely usable. Not too ancient. However, the ostentatious style of the door and the depth and thickness of the stone slabs don't match. Did the Viscount's family change it before? Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, gripped his cane, and walked forward, step by step, with the lantern in hand. The light dispersed the darkness, and when he passed by the rooms on either side, he was able to see a somewhat empty scene through the open door, which was likely opened due to the exploration from the workers Millet had hired. There was also a long bench and a table that shared the same aesthetic style as the door. There's no sign of spirits flashing. Klein did a brief inspection. Without stopping, he proceeded forward until he came to the end of the hall where a black stone double door was. Stretching out his gloved right hand, he half-clamped his cane and slowly pushed against the door. A jarring sound of friction began to reverberate through the air as the stone door slowly cracked open. Spirit light suddenly appeared in Klein's eyes, reflecting an intertwined aura of different colors. His heart tightened as he pushed the door open before taking a few steps back. The crack in the stone door widened rapidly, and a slimy black creature fell from above. It was a snake with a triangular head and red floral patterns on its head. It straightened its upper body, shot out its tongue, and looked at Klein with cold brown eyes. One snake after another fell from above the door as they piled up at the entrance. Klein saw a large hole beyond them. In the middle of the hall, countless snakes of various colors slithered together, forming an exaggerated nest of snakes about 10 meters wide. The slimy, disgusting feeling assaulted his senses. Klein felt his scalp turn numb as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He even wanted to look away without daring to look straight ahead. Although he was a man, he was still afraid of snakes. Snakes were the animal that he was most afraid of. This stemmed from a psychological trauma in the past. When he was a child, despite being way past his bedtime, liked to secretly open the door to his room and watch movies with his parents through a crack. Unfortunately, his parents once watched a snake disaster movie. One scene involved the demolition of a building. The result was the unearthing of a large nest of snakes, and the dense squirming remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Can the slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed hard and said to the air, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard, in her black Gothic dress, quickly appeared by his side, her mouth tightly closed. She didn't say a thing. Klein looked at her and she looked back at Klein, but no one spoke. When a snake slowly slithered out, Klein finally coughed and repeated, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer. Instead, she floated, and suddenly, a cold wind blew in the passageway. Whoosh! The wind howled as it blew into the hall. The temperatures dropped rapidly as it approached the temperatures of the outside world. Whoosh! The densely packed snakes in the middle of the hall suddenly slithered in all directions, searching for a warmer, more suitable spot to survive. 2 to 3 minutes later, a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the hall and the passageway, and countless snakes had disappeared without much of a trace. Whoosh! The continued as Klein said, chattering, That's quite enough." The surging cold wind slowed down, but the cold didn't subside. Miss Bodyguard's figure disappeared once again. Klein lifted his cane-wielding right hand, covered his mouth and nose, and sneezed. Then he raised the lantern and cautiously walked through the stone door into the wide hall. The style here was identical to the passageway outside. There were 8 circular columns of the same color erected there. Metal poles hung from the high dome, and at the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures. An upside-down candlestick. As a university student of the history department, a person who could barely be called an elite in this field, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on this unique arrangement. A structure of the fourth epoch. Chapter 260. Strange statues. The history circles of the northern continent countries all recognized that the fourth epoch was shrouded in thick mystery. It was impossible to tell what it truly was. The historical records had too many missing pieces and ambiguities for this period of history. There were too few tombs, ancient cities, and literature that had been unearthed to create an effective confirmation. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. Its rarity implied that there were still some relics and information left behind. The original Klein was a fanatic towards the history of the fourth epoch. He often read journal articles and books, so even now, Klein still remembered a lot of content. Whether it was the Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, or Trunsost Empire, they all had similar architectural styles that went against common sense. Were disorderly, asymmetrical, and they stood out for their frequent use of black. The most typical characteristic were the candlesticks hanging from the ceiling and the chopped floral pattern marks on black walls. This was precisely why Klein's first reaction was that the underground structure belonged to the fourth epoch when he raised his lantern. He had seen circular metal poles with candlesticks embedded at the bottom that ran down from the dome, reminding him of the fourth epoch, which was shrouded in mystery, leaving many historians and archaeologists regretful of the lack of knowledge in that ancient period. Several journal articles have mentioned that the number of candlesticks within different buildings are different. Although the three empires find asymmetry beautiful, they seem to have strict and meticulous rules in every aspect. 3 on the left and 2 on the right is the highest standards that ordinary citizens can enjoy. This is based on the structure of the buildings and the houses that remain. Klein raised his arm and held the lantern high. He walked slowly, counting the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was even wider than he had expected. He had walked for at least 100 meters before he saw a platform half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end of the hall. 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. This is a bit of an exaggeration. What level of aristocracy is this? Powerful nobility. Sai, the Antigonus, and the Zeratul families are all aristocrats of the fourth epoch. They were also powerful and terrifying Bay-under family clans. The other noble families should be about the same. Holding the lantern in hand, Klein continued onward. He saw the stairs at the side of the half-height platform and saw the scuffing on the black stone tiles. Is this really a relic of the fourth epoch? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. With his keen eyesight and the light from the lanterns, he found two iron black seats on top of the platform that was half a meter above the ground. The huge, ancient seats overlooked the other seats below. There were two seats. Two. Why two? According to the layout, the seat here should represent the person with the most power and authority, but there are two of them. A powerful noble of equal strength, a double count, a double duke, or a double prince. Klein slowly began to feel that his knowledge of history was inadequate. He clearly remembered that many journal articles mentioned that the three empires Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsost had a strict hierarchy. Based on this theory, there shouldn't have been leaders of equal standing within a faction. Strange, Klein mumbled, in a way meant for Miss Bodyguard. What's so strange about that? An ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. In the vast, dark, empty, and silent ancient hall, this voice was exceptionally frightening. Klein's mouth twitched as he explained the characteristics, history knowledge, and puzzling points that he had observed to her. He eventually added, "The ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances." Miss Bodyguard, who had mostly blended into the darkness, listened silently as she gave Klein a penetrating glance. "How do you know so much?" "Because I was a university student in the history department." Klein cursed silently before smiling. "If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a diligent young historian." Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she disappear. Instead, she floated up to the platform first. With a lantern in hand, Klein quickly followed, discovering that the platform was very large. It was about 40 meters in length and 10 meters in breadth. The architectural style is grand and enlarged. "It's also one of the characteristics of the fourth epoch," he said casually as he carefully approached the two huge iron-black chairs. He then raised his lantern and carefully inspected it. "It seems to be meant for a 3-meter-tall giant to sit on. There's an emblem on the back of the chair. On this side, it's a black crown. On the other side, it's a hand holding onto a scepter. I wonder what they symbolize on their own," Klein said to himself, not expecting an answer from Miss Bodyguard. However, the lady who was floating suddenly said, "This is the Tudor family's emblem." "Ha!" Klein looked over in surprise, noticing that Miss Bodyguard was referring to the hand holding the scepter. "Tudor family. Is this a relic of the fourth epoch's Tudor dynasty? Which royal family member owned this palace?" Klein frowned and said, "Do you recognize the other emblem?" To think that it was ranked as equal to a Tudor family member. Miss Bodyguard shook her head without a word. Seeing this, Klein had to give up the idea of studying it for the time being and said, "After the Tudor and Trunsost families established their respective empires, they both maintained the original style that originated from the Solomon Empire, such as inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and so on and so forth. This doesn't comply with common sense. If I were the emperor, even if I had to inherit many things, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the three empires have hidden, unchanging connections?" He guessed that Solomon, Tudor, and the Trunsost families wielded the Black Emperor, which was the lawyer pathway. Similar styles were needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard remained silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. "Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Is this a confirmation of my idea?" Klein didn't ask any more questions. With the lantern in hand, he circled the two huge iron-black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. "Let's take a look ahead," Klein suggested. Before he finished his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated towards the end of the platform, but the surrounding gloominess and coldness remained unchanged. A few meters ahead, Klein saw with the help of the lantern's glowsven large, heavy black stone doors at the base of the hall. They were lined up, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, 4 on the right, perfectly in line with the fourth epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein passed the cane to his lantern hand, tossed a coin at random, and whispered, "I should begin from the left." Ding! The copper penny tumbled down and landed on his palm, portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard silently followed until they reached the door on the far left before saying ethereally, "It's the same on the right." In other words, It didn't matter whether I did the divination. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. With a deep black background, it was a crimson half-moon that was surrounded by radiant points of light. This, Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. This is the dark sacred emblem, the symbol of the Evernite goddess. During the Fourth Epoch, the Church of Evernite had supported the Tudor dynasty. He thoughtfully placed his hand on the stone door. Screech, the black stone door slowly opened amidst rough and heavy grinding sounds. As the light from the lantern shone into the room, Klein began to see the interior, bit by bit. There was a few meters of open space at the entrance also, paved with dark stone tiles and a platform nearly a meter high. Klein cautiously moved forward, holding up the lantern to illuminate the item on the platform. A few seconds later, a fiery radiance formed the outline of a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost filled the entire room. It was an extremely beautiful lady with a hazy face. Her right hand supported her head as she laid down on the platform. She wore a layered black classical dress that wasn't overly complex. There was a circle of radiating rays at the bottom of her head. On this lady's dress, there were sparkling specks of radiance. There were pieces of bright and resplendent gems. At first glance, Klein felt as though he was seeing the night and the stars. This was outlined against a circular shape under the lady's head that resembled a full moon. This, Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess immediately ploughed its way from within. Evernite goddess. Miss Bodyguard's voice carried a rare hint of puzzlement. Be it the symbolism or the actual form, it seemed to be a sculpture of the goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape, echoing loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunn Smith about one of the differences between an evil god and a true god. The former was said to have an image that resembled that of an intelligent life form, but the latter only had sacred emblems formed by symbols. But today, at this very moment, in this ancient and bizarre underground structure, he saw a statue that looked like the Evernite goddess. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made Klein shudder. Could it be that the goddess was once an evil god? No. Maybe it's some other evil god that falls into the night domain. However, the dark sacred emblem by the door is no different from the one that is being used presently. Or perhaps having the image of an intelligent being isn't a standard method to distinguish between true gods and evil gods. After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding of the situation wasn't necessarily accurate enough. It was also possible that the Tudors were deliberately blaspheming the goddess. Yes, it could also be a way of setting up some strange ritual. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. It left him feeling puzzled, nervous, and tense. However, he also felt a strange feeling which couldn't be described. After looking around, Klein, who didn't see anything else, took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to the other doors and take a look. I wonder what the other 6 doors correspond to. Would it be equally strange and evil?" He thought gravely. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. Chapter 261. The innermost room. When he was out of the room, Klein carefully held his cane and lantern in the same hand, leaving his left hand free so that he could retrieve the contents of his pocket as quickly as possible in the event there was a sudden turn of events. Inside, there were charms, Azic's copper whistle, some tarot cards, and apart from the remaining Resego's characteristic, the all-black eye, his pocket contained all the means available to him. Klein and Miss Bodyguard had barely taken a step to the side when the light of the lantern illuminated the emblem on the door next to them. It was a simple drawing of a baby surrounded by the symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. "The sacred emblem of Earth Mother," Klein said in a solemn voice. As a former Nighthawk, one of his basic skills was being able to distinguish the symbols of other churches. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though to confirm this. Her black Gothic regal dress looked even eerier and terrifying in such an environment and atmosphere. Her pale face looked like a grieving wraith under the illumination of the lantern. If any other adventurer were to come here and see this scene, they would definitely flee while stumbling out of fear. Holding his breath, Klein reached out with his left hand, pushed open the stone door, and raised the lantern high. He found that the layout here was very similar to the one before, like a perfect fusion between a small prayer room and a giant statue. Across the empty wheat-colored stone tiles, Klein illuminated the 3 steps ahead of him with a lantern. On the platform was a white stone sculpture about 4 or 5 meters tall. It was a plump and beautiful lady, with ears of wheat growing from her feet, and she was surrounded by spring water. Her dress seemed to flutter, and embedded in it, there were different herbs and flowers, as well as the depiction of different animals. The lady's chest was raised high, and in her arms was an adorable infant in swaddling clothes. She stood there, tall and sacred. "Don't tell me that this is the statue of Earth Mother," Klein said softly with his lips curled. Miss Bodyguard didn't confirm or deny it. After checking their surroundings, the duo left the room and opened the third door nearby. Behind this door was a corridor that allowed 4 people to walk alongside each other. Ahead of them, it was dark and deep, filled with mystery and oddities. It was unknown where it led to. "Let's first confirm the situation behind the 4 doors on the right," Klein suggested. He didn't dare to rashly enter. Using her actions as an answer, Miss Bodyguard floated backward. The duo opened the 4 stone doors on the right, in succession. They separately saw the storm's sacred emblem, which was made up of the symbol of gales and stormy waves, the sacred emblem of the sun, which was surrounded by lines, the sacred emblems of the god of combat, which was made from the combination of the symbol for dusk and a sword-shaped symbol, as well as the sacred emblem of knowledge and wisdom, which was represented by an open book and an omniscient eye. In contrast, there were 4 suspected statues of deities in the room. A dignified middle-aged man in black armor, standing over churning waves, surrounded by stormy winds, with lightning flashing behind him and a trident in his hand. There was a young man in a pure white robe, holding a book of deeds in one hand and a golden sphere which resembled the sun in the other. He was handsome and spirited. There was a warrior sitting on a throne high above, holding a sword in front of him. His face was hidden behind his helmet's visor, his entire body covered with an indescribable sense of decay. There was a hooded elder holding a book and the omniscient eye, with only his mouth, wrinkles, and long white beard exposed. Apart from the guard of steam and machinery, there were 6 humanoid statues of the Orthodox guards in this strange hall. Considering the weak position of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery before the appearance of Roselle, there seemed to be some sort of explanation regarding this problem. "This is really strange," Klein exclaimed with a sigh, partially because he couldn't stop it, and partially because he was testing Miss Bodyguard's reaction. This grand hall, which was 100 meters deep, actually had 6 of the Orthodox guards collected within it. This was something unimaginable in the current era. How could the Church of the 6 true gods allow their guards to live in the same structure as the other gods? This was a custom that only existed during the 4th epoch. Also, what's with those humanoid statues? Although they look normal, unlike the sinister primordial demoness and the true creator statues, they still give off weird vibes. Just what had happened to make the images of the 6 gods evolve into abstract symbols in this day of age? No, perhaps it's been like this all this time, but the master of this place, a noble who's suspected to be a member of the Tudor family, purposely created statues of the 6 deities for some purpose. I thought of an item from a novel from my previous life, the 6 soul banner. While he waited for Miss Bodyguard's reply, Klein's mind wandered. Miss Bodyguard didn't answer his query and instead said blandly, "There's another door." That's right. Klein suddenly felt fear. In his opinion, doors placed in the center often had a special meaning, perhaps the core of this ancient building. Of course, this also meant that the situation was most likely the most dangerous. "What are your thoughts on that area?" Klein hesitated for 2 seconds and directly asked. Under the situation of not being able to use the gray fog to eliminate any interference, he felt that Miss Bodyguard's spiritual perception and spiritual instincts were more reliable than his divination means at present. After all, she was in a very special state, close to that of a spiritual body, allowing her to communicate with the spirit world without any obstruction to gain revelations. Miss Bodyguard closed her eyes and replied a few seconds later, "Very dangerous. But the danger is subdued. Once you venture deeper, don't touch anything. Subdued danger. Is this equivalent to having something sealed inside?" As Klein guessed, he and Miss Bodyguard walked to the central stone door and stepped onto the dark floor. The light of the lantern seemed to dim a little, as though it found it difficult to drive out the darkness ahead. Klein had his left hand in his pocket, holding Azic's copper whistle and a few charms. After about 30 steps, Miss Bodyguard suddenly stopped. Klein raised the lantern in his right hand and saw that the road ahead was blocked by boulders and dirt. On the left and right were two stone doors in the same shape as the ones in the main hall. The right side was ajar and filled with mud and stone. Perhaps this ancient structure was above ground back then, but for some reason it eventually sank and collapsed. Klein mumbled, "There's only one direction we can choose from." Before he could finish his words, he saw Miss Bodyguard float ahead, stick to the huge rock, fuse into it, and disappear. Klein's mouth twitched, and he began to patiently wait. After a few minutes, Miss Bodyguard came out from the mud on the right, her body completely free of dust. "It's completely collapsed," she concluded flatly. For a moment, Klein was speechless and could only smile. Following that, the two of them simultaneously looked to the left where the ajar stone door was. There was a tiny crack. Klein went closer and carefully looked through the 3-centimeter gap. His spirit vision, which had originally been blocked by the stone door, immediately discovered something. There were at least 4 bright and powerful spiritual lights inside, 2 that were close to dark gold in color and 2 that were dark blue like the sea. After using his spirit vision, a narrow scene appeared in Klein's normal vision. The firelight that entered the room illuminated the black stone tiles. On top of the tiles were piles of bones covered with rotten clothing, and a few of them emitted dark gold and dark blue light. Condensed Bayunder characteristics, mystical items. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein swept his gaze to the ends of the room. Along the dark wall stood a double door, a bloody pair of double doors. There seemed to remnants of fresh blood on the door. They continued sliding down as they reflected the light. Klein had wanted to let Miss Bodyguard scout the way ahead when he suddenly felt a change in Azic's copper whistle that he was holding in his hand. The originally cold and mild whistle suddenly became bone-piercing. It was a profound feeling of death. This. Klein narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a step back. Then he noticed that his right forearm was numb and itchy and that it was beginning to swell. A scene flashed through his mind as he immediately took out a tarot card with his left hand and slashed across his arm. What surged out from his wound wasn't blood, but tiny black squirming worms. Sizzle. When these worms fell to the ground, they eroded into smoke. They struggled and huddled, but in the end, they melted under the glow of the lanterns. After a few seconds, all the black worms in Klein's wound finally flowed out, leaving only crimson liquid. He wriggled his muscles to control the small wound and prevented the blood from flowing further. Miss Bodyguard watched this scene quietly, her pretty eyebrows creasing into a rarely seen frown. Klein was just about to speak when he discovered the coldness and deadliness of Azic's copper whistle hadn't abated. At the same time, his gaze landed on Miss Bodyguard's shadow. She never had a shadow to begin with. "Run!" Klein shouted, and immediately ran towards the hall. Miss Bodyguard quickly floated up, and the two of them saw the lantern light in front of them gradually being swallowed up by a black shadow. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran like a hurricane as fast as he could while the light around him faded away. Tap, tap, tap. The shadow grew bigger and bigger, closer and closer, thicker and thicker. The light from the flame was about to be completely engulfed, and at that moment, the door was still a few meters away. At that moment, Klein instinctively rushed forward and then rolled across the stone door. The light from the fire suddenly brightened, and the uneasiness in his heart instantly disappeared. Azic's copper whistle also returned to its mild and cold state. Miss Bodyguard floated beside him as she turned around and looked at the passageway, which had once again sunk into darkness. She said with an uncertain tone, "Evil spirit, evil spirit." Klein almost drew a deep breath when he heard that. Fortunately, as a clown, he was good at controlling his expression and reactions. In the field of mysticism, evil spirits were extremely terrifying monsters. The best of them could even be said to be on the same level as high-sequence Bayanders. An evil spirit is wandering within this ancient structure. For some reason, it's bound or imprisoned within that room. If it was an evil spirit, that explains why Mr. Azic's copper whistle responded. An evil spirit can be considered as an undead creature. Klein stood up and also looked at the path which was now submerged in darkness. He felt as if there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Chapter 262. Dream in the cold and gloomy hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's return." From the way Azic's copper whistle reacted, it's likely that the room contains a terrifying evil spirit. Its danger level is highly likely to be above that of Mariontist Resego and Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. It's been roaming these confines for centuries to thousands of years. Perhaps it's already equivalent to a high-sequence Beyonder. If it wasn't for its experiencing difficulties in letting its powers escape the room, I would already be dead. Even if Miss Bodyguard is a powerful Sequence 5, there's no hope of us turning the tides of battle with our powers combined. One needs to be aware of one's strength. I cannot be enticed by the suspected Beyonder characteristics and mystical items left in there. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently came up with a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him. Without much emotion in her eyes, she asked, "What happens next?" "Next." Klein silently gritted his teeth and said with deliberation, "Let Millet Carter get the police. Who knows when this evil spirit will escape? It's best to finish it as soon as possible." "No, that won't work. Mr. Carter doesn't know enough. By informing the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention to it. The first batch of people who come to explore this place will suffer heavy casualties, and they might even indirectly help the evil spirit escape from its restraints. Also, for me to see these statues, a detective like me might be silenced." "Ah, did you see the bones and spiritual light in the room?" Miss Bodyguard once again cast her gaze towards the dark path behind the ajar stone door and very slightly nodded her head. Klein thought quickly and said, "My guess is that these are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and one of the Beyonders left behind some mystical items. This might have had something to do with the Viscount family that lived beyond this premises. I plan to inquire about their last names, go to the library, and look for information about their descendants. Perhaps I might gain some valuable clues. After coming to a preliminary confirmation of the situation, I'll make a choice based on the severity of the situation. I might get some explosives, destroy the door, or send an anonymous letter to the police detailing the existence of the evil spirit. However, I'll have to think of a way to avoid the risk ahead of time. This isn't too urgent. I can take my time." Miss Bodyguard quietly listened to what Klein had to say. Looking ahead, she said in an ethereal voice, "Are you not considering to get people to exorcise this evil spirit? Even if there were no mystical items left behind, the remains after the evil spirit dissipates are still precious enough. It's the first time I've seen you talk so much." "Probably." Klein replied without hesitation, "The risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you. And from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't imagine any other way of finishing it other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face somewhat translucent. "You still have some sense," she commented calmly, then drifted toward the exit of the ancient hall. "Other than being suspected to be under the true creator's influence, in what way do I look like a madman?" Klein silently lampooned. He held the lantern and cane and followed behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt as if he was being watched by the cold eyes of the dark corridor. It was only when they walked out of the stone door that suffused an ancient aura did the feeling suddenly disappear. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and the creepy statues of the six deities, allowing them to continue their thousand-year-long slumber in that unchanging darkness and silence. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern in his other hand and hurried back to Millet Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had disappeared into thin air as usual. Millet Carter was pacing about in the basement. When he saw Klein exit, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had long thought of an excuse as he said with an expression of fear, "Terrible. There are a lot of snakes in there, and many spots have collapsed. I plan to gather some information, gather some manpower, and once preparations are done, do another round of exploration. During this period of time, it's best that you don't send anyone in. Believe me, there are more venomous snakes in there than you can imagine." Millet drew a gasp and asked in fear, "Will they slither out?" "Do you know any experts that can deal with the snakes?" Klein immediately nodded. "I'll get people to help and try my best to deal with this matter. It's the cold autumn now, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone to disturb them, nothing will happen." "Okay, please hurry. I'll close this door and prevent anyone from entering." Hearing that, Millet relaxed a little. When Klein saw that his employer was truly intimidated by what he said, he quickly put down the lantern, nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles, and said, "Next up, I'll gather some information. I'll first gain a preliminary understanding of the layout of the underground structure before I explore it again. That requires you to tell me which Viscount was the original owner of this house." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was an estate of a former noble, so he answered immediately, "Viscount Pound." "What do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Millet pondered and said, "Not much. I only know that he won his aristocratic title in the Battle of the Violated Oath. It once enjoyed an illustrious period, but decades later suddenly declined due to unknown reasons. The family kept losing its heirs, causing it to eventually have to seek out distant relatives to keep the aristocratic title. And the new Viscount Pound is, heh heh. He squandered most of the family's fortune, and he was demoted to baronet by the king. He's probably still in Backland and can go bankrupt at any moment. Battle of the Violated Oath. The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in 738 during the Fifth Epoch. Having successfully graduated as a history student, Klein instinctively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened about 6 centuries ago was a war involving religion. The southern Faenapata kingdom originally believed in both Earth Mother and the God of knowledge and wisdom, but due to some influencing factors, the two churches began to be at odds with each other, and their believers often clashed. During that period, its two neighbors in the north, the Lone Kingdom and the Intis Kingdom, seized the opportunity to start a war in the name of protecting freedom of religion. In the later stages of the war, the Faesac Empire joined the fray and attempted to destroy the ploy by Lone and Intis. However, they still failed to turn the situation around. The result of the war was that the border between Lone and Faenapata, as well as Intis and Faenapata, countries such as Lemberg, Massin, and Sega, gained independence. They mainly believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, leaving the Church of Earth Mother as the only religion in the Faenapata kingdom. The conflict, that lasted 5 years, was called the Battle of the Violated Oath, because both sides of the war accused their adversaries of violating the holy oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch. After that, there was more than 300 years of peace in the northern continent. This didn't mean that there was no conflict between nations, but rather there were no wars on that scale again. It lasted until Roselle invented the steam engine and improved the sailboats and artillery. This is the information recorded in the history textbooks. Thinking about it now, since it involved faith, there must have been some Bayanders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Bayander war. However, it said that that era was a period with few Bayanders. Squadron battles. Could the Pound family's sudden waning and continuous loss of heirs, which happened decades ago, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient structure underground? Klein thoughtfully asked, "Do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives?" "I'm sorry, I don't know." Millet shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. It was almost 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was as dark as the night. Klein thought that the public libraries would be closed by then, so he temporarily put aside the underground structure and prepared dinner for himself. He had wanted to learn to make Faenapata noodles based on a recipe in the newspapers, but he ended up with noodles mixed in meat, sauce, and vegetables. To his surprise, it tasted pretty good. After having had his fill, Klein tossed a coin casually, divining if he should inform the police. He received a negative answer. The Backland evening was as serene as other cities, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering through different dreams in an adrift manner when he suddenly realized, with a jolt, that he was dreaming. Someone is invading my dreams. Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in confusion. He found himself in a scorching yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky, and a huge monster dyed in black and gold flew over. The creature had a thick, lizard-like body and a pair of wide wings covered in a hide on its back. It descended and blotted out the sun in the sky. A dragon, a powerful dragon. Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gaping mouth that emitted pure light, and two dark golden vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to envelop everything. Soon, large swaths of the desert was obliterated. Amid the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 or 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of the giants. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor which seemed to be spattered with blood. This giant knight swung his broadsword upwards, and countless bluish-white flames, which appeared a little purple, condensed into long spears. They shot at the dragon. It was as if he had an entire army of illusory bayonders helping him in battle. In the midst of the meteor shower, the giant knight leaped onto the head of the dragon, and he swung his sword down. The afterimages he had created earlier instantly overlapped, and the sword rays turned into intersecting lightning. Pow! The ground shook wildly, and the dragon fell, splattering its dark gold blood. At that moment, the scene changed to a huge bloody door. It was the same bloody door that Klein had seen in the ancient structure that very afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a crack, allowing him to catch a glimpse of a black high-back chair. A man of normal height sat on the high-back chair. He had his head lowered, silent and deathly still. As his vision got closer and closer, Klein saw the man's clothes clearly. He seemed to be the knight that had just killed the dragon, and he was still wearing the black armor that was stained with blood. The only difference was that he was no longer 3 or 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His handsome, young face had terrifying signs of decay, his eyes ice-cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and awoke from his dream. Opening his eyes, he saw the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains. Chapter 263. Spiritual Perception and Attempt under the dim crimson moonlight. Klein pulled back his blanket and got up. For a seer, putting weight on dreams was a basic requirement, and the dream he just had could never be dismissed as a simple nightmare. Dressed in relatively comfortable clothes, he came before the full-body mirror and said in a low voice, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself above the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the side of the bed. He picked up the gold pocket watch and popped it open. Seeing that it was still early, he lay back down to sleep. This time, he no longer encountered the same dream as before. Sunday morning the next day, in high spirits, Klein made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with buttered bread. In the Lone Kingdom, or rather in the countries of the northern continent, it was a must for gentlemen to read the newspapers at breakfast, and Klein was no exception. He opened up the newspapers. He subscribed to Tussock Times, Backland Morning Post, and Backland Bulletin. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first examination will be held in early December, and the second examination will be held at the end of January next year. The final interview will be held 2 weeks after that. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in this exam and begin the registration process. Reporters surmise that most of it will be held in Backland. Klein scanned the contents, picked up his cup, and sipped his black tea. He couldn't help but think of Benson and thought to himself, the bill is passed at the end of September. The positions will be announced in the beginning of October, and registrations will be completed by early November. The examinations will start at the beginning of December. The timing is tight and very unreasonable. That implies how much of a rush the king and the prime minister is in to have this enacted. But that's advantageous for Benson. He prepared 2 months ahead of everyone else. Even if he can't compare to the elite graduates of the universities, he would definitely be able to beat most of his competition, and the positions the elites are aiming for wouldn't clash with his. He should be fine. Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw out a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless him." But then he remembered that Miss Bodyguard was nearby and resisted the urge. After all, he had claimed to be a believer of the god of steam and machinery. After finishing his last mouthful of bread, he continued reading the papers. Both houses have passed the National Atmospheric Pollution Council bill, allowing the government to set up such an organization. The coming month will be a critical period for the various parties to become a member of the council. An independent alkali industry public prosecutor has been approved with the goal of minimizing the pollution levels in acid and alkali factories. The fifth page doesn't have an advertisement for the purchase of goods from the Ernst firm. There's no need to consider participating in the Bayonder gathering tomorrow night. Tingen City, 2 Daffodil Street. Benson read and reread the news in the papers, forgetting the bread on his plate. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill was passed. Dressed in a long, black dress, Melissa looked at her brother, who was acting oddly. The newspapers from the past few days had been playing up the bill that would be passed this time. Benson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and exhaled slowly. Yes. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was completely silent. It even lacked the sound of knives and forks colliding with the dining plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by Bella, the maid who came out of the kitchen. Benson smiled and said, "This is foreseeable. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." Oh, Melissa's expression was unusually quiet. Benson took a bite of his bread and smiled. The news that the Backland Polytechnic of Technology will be restructured into a university. It'll formally accept students next year. It won't need tests on grammar and classical literature, but will instead focus on the technical aspects. It's very suitable for graduates and students of technical schools everywhere. Melissa, I think you can try. But, Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. Its tuition will be half as cheap as the Tingen, Perth, K-Boy and Backland and the other universities. It's equivalent to the Constant Industry University in Midseashire, and there will be even more opportunities for scholarships. Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and this stuff? This is the best opportunity for you to have access to much advanced and deeper knowledge. Give it a try, how about it? Don't worry about wasting money. Although that money can allow us to maintain our present lives without working, we're still young. We must not define our lives like this. As you can see, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. It might be better if we change environments. I know you can't bear to part with Tingen and this place. Well, we'll come back eventually, but not when we're young. Melissa looked at the various components on the coffee table as her lips moved a few times, and she said, "What about Bella?" After Klein's death, she didn't want to hire any more maidservants, but when she thought of how tragic Bella's life would be after she lost her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, the extra expense of 5 soldi a week was already nothing to the Morty family, which had an annuity of at least £300. To this, Benson shook his head and laughed. There are still a few more months before that happens. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and provide her with a bedroom. Furthermore, her cooking skills are much better than before, so she can apply to be a chef at someone's home. It's a pity. Heh heh. Of course, everything depends on the premise that you can pass the entrance exams at Backland's University of Technology. He had wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have much time to learn how to cook, but after looking at Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Before Melissa could say anything, Benson smiled and touched his hair. "I'm planning on resigning tomorrow and will focus on preparing for the exam. Most of the positions are said to be in Backland. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together." Melissa was silent for a moment before she slowly nodded her head. At the same time, she put down her fork and knife, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "All right." Benson watched his sister leave the dining table, and the smile that had been plastered over his face rapidly vanished. He took out the silver pocket watch with the vine-leaf patterns, took a close look at it, and sighed very quietly. During the whole of Sunday, Klein busied himself with the public libraries in the Sherwood borough in search of information related to Viscount Pound. But the Viscount's family didn't have a single biography, nor did it arouse the interest of any historian to conduct a special study. They were scattered across the annals of history, and Klein, who had no search function to use, felt a throbbing pain in his head as he faced the vast collection of books and essays. He spent 6 hours browsing through a lot of information, but failed to find any useful information. I have to find someone who has a deep knowledge of the history of the nobility, or I have to bribe someone in the police department to get the address of Baronet Pound. He's an aristocrat, and the police department must have a corresponding record, and there aren't many aristocrats. When Klein got home, he stood in front of the mirror and talked to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's Gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Klein. She then suddenly spoke out in a dreamy voice. "The employment period is over." "I know, the 3 days are up." Klein thought for a moment and asked, If I can obtain some clues about the Pound family, would you like to know? Miss Bodyguard didn't answer but gave a slight nod. Through Marek? Klein asked. After nodding her head again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted up her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and the reflection in the mirror was no longer anything special. Klein looked around and didn't relax as a result of that. He proceeded systematically to prepare dinner and fill his stomach. He waited until it was late in the night before returning to his bedroom and drew back the curtains. Then he took out the iron cigar case and reached out to touch Rosego's all-black eye. A series of illusory roars immediately rampaged through his mind, seeming to tear apart his mind and destroy his thoughts. With great difficulty, Klein resisted the pain which was making his head explode. Once again, he saw the black threads spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed and illusory, reaching out endlessly. He quickly released his grip to escape from the negative influence. After nearly a minute, everything returned to normal. Phew, I can finally go up to the grey fog and verify the spiritual perception I had before. Klein silently said to himself as he quickly set up the ritual, summoned himself, and responded to himself. Then, in his spirit form, he carried Azik's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigar case, and returned above the grey fog. Klein sat at seat of honor at the ancient long table, using his fingers to create spiritual flames and burning the blood-stained documents in the corner and any other items that were no longer needed. When he was done, he opened the iron cigar case and was surprised to find that the all-black eye had become silent, no longer showing any signs of madness. But that corruptive influence was still settling within. It just wasn't active, as if it was in hibernation. As expected, it's impossible to separate them directly, Klein muttered. Following that, on the other side of the ancient table, a man in a hooded robe appeared. Just like his previous attempt to create a clone, this man was stiff and lifeless. It was obvious that he wasn't someone real at a glance. There was no way he could deceive the members of the Tarot Club. However, Klein already had an idea regarding this. He extended his hand and held the all-black eye. There was silence in his ears, and there were no longer any terrifying howls. Using the amassed Bayunder characteristic, he could see that there were also black threads floating out from the fake body opposite him. Soon after, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye, touching a few of the illusory threads. All of a sudden, he felt like he was holding on to something. With a thought from him, the fake person raised his hand. It worked. I can use the ability of the marionetist to create a fake tarot club member. However, this is draining on me. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can see it. Klein happily practiced, over and over again, even learning how to manipulate his clone's throat and mouth to let him speak. When his spirituality was almost exhausted, he smiled and said to the fake person in front of him, "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card do you wish to draw?" After saying that, he closed his mouth. The fake person opposite him lifted his hand to stroke his chin as he laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card, the world." Chapter 264. A five-person gathering. If the Fool signified the beginning of the Tarot Club, then the world signified the end, a perfect ending of a cycle and sublimation. Klein had named his Smurf the world, because he hoped that it would lead to a beautiful beginning and end. In the future, I'll be able to make the world make requests or do things that wouldn't be convenient for me. This will greatly reduce the possibility that my image as Mr. Fool will collapse. With an alt, Noah Smurf truly is what makes life complete. Klein sighed in relief and waved the world away. Following that, he spread out his spirituality, wrapped himself, and stimulated a descent into the grey fog and returned to the real world. He had left Rosego's all-black eye above the grey fog. After all, he couldn't usually use the item anyway, and he had to constantly worry about having it discovered by others or losing it. After putting away the summoning ritual materials, Klein looked up towards the crimson moonlight that passed through the curtains, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. When it came to understanding the aristocracy, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99 of the people of Lone. And with his Smurf, the world, he could directly ask her about the Pound family without worrying about affecting his image as the Fool. Of course, this had to be done in a more tactful manner. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also looking for information on the Pound family. and only with enough information would he be able to perform a divination above the grey fog. Phew, Klein thought hard for a while before he relaxed and fell asleep. After entering the grey fog, it was as though the remnants of the evil spirit's aura had completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because of the thin fog outside. He continued as planned, heading to the rest of the public libraries in Backland, but he no longer queried the librarians, nor did he mention the Pound family. He only leafed through the materials concerning the nobility by himself. At 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the grey fog ahead of time. Inside the vast and ancient palace, he sat down at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured the fake world on the opposite side of the mottled bronze table as he familiarized himself with operating the world. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, sending a message to the crimson star that symbolized the sun to prepare for the gathering. While he waited, he played with the all-black eye and fitted it with a silver chain. Then he wound it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, rays of light shot out from the palace that resembled a giant's residence. Justice, the hanged man, and the sun each projected a blurry silhouette dyed in crimson. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the Tarot Club when her gaze suddenly fell upon the figure seated at the very end. It was a stranger wearing a hooded black robe. He was also illusory and hazy. "This is—" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with both puzzlement and delight. "Has the Tarot Club grown bigger again? Is it Fours or Zio? No, the height doesn't match. Is it someone else?" While Audrey was deep in thought, Klein leisurely leaned back and said, "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through his grey, fog-augmented spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of the sun's astral projection had become a little purer, but it had yet to reach the standards of Sequence 8. His initial judgment was that the sun had completely digested the barred potion. "Hello," Audrey greeted politely, curiously scrutinizing the new member. She quickly read some of the corresponding details through the hazy fog. "Mr. World is a person who is reserved. He seldom moves and always wears a straight face. I wonder where he's from. Lone, Inties, or a place as mysterious as the City of Silver." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. After so many gatherings, she had deduced one thing from the fact that the sun couldn't engage in their conversations. That was, that he was most likely not speaking the lone language, and that the information that he heard was most likely translated by Mr. Fool. After the hanged man, Alger, and the son, Derek, greeted the world respectively, to which the newcomer gave a rather cold response, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The two candidates you have nominated are still under examination. I'll give you a simple task. You can entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be this strict." Not only was Audrey not disappointed, she even felt that it was only necessary. The members of the Tarot Club must be strictly selected. Not just anyone can become one. She thought proudly before adding in a somewhat guilty tone, "And for me to be pulled in by Mr. Fool at the very beginning shows that I was lucky, and luck is a unique quality as well." "All right, please issue the mission." Audrey gave an affirmative answer. Klein stretched out his right hand and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Lanevus and his dressing. "Investigate the man in the painting. He's in Backland." Klein had the portrait appear in front of Miss Justice. Audrey looked over and saw a young man with neatly combed black hair and round glasses. He had a full forehead. It was a colored oil painting, with taunting brown eyes that seemed abnormally protruded, and at the bottom were the words, formerly known alias, Lanevus, and other information. It's a simple mission, which means that the target isn't strong. However, there must be something special about him that makes Mr. Fool aware of his existence. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper purpose behind it. For someone as powerful as him, it shouldn't just be a test. Audrey momentarily allowed her to throng her mind. Only after a few seconds did she say, "I'll entrust it to them." The two ladies seemed to have many connections in Backland which would serve to help in finding Lanevus. After confirming the matters pertaining to his revenge, Klein fell silent, and he deliberately allowed his smurf to take center stage. The world surveyed the area and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Mr. Fool told me that I can issue missions and gather ingredients here. Is that so?" "Yes," Audrey elegantly nodded and said. "However, you need to wait patiently. What's going to happen next is Mr. Fool's reading time." I completed my mission to assassinate Inti's ambassador Backerland, but I didn't even mention it to occupy this period of time. She thought, raising her chin slightly. Miss Justice, you really have a great sense of mastership. I'll have to pay the price of knowledge later so that the assassination of Backerland can truly come to an end. Klein looked away, amused, and looked over at the hanged man. Alger Wilson didn't speak blindly because of the appearance of a new member. He remained silent and observed in secret. At this moment, when he saw Mr. Fool looking at him, he quickly and humbly bowed and said, "This time there are still 6 pages. The final page will be given to you next time." "Sure," Klein nodded. The hanged man quickly focused his mind, recalled the contents, and expressed them with his mind. He quickly finished, writing 6 pages of the diary, and saw them suddenly vanish and appear in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and swept through the contents of the first page. 9th February. I have a 3rd child. I named him Bornova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were just low-sequence Bayanders back then. She is free to choose the path she wants to take. My eldest son, Seal, is the most unfortunate. He inherited a minute amount of Bayander characteristics, but he has to follow my path. Perhaps he could make changes at sequence 4, but attaining high sequences are never easy. My second son, Bornova, is in a better situation than Seal, but still worse than his sister. I have his characteristics equivalent to a sequence 5 Bayander. This has reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest my potion even faster, accelerating my advancement. And when he was just born, he was already showing various traits of an astromancer. Zaratul came to congratulate me in secret and praised Bornova as a lovely angel. I asked this master of divination what he would accomplish in the future. He only smiled and didn't answer me. When I asked him about Seal's future, he finally said that death is an inevitable ending, but that might be a good thing. Seriously, a seer's words are always so vague that it makes one want to pry their mouths open. When I finally asked about Bernadette's future, he suddenly became very serious. He said she would hate me, detest me, turn her back on me, and she would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes, you really shouldn't ask about the result of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable and kind Bernadette, who cares for her brother, adores her father, and pampers her mother, would hate me and betray me. Why would that happen? What excessive act did I do? Maybe she'll have someone she loves, but I'm not satisfied with. Some punk that I'll end up killing. No, Zaratul isn't a soothsayer, and the divination he receives might be wrong. Forget it, Roselle. I think I smell the scent of some contrived family melodrama. After reading the first page of the diary, Klein couldn't help but lampoon silently. At the same time, he naturally recalled what Zaratul had told him about the future of Bernadette, an important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of the Bayanders? What level would someone be deemed an important figure? Klein turned the pages thoughtfully. 22nd May. Florin of the Sauron family actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is simply unacceptable. I swear that I'll one day make him pay the price for his arrogance today. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering over. Chapter 265. Cards of Blasphemy. Florin said that the history of the Sauron family exceeds 2,000 years, making it longer than even the Church of the God of Craftsmanship's history. They witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness, in the fourth epoch, and they have survived until this very day. Other than the Augustus family of Lone, the Einhorn family of Fasak, and the Castia family of Fainapotter, the other powerful families that have been deemed their equal, such as the Antigonus family and the Zaratul family, have been relegated as vestiges of history, or have turned to nothing but rats in the sewers, hiding from the public as shady existences. He said that making me his subordinatia subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family is a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to FK all 8 generations of his ancestors. However, for the Sauron family to have a history exceeding 2,000 years is indeed surprising. The fourth epoch is known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the 7 orthodox deities of the present times, or Death, primordial demoness, dark side of the universe, and the true creator, they all remained active in the real world. Legend had it that they frequently did miracles. For the Sauron family to last to this day and enjoy its current high standing, it's definitely not an easy matter. Their long history has given them far more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps even extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. They are truly a colossus that stands tall above the earth, one that people can't look straight at. Upon reading this, Klein had a lot of ideas. For Roselle to be able to overthrow the rule of the Sauron family, he must have experienced a horrifying and heart-stirring struggle. Even if the Sauron family didn't have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they definitely had no lack of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, adding to the possibility of having high-sequence Beyonders, even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supported Roselle. It's unlikely that any good outcome might come out of it. Could it be that, before all of that happened, the Sauron family was already beginning to wane and weaken, and the Inti's revolution was just an external manifestation of this state? What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose sealed artifacts? Did the high-sequence Beyonders die? Did that attract the attention of many ambitious people? Hmm. Judging from this diary, the Augustus family of Lone is no stranger to the Antigonus and Zaratol families. Internally, they should have corresponding records. The son had previously mentioned that the City of Silver has endured for more than 25 years in the Dark Ages. According to my initial judgment, that's the date of the cataclysm. In the past 200 years, the Sauron family claimed to have a history spanning more than 2,000 years. I wonder if it will extend to the point before the City of Silver. I'll try to find an opportunity to mention the Sauron clan and see the son's reaction. If the son still has a look of stupefaction, it would indirectly mean that the Sauron family only rose up after the cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the cataclysm to become nobles in the fourth epoch and royalty in the fifth epoch. Well, even if the son doesn't know, it doesn't prove it completely. Perhaps he didn't learn his history well, and Klein turned to the third page. He found that the content should have been written in the early days of Roselle's appointment as consul of the Intis Republic. From the diary entries on this page, it can be seen that Roselle had developed and promulgated a new civil code which encouraged inventions, protected trade, and the incubation of the Industrial Revolution. It wasn't him merely satisfying his own warped humor of acting as this world's Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. What he did allowed him to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The Eternal Blazing Sun was also the guard of deeds, the guardian of businesses. The closer to the times the civil code was, and the more prosperous trade was, made it more in line with the needs of the church. Judging from this part of the diary, the relationship between Roselle and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. When he brazenly claimed the title of emperor more than 10 years later and called himself Caesar, it's likely that he obtained the simultaneous endorsement of the two churches. Otherwise, it would have been too risky. Then, what resulted in his assassination? Klein cast his gaze at the fourth page in puzzlement. 11th August. That retard Florin is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising member of the Sauron family generation to become a high-sequence Beyonder, because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there any necessary connection? I looked him up and down, left and right, but I couldn't find any sign of talent. Moreover, in the field of Beyonders, is talent important? Well, figuring out the essence to acting can be a core element of talent, but that's not necessary, as long as one knows the acting method, and not be stupid enough to misunderstand the meaning or avoid doing things that easily result in a loss of control. Then one has a chance to completely digest the potions, which is to say, just a bit more time and effort needs to be spent. In one's lifetime, it's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the difficulty of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Was Florin's great-great-grandfather a high-sequence Beyonder? Does looking like him imply talent? It can be seen that at the time of writing this diary entry, Roselle was still very young, and that he wasn't aware of the two laws of Beyonder characteristics: indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could probably understand the hidden meaning behind Florin Sauron's words. A high-sequence Beyonder's Beyonder characteristic remains contained a spirit mark. This was also one of the reasons why it was easy for people to lose control when concocting potions with this ingredient. and people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of success were higher than the average person, so they were considered gifted. How holy artifacts recognized their masters probably shared the same conditions. This achieves the same goal via different approaches as the acting method, but it can't be popularized. Once the advancement is successful, one would still have to do the acting method required of the potion to completely digest its characteristics. While in deep thought, Klein glanced at the two diary entries at the back of the page and discovered how much Emperor Roselle enjoyed the liberalness in inties. But he was worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With the paper making some noise, Klein placed the fifth page at the top. 20th April. I participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering once again. Those members still leave me shaking. It's hard to believe that they're actually all members of this organization. This time, I learned some of the ancient organization's philosophy. They believe that people will always lose some of their individuality bit by bit until they sleep. Hence, by trying hard to observe and remember oneself, one can use the various types of information to achieve the purification needed to face the final end of days. They've kept and passed down secrets for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable and that doomsday cannot be avoided. They believe in the original creator and believe that he is not truly dead. When dusk comes and everything ends, he will wake up from his slumber and let everything return to him. He will create a new world, a new history. All of the actions from this organization stem from this belief. It can be said that they show great animosity to the true creator. They aren't stingy with their descriptions to describe him as fallen and evil. They wield the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they only allow members to choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already Beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these pathways? I'll first jot it down and analyze it in the future. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha, I have to change my habits of calling these sequence pathways in the future. Using those names in that ancient organization makes me appear quite uneducated. This is very similar to what I've analyzed from my hostile relations and from Mr. A's request, with it being very similar to how the Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret's suppliant pathways can be exchanged at Sequence 4. Is Manipulator a high sequence of the Spectator pathway? Why do many secret organizations declare that the apocalypse would definitely befall us one day? For example, the Demoness sect, this ancient organization, and they themselves do not rely on this to proselytize. Is it a requirement for brainwashing, or would there really be a so-called dusk? Klein thought of many things, but due to a lack of information, he was unable to come to a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently lampoon Roselle. Can't you just write down the name of that organization? Resisting the changes in his expression and body movements, Klein turned to the last page, which had relatively little content, and read, 1st Jan, a beginning of a new year. I happen to finish my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secret of the 22 paths of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them across the world. If things fail, they'll be the best insurance that my children can fall back onto. Ha! I'll disrupt the order they wish to have and spread the profound mysteries of the divine. These cards of blasphemy will possess characteristics of being anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Apart from the ones I'm giving my children, the fated ones will receive it. I'm a person who makes sure to square accounts when it comes to grudges, and after I die, who cares if floods deluge the heavens? Oh, I didn't create that sentence. In short, the more chaotic the world is, the better it is. I have to consider how to name the cards of blasphemy that will form a set. The Paths of the Divine, number 22. The Major Arcana Tarot cards also have 22 cards. They can match quite well, but there are a few that don't meet the requirements. I need to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest insurance. I don't know if they'll support me, or the manner in which they'll support me in. I still remember the shock when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So it turns out that the Bay Under pathways are paths of the divine. It really is true that the blasphemy slate is blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway sequence 1, there is still a sequence 0, and there's a corresponding potion and ritual. Each pathway can only have one sequence 0, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. For example, Sequence 0, Sun, Chapter 266, the world's commission Sequence 0, there's still a Sequence 0 above Sequence 1. Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true God. There can only be one Sequence 0 per pathway. Is this the true meaning of the paths of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, does a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Bayanda characteristic, an ordinary person can become a god one step at a time. This is truly blasphemous. Could the main ingredients of the final potion be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The information on the diary's last page was filled with so much information that Klein almost couldn't think. He almost made additional body movements. The 22 paths of the divine correspond to the 22 sequence zeros. Sequence 0, sun, does sound very powerful. Perhaps there's a sequence 0, death. I wonder what the names corresponding to the goddess and the lord of the storms are. According to Emperor Rosel's description, some of these cards are identical to the major arcana tarot cards, but some of them are different. The cards of blasphemy he created were standardized with the names of the potions. These can no longer be called potions. Could the reason that the Emperor regretted not choosing the seer, apprentice, marauder pathways be because their corresponding sequence, zeros, have yet to appear? Then, what was the reason for the sudden personification of the hidden sage who was symbolically a deity? What was Roselle plotting in the end? It feels like he became the enemy of everyone in the world, and that only seems possible if it was set into motion by that mysterious and ancient organization. The primordial demoness is the name of Sequence 0 for the demoness pathway. Klein gradually found his train of thought, and he restrained the turmoil that was going through his mind. He knew that he couldn't lose himself in this matter. He had to recover as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Justice and the Hanged Man would discover something amiss and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been reading that page too long. I really want to obtain one of the cards of blasphemy that Emperor Roselle created. I want to know what else there is other than the godhood-providing potion formulas and the corresponding rituals. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his hands. He rapped the corner of the bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, well done. You finished Backerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Backerland is dead. That fast. Alger had left the islands in the past few days and hadn't received the appropriate information. He was astonished for a moment, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing him, feel delighted. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, the city of generosity, Bayam, he might not have been informed in a timely fashion. After all, cable telegraph could only transmit limited information. Unless it was particularly urgent or important, there was always a delay of a few days. Sometimes, it would even take the colonists of the Rorsted Archipelago a month or two to get an update on the latest situation in the northern continent. Restraining his thoughts, the Hanged Man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick fog and respectfully said with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I just managed to contact someone and couldn't help. This is a commission, not a help request. Don't worry about it." Klein chuckled. He turned his gaze back to Miss Justice, waiting for her to say what she wanted in return. "May the goddess bless me. Please don't let Miss Justice's request be too difficult. It's best if I can repay her with knowledge. I've learned quite a lot of amazing things from Roselle's diary." Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he was very clear that with the grey fog separating them, the Evernite goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey's eyes darted around as she thought for a few seconds. "Be honest and not greedy, Audrey, and stick to your principles." She gave a faint smile and said, "No, I'm actually the one still owing you. No, I owe your bless the bounty. Vice Admiral Kalangos' bounty was worth a total of 30 pounds. I should give your blessed 15 pounds. Killing Backerland cost 10 pounds, so I still need to pay an additional 5,000 pounds. However, due to the matter with Backerland, my finances are recently quite tight. I can only pay this bounty in a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" After she finished speaking, Audrey quietly exhaled. She felt that the little stone pressing against her heart was finally gone. Although discussing money and calculating the payment in front of Mr. Fool feels somewhat inappropriate, I can't hide the rewards I received from his blessed. Audrey sighed silently. As for the huge plantation worth more than £8,000, it was a private form of gratitude from Duke Negan and not a bounty. £5,000. I can get another £5,000. Kilangos's total bounty actually reached £30,000. Klein was startled. Immediately, he fell into an intense mental struggle. I'm supposed to pay this bounty to Mr. Azek, but I won't be able to get in touch with him for a long time. Putting the money aside would be a waste. I might as well use this money to enhance myself. When the time comes, I'll repay him by providing help. Klein made up his mind 3 seconds later as he lightly nodded at Miss Justice. Sure. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey's graceful seating posture remained the same, but her heart was completely relaxed. At that moment, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell silent. Then he manipulated his smurf secretly from a commandeering position. The world coughed and said, "Can I speak now?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that he didn't say a thing, she nodded slightly and said, "Sure." At the same time, she once again did a read on the new member, the world, and made a judgment. When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Backerland was a result of my commissioning, he didn't show any shock or surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of the matter, not understanding the importance of an ambassador, or he's someone who can keep his calm and is good at hiding his emotions and bodily movements. The way he mouths his words doesn't match what he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool as well, which makes it impossible for me to get his original vocal tics or know what language he usually uses. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind before Mr. World's hoarse voice sounded. I wish to obtain the true root of a mistrint, at least 60 milliliters of its juice, as well as the spring of the elves' marrow crystals and the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Which one of you can provide it, or provide any relevant clues? What do you wish to exchange them for? Klein added the Bayonder ingredient needed by the apothecary to his commission, so that the Tarot Club members wouldn't be able to guess the main ingredients of the formula he wanted. Before Justice and the Hanged Man could react, the son who had been silent the entire time finally opened his mouth and said, "I know where Miss Treents are, and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I must wait until I finish my advancement and have sufficient strength to join the corresponding patrol team." Recently, he had been accumulating merit points and rewards. He was working hard to obtain the main ingredients for the light supplement through the City of Silver's officials and private markets. He was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the dangerous City of Silver with its numerous monsters, Klein silently commented in admiration, allowing the world to ask, "Then what do you wish to receive in exchange?" Without hesitation, Derek replied, "A weapon that suits me and can increase my combat strength." The reason why he didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for light supplement was because City of Silver had them all. They could be obtained through his own hard work. Upon hearing this request, Klein immediately thought of the inscribed steel sword that had appeared at the Bayonder gathering organized by the elderly gentleman, Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough, had the effect of exorcism and purification, and could be used for 3 years. It was valued at £500, perfectly matching the son's described requirements. Why didn't you say so earlier? It has already been bought by someone else. Klein silently stared at the members, while the world nodded and said, "I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. Is this transaction to be witnessed by Mr. Fool?" Klein nodded slightly to express his agreement. At that moment, Audrey shot a glance at the son and warned him. Apart from the Miss Treent's juice, Mr. World's requested ingredients correspond to a sequence 7. The rough price is about 500 minus £700. She felt that the son was too naive and was worried that he would be cheated by the unreadable Mr. World with cheap weapons. Although Mr. Fool is impartial and advocates fair, equal exchange, it's not his place to stop it if both sides agree. After all, some items are of low value, but there are people who are in urgent need, so adding a premium to the price is very normal, Audrey thought to herself. A Sequence 7 formula is about £800, Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein translated with great difficulty, for he didn't know what the currency unit of the pound corresponded to in the City of Silver, and could only use a Series 9 potion formula as a unit. "I understand." Derek slightly nodded, and then quietly added, "Thank you." The world maintained his silent and staid temperament and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to Justice and the Hanged Man waiting for their response. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, "Potion formula for psychiatrist and their corresponding Bayonder ingredients." Ah, that's sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. You can gather the information first, and there's no rush to purchase them. Once I have clues regarding the dark-patterned Black Panther and Spring of the Elves Merrow crystals, we can proceed. Ah, if you are willing to exchange it for gold pounds, you can buy it at any time. Although I'm out of money recently, I can still raise quite a bit if it's urgent. Audrey comforted herself. Alger said in a deep voice, "Potion formula of the sailor, pathway sequence 6 wind blast. This will be more expensive than the Bayonder ingredients that you want combined. If you find it, you can think of the additional payment needed to make up for the difference. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you gather those ingredients. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to expend any resources ahead of time. Mr. Hanged Man should have a close relationship with the Church of Storms. He should be able to get the wind-blessed formula normally right. Is he trying to hide the fact that he's digesting the Seafarer potion quickly?" Klein was startled. "All right," the world answered in a low voice and then said, "I have another request." Chapter 267. Singing to the same tune, the world looked around and said, "I want to get information about all the abject nobles in the Lone Kingdom, including their current addresses. The more details, the better." He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound, since Detective Sherlock Moriarty was currently handling an investigation regarding an underground structure that involved the Pound family. Klein didn't want justice to figure out the world's identity through this connection. "I can't ignore any details," he emphasized to himself. Audrey stared blankly upon hearing that. She once again examined the member at the end of the long bronze table and probed, "What do you want to do?" The world laughed with a hoarse voice. "That's not something you need to worry about. I'm only searching for some things. I won't do them any harm. I can swear on this point and allow Mr. Fool to bear witness. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his sequence the nemesis of a spectator or telepathist?" Audrey thoughtfully nodded and said, "I know some information about abject aristocrats, but it's not sufficiently detailed, concrete, or comprehensive. I need some time to gather all of it. It'll take 3 or 4 days. Is that okay?" As a noble, it was compulsory to have some knowledge about people in the same class. Audrey would always hear interesting stories when she attended various balls, banquets, and saloons, but they would all be fragmented and could hardly be considered a comprehensive body of knowledge. After all, she wasn't an expert in this field, and she still needed to fill in the details by flipping through books, asking around, and checking references to not miss any abject nobles. "No problem." The world laughed deeply. "Then what payment would you like in return?" "The things I can pay you with right now are some secret history from the fourth epoch, knowledge of some Bayonder pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly, I don't think that information concerning abject nobles is worth sequence 7 or 8 potions. Heh, if you have any other requests, I can attempt to complete them. It's not of equal value to sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas, which means I'm unable to make a corresponding request for the psychiatrist formula." Audrey began to ponder seriously. During this process, she sneaked a glance at Mr. Fool, hoping for a hint, only to discover that Mr. Fool was shrouded in the grey fog and had no reaction whatsoever. He was like a guard staring at the land beneath him. "All right," Audrey finally made a decision and smiled. "I want to hear about knowledge regarding other Bayonder pathways, but this is on the premise that I'm not aware of them. Dear Mr. Fool, can you be the judge for this?" "Yes," Klein answered calmly. "Then let's have a private conversation." Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein rapped the table, isolating the sun and the Hanged Man from hearing or seeing the exchange. He deliberately nodded to his smurf, indicating that they could begin their private conversation. The world looked at Miss Justice and spoke with his usual hoarse voice. "Do you know anything about the Demoness sect?" Audrey recalled the information she paid the Hanged Man Alger £1,000 for and answered briefly with caution. "I know what they believe in and what era they began from, as well as the Bayonder pathways they control and the inclination of their upper echelons." The world laughed hoarsely and said, "I understand. You don't know much. The Demoness sect controls the assassin pathway. The sequence 8 is instigator." "That's what I know," Audrey said, partially to inform the world and partially to show her anticipation. The world raised his hand and stroked his chin before saying, "Then, do you know the corresponding sequence 7? Audrey shook her head slightly. "I'll be very happy to hear it from you." "The assassin pathway sequence 7 is called Witch," the world said simply. "Witch?" Audrey jumped in fright at this word. She naturally made the corresponding connections in her mind. Then, if a man consumes this potion, how is he supposed to act? Wearing beautiful dresses and putting on exquisite makeup, imitating a lady's every move. She was a little disgusted, yet strangely amused as the thought came to her. No, Miss Justice. When a man consumes this potion, he will no longer be considered a male. He will become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to chortle as he controlled the world's response. "Goddess, the witch potion can change a person's sex," Audrey blurted out. This is really unbelievable. Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means it's true. This is simply a miracle. This is the mysterious Beyonder world. This is a world filled with all sorts of inexplicable things. This is the world I long for. Why am I feeling a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool and made a tiny confession that she had actually chanted the name of the Evernite goddess in front of him. The world said in a low, hoarse voice, "Yes, but it can only make men become women. Women will accordingly have their charms enhanced. Whether it's their appearance or skin condition, they will become significantly improved on the basis of their original looks. This is the reason why the upper echelons of the demoness sect are all women." "Then, what flaws does it have?" Audrey suddenly felt her interest was aroused. The world answered in an unhurried manner. "The requirement for their acting is to become evil doers who bring about calamity, disease, and pain." Audrey exhaled slightly and felt a little disappointed. Her mind whirled quickly, and she immediately had a new question. If, and I'm saying if an animal consumes the witch formula without dying or losing control, would the enhancement of its charms be more suited to human tastes or focused on charms for its own species? For example, a female cat which makes all male cats and all cat lovers become fanatical towards it. The world was momentarily unsure how to respond. After a few seconds he said, "I've never studied such matters." Before Audrey could ask further, he added, "The corresponding sequence 6 for the witch pathway is pleasure, or the demoness of pleasure. The requirement for acting is to bring pleasure to both men and women, mainly in that aspect, as well as controlling or influencing them. The demonesses of this sequence are very good at using special spider silk." Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth, then she silently closed it again, deeply regretting her pinings from before. "By knowing such information, it will allow you to effectively identify demonesses." "Heh heh, are you pleased with this payment?" the world asked. Audrey nodded gently and said, "It helps me a lot. The deal is completed. I will help you gather information on the abject nobles as soon as possible." "Shall I give it to you the next time we meet?" The world thought for a moment and asked, "Can it be faster?" "Then I'll offer the information I gathered to Mr. Fool and request that he bestow them to you." "Mr. Fool, is that okay?" Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick grey fog, Klein nodded his head in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world to whisper. He detected the different way she said the word. Noticing the world's astonishment, the corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes rolling upwards, as she intentionally didn't make any explanation. Klein rapped the long bronze table, indicating the end of the private exchange. Then he once again manipulated the world to say, "I have one more problem. This newcomer has indeed accumulated a lot of requests." Audrey looked over, unsurprised. Alger and Derek both indicated they were listening through their body language. The world said hoarsely, "I want to know if there are any more high-sequence Beyonders in the Sauron family in Intis." While the world spoke, Klein looked at the sun through the corners of his eye and saw that the youth didn't have any additional reaction. From the looks of it, the City of Silver doesn't have records of the Sauron family. This family most likely made an uprising after the cataclysm. Klein looked around thoughtfully and discovered Justice and the Hanged Man looking at each other, obviously unaware of the answer. The sun was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus he lightly tapped the table again and said, "Let me answer this question. What can you pay for it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled the world to say, "A formula, a sequence 7 formula." "Okay, deal." Klein created an environment for a private exchange as he silently stared at his smurf for a few seconds. Audrey and Alger, who were blocked, once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were both curious about the answer, but they also felt that it was of no use to them. It wasn't worth it to spend a sequence 7 potion formula in exchange for that. After the private exchange, Klein deliberately made the world bow and say in a hoarse voice, "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It was very helpful to me. This is an equivalent exchange. There's no need to thank me." Klein endured the goosebumps that suddenly surfaced on his skin as he answered indifferently. The open communication that followed lasted less than 10 minutes. Then he announced the end of Tarot gathering before severing the connections with the Crimson Stars. After the figures of Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun dissipated into streams of light, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a smurf, a lot of things are really much more convenient. Unfortunately, the all-black eye cannot be used outside the grey fog. What a pity. As he thought that, he controlled the world to stand up and bow, then he let it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert some of his attention in order to control his smurf, Klein had expended a great deal of his spirituality. He didn't continue staying in that space, and after retrieving the all-black eye and placing it behind the bronze table, he immediately returned to the real world. At that moment, there was a rare case of backland sunshine, seen in autumn or winter behind the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't have the time to take in this view. He slept for half an hour to recover some of his energy. After waking up, due to having gained Miss Justice's promise and the fact that it wasn't urgent, he had no plans on searching for information at the library, and instead decided to head to one of the many cemetery sites on the outskirts of Backland before nightfall. Klein was going to test the influence of Azic's copper whistle to understand its scope and limitations. Of course, the experiment would only be carried out after dark. The reason why he was heading out now was that it would be very strange and very eye-catching to hire a carriage to visit a cemetery in the evening. Chapter 268. The Cemetery and the Hospital. When the steam metro arrived at the southern bank of the Tussock River, Klein rented a carriage and headed to the Astan Cemetery on the outskirts of the South Borough, which was managed by the Church of the Guard of Steam and Machinery. Under the darkness of dusk, the trees around the cemetery seemed to bare their fangs and brandish their claws, blocking out the light like monsters lurking in the darkness. After the carriage driver took the 4 solely Klein paid, he looked at the cemetery and muttered, "Do you need me to wait here for you?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein came up with an excuse, and he immediately noticed the change in the driver's face. This is a cemetery, to visit a friend with the sky already dark. The driver could hear his own heart thumping. Klein jolted to his senses, smiled, and added, "He's the tomb keeper here." The carriage driver was immediately relieved, but he didn't dare stay. He quickly drove the horses and left. Klein circled the graveyard until the night truly set in. After dark, the smoke and dust emissions decreased by a lot. In addition to the biting cold wind, the fog in the air thinned a lot. Although few stars could be seen, the crimson moon made a furtive appearance, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing out the crimson moon. Then he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the iron fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around with a high degree of caution, randomly found a secluded corner, took out Azic's copper whistle, and held it in his hand. Not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photograph on it was dirty, and the epitaph appeared extremely blurry in the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before figuring out what they were. "Friend, if you're passing by, help me up. Thanks, a very humorous gentleman. I choose you." Klein stopped, leaned back against the trees that sheltered the grave from the sun and rain, and waited patiently in the cold, chilly night. He threw Azic's copper whistle up before catching it firmly, repeating it several times to pass the time, until 20 minutes later. No signs of the dead coming back to life. Klein clicked his pocket watch shut, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed the results. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Azic's copper whistle won't be able to affect corpses that have been laid to rest through a priest's ritual." Klein silently muttered to himself, and he put the ancient and exquisite copper whistle back into his pocket. There were 3 kinds of burials in the Lone Kingdom. The first type had coffins and corpses, suitable for the middle and upper classes living in abundance. The second type was the ones without corpses, so a cremation was held. The remaining ashes were placed in urns. This was the choice of the lower middle class and technical workers who could pay for the cremation but found coffins to be too wasteful. But there were also times when religious and governmental factors had an impact, such as the believers of the eternal blazing sun. The majority of them underwent cremation, and the poor people only needed to pay a small fee for the cremation due to the help they received from the government. The third only belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford coffins, and they didn't wish for cremation, so they just wrapped the corpses up and buried them. But Klein had already determined from the tombstones and tombs that the target of his experiment was the kind which involved a coffin and a corpse. If Azek's copper whistle really can cause the dead to rise, even if the target had rotted into a pile of bones, there shouldn't be a complete lack of reaction. Even if the lid of the coffin cannot be opened, it should have at least created a dull thud. As he walked towards the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a non-rigorous part of the experiment. Yes, I need to categorize them. The corpses here have been buried for quite a while. I should find a target that was recently buried. Only by doing so will I be able to arrive at the most accurate conclusion. After that, Klein basically played a game of cat and mouse with the cemetery guardians before finding a grave that had completed a burial ceremony during the day. This time, he waited for half an hour, but he still didn't find anything abnormal. Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Azek's copper whistle can't affect a corpse that has undergone a ritual that puts the soul to rest. That's quite weak. Nah, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't meant to cause the dead to come alive. It's used to summon messengers, so affecting a corpse is a negative effect. Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the iron fence. He planned on heading home to have a change of clothes before trying out his second experiment. The target of the second experiment group were the recently deceased corpses that haven't been laid to rest via a ritual. Such targets often existed in a hospital's morgue. Climbing over the fence, Klein made his way back to the South Burrow on foot in the dreary, dark night. The surroundings were deathly still and quiet. Only the evergreen, dust-covered trees lightly swayed. It reminded him of the night he had been resurrected from the dead. Back then, he too had to walk from the cemetery to the city. Sigh. Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if trying to get rid of the melancholy that filled him. More than half an hour later, he rented a carriage in Southborough and headed for the nearest steam metro station. There was still about an hour before the metro stopped running, and this could save him quite a bit of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a greyish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap as he made his way to St. Estin's Hospital in the Backland Bridge area. This was a charity hospital belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many of the poor died here due to illness, and since there was nowhere for them to place their bodies, they had to be kept in the hospital morgue. There, the corpses awaited cremation from the government or be donated to the medical schools. This phenomenon was very common in summer, but there weren't many in the autumn or winter after it cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or equipment to keep the temperature cool, the hospital's morgue couldn't keep the corpses for too long. Donated bodies would be quickly embalmed, and bodies to be buried the next day would be cleaned up. Of course, these were the rules enforced in summer. In autumn and winter, the rules were relatively relaxed. Therefore, there were still many corpses left overnight in the morgue during this period. The morgue at St. Estin was underground. It was relatively cool, even during the summer, and was biting cold during autumn and winter. Based on what he had learned as a nighthawk, Klein relied on a clown's agility and balance to sneak into the basement while avoiding the doctors and nurses that were on duty. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt a chill down his spine. After quickly moving past the janitor's room, Klein took out a piece of wire and lightly unlocked the door to the morgue. This was one of the methods of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the door to the morgue with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he cloaked Azek's copper whistle in his spirituality to determine if such a method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the corpses were bagged up and placed in different iron cabinets. Only a few were placed on the long table in the central open space, as if they were awaiting examination. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein was no longer afraid of such scenes. He just instinctively felt uncomfortable. Carefully, he closed the door and walked around the long tables. After about 10 minutes, Klein let out a breath of cold air and confirmed that none of the corpses had come to life. It's about time. He took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. When he was ready, Klein withdrew his spirituality and stopped enveloping Azic's copper whistle. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect, but he had a baffling feeling that the surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his instincts. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated towards the door. Time ticked by, and Klein determined that it took about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on a long table suddenly sat up. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding iron cabinets emitted a series of banging noises as though all hell was about to break loose. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing such a commotion and seeing the corpses sit up, Klein suddenly said in a low voice, "Crimson." Immediately following that, he injected his spirituality into a requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned quietly, and serene and gentle blackness spread out. The corpses lay down once again, and the banging sounds coming from the cabinets came to an abrupt halt. Klein, who had experienced a similar situation, didn't relax and used another requiem charm. As there were many corpses around him, he used a third charm to be safe, using up everything that he had. Not bad. Indeed, it only affects corpses that haven't been put to rest via a ritual. This includes corpses that haven't been dead for too long and zombies. Using my spirituality to shield the whistle can prevent such effects, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that none of the corpses were making any abnormal reactions, he prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elderly janitor had been attracted by the banging sound in the morgue. He was approaching with a lantern in hand. Klein looked around, placing his hand on the door. He nimbly jumped up, stopping at the spot between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the bumps and cracks as he maintained perfect balance. Creak! The elderly janitor opened the door with his key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, held up his lantern, and examined the iron cabinets and long tables, as well as the corpses. Behind him, Klein nimbly jumped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped from the morgue. He used the janitor's room to hide for a few seconds before carefully returning to the upper floor. After the elderly janitor surveyed the surroundings and didn't find anything out of the ordinary, he mumbled a sentence in fear of the corpses and quickly left. He locked the door and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guardroom, he wrapped a thin blanket around himself and took several minutes to calm his racing heart before mumbling to himself in a low voice. Those old guys always tell me about the weird things that happen in the morgue, hoping to scare me. Those weird sounds just now should count as well. It doesn't matter. Those corpses didn't come back to life either. Phewie, there are no such things as zombies and wraiths. At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably along the quiet, dark streets, happy to be free of a latent threat. He looked at the elegant gas lamps that lined the sides of the street and looked forward to the future Beyonder gatherings. As long as he obtained a weapon with a special effect, he would be able to obtain one of the main ingredients of a magician. Although I don't have much money right now, I still have a lot of assets that I can use to exchange. For example, the telepathist potion formula or the formulas for bard and light suppliant. Furthermore, my clown potion is digesting at a faster rate than I expected due to series of events and my discovery of the essence needed for acting. It's close to being completely digested. Along the streets of Backland at night, Klein left his mind wandering. Chapter 269, Clues to the Psychology Alchemists on the outskirts of Empress Borough, in a wide, empty horse track. Audrey Hall deliberately led a chestnut mare to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She was wearing white pants and knee-high black boots, adorned with a simple blouse and a black jacket that reached her waist. In addition, she donned a helmet of the same color. She looked especially valiant and beautiful, and Susie, her golden retriever, was obediently sitting by her feet. What seemed like a tiny leather satchel hung from her back. Disguised as Viscount Glaint's servant, Zio glanced enviously at Audrey's long, straight legs and unconsciously tiptoed. Just horse riding is so blas. Only when it is combined with hunting does it become imbued with life. Of course, I mean the equestrian skills for men. No matter what a beautiful lady does, it would still be a sight to behold. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly. Audrey replied with a slight smile. The next hunt is still months away. Every year, from June to the new year, the aristocrats of the Lone Kingdom would come to Backland to attend various banquets, dances, and salons, as per tradition. This was a very important event for them, and many things would be decided within a few months. After the new year, the nobles would return to their fiefdom, their castles, country estates, and large plantation sand, spend their leisure time there. In such times, the most popular sport was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of similar status to enjoy the pleasure of horse riding and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they weren't stingy with buying hounds. The most famous of the hounds was the foxhound. I already miss that life. Backland is a place where people feel constrained, and its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still enjoy its extravagance. Viscount Glaint wore his gloves and stepped back to make it easier for Audrey to talk to Zio and Fours. Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you called us here this time? Zio initiated the question as she retracted her gaze. Audrey took a large portion of most of her recent income. She was honest and generous, a rarely encountered good employer. I seem to smell the ink of money again. Hopefully, the mission wouldn't be too difficult. Miss Audrey is perfect in every way, except for one thing. Every mission is unexpected and very dangerous, Zio thought, feeling both anticipation and apprehension. She couldn't help but glance sideways at Fours. She noticed that her companion, disguised as a maid, was looking right at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes looked very similar. Audrey held her gloves, smiled reservedly and elegantly before saying, "It's a simple request this time." As she spoke, she motioned with her eyes for Zio and Fours to open the leather satchel on Susie. Zio, who had always been known for her proactiveness, immediately took 2 steps forward and bent down to reach out with her hand. During this short period of time, she had originally wanted to pat Susie's head to show that she meant no harm. But just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head, turning her body half around, placing the small leather satchel in front of her. I'm usually popular with animals, for example, mosquitoes. Zio kept her expression unchanged as she unzipped the satchel and took out a stack of papers from Susie's leather pouch. She stood up and took a look at the stack of papers. She saw that it depicted a young man with ordinary looks, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and marking brown eyes all looked very familiar to her. I must have seen him somewhere. Zio looked down and saw the corresponding description. Formerly used name, Lanevis, wanted swindler. I know where I've seen him before. Zio was suddenly enlightened and almost made an inelegant gesture of slapping her forehead. Before she met Audrey, one of the main sources of her income was flipping through newspapers, researching wanted posters, and using her connections in many gangs in East Borough to seek out criminals who were worth fat bounties. I had thought of finding this Lanevis, who has a bounty of £100. Besides, he swept away more than £10 in cash. However, I've recently been too busy with Miss Audrey's requests and had forgotten about this matter. Zio and Fours looked at each other and then asked frankly, "How much is this request worth?" "How much is the request worth?" Audrey was startled for a moment. She had completely forgotten the matter of payment, as from her point of view it was a test from Mr. Fool. And were examinees ever given money? "Ah, £100. Audrey deliberated and gave a number. "Deal," Zio and Fours answered in unison. "If we can catch him, not only would we receive £100 from Miss Audrey, but we can also obtain an equal amount from the bounty." "What a great mission," Zio asked casually, her eyes shining. "Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he swindle you of your money?" "I don't even know who he is. It's really a simple request. £100 was enough to complete the deal. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only £100. Audrey, with a polite smile, ignored Zio's question and instead mentioned, "I received word that he's in Backland." "Ah yes, there are a dozen or so portraits here, different portraits. I took into account that Lanevis must have disguised himself, so I'm giving you pictures of him without glasses, with a beard, with a change of hairstyle." "Ah, pictures based on conjectures. I'm also very good at drawing and painting." Audrey tilted her chin. Zio immediately forgot her previous question and said in pleasant surprise, "This is really good news." She felt as though she could already see the bounty of £200 beckoning at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her. Therefore, all she could do was continue with her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She muttered, "Do you have any leads on the matter regarding the psychology alchemists?" Fors adjusted her long, curly hair, looked at Viscount Glaint, who was listening to the side, and said, "I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. Rumor has it that the spectator and telepathist potion formulas have previously appeared there. I'm suspecting that one of the members from the gathering is from the psychology alchemists. I'll apply to bring you with me the next gathering." "All right." Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had read their true state of mind from the colors, body language, and the subtle expressions of Zio and Fors to judge their enthusiasm for the mission. They didn't lie regarding the psychology alchemists either. Viscount Glaint mumbled, "Audrey's matters seems to be on the brink of success. Where's my formula, Audrey? There are really no clues as of yet. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, where the Fainapata kingdom is." Fors gestured with deep regret. "All right, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait," Glaint replied in a humorous tone. "All right, thank you for your help. See you again next time." Audrey bowed gracefully, wore her gloves, and mounted her horse as she rode down the track. Susie happily followed, as if she had found new entertainment, as he spent the night experimenting. It was already 9:34 of a Tuesday morning by the time Klein woke up. Biting into a piece of bread slathered with butter, he wore his coat and hat, hurried out the door, and wrote on the message book hanging by the doorbell's pull rope, "Owner is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon." Actually, he didn't have much to do. It was purely to guard against a sudden visit from Millet Carter. If the other party found out that the detective he hired for a full £50 wasn't out and about, searching for information or organizing people to confirm the layout of the structure, and was instead at home leisurely drinking tea and reading novels, he would surely revoke the commission and not pay the last £40. "I really have nothing to do but wait for Miss Justice's information." Klein stood at the end of the street and looked at the haze in the sky while helplessly muttering to himself. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. "In the morning, I'll practice shooting at the Quelog Club, read the newspapers, enjoy a free lunch, take a nap in the afternoon, exercise through playing sports like squash. Once the Bravehearts bar opens, I'll take a carriage there and see if I can learn about more Beyonder gatherings from Caspars." Klein had no intention of looking for Marek. Although he was certain that he had more than one circle of Beyonders, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard would also belong to those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell potion formulas, as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator has given you the ability to divine and a strong body, would he still grant you potion formulas that you do not need? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the details with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage that headed for Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, he entered the Quelog Club and saw an acquaintance. It was Talim Dumont, the equestrian teacher who had recommended him to the club. He was Mary Gale's friend. Dressed in a black tweed overcoat, the brown-haired Talim walked over. He sized up Klein and said with an odd smile, "Good morning. Mary and Dorago are getting a divorce. Are you suspecting the reason why I joined the club?" Relying on the clown's ability, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Really? That is really surprising." Talim gave him a deeply suspicious look and suddenly laughed. "I have a friend who's been troubled about something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and fighting skills are." A commission. He only asked about my marksmanship and fighting skills, not reasoning. "This is a request involving violence." Klein smiled and said, "I was planning on heading to the shooting range. You can take a look, but fighting requires an opponent to be able to see my standard." "I've learned how to fight before," Talim eagerly replied. Chapter 270, Reporter Bang, Bang, Bang. Holding onto a revolver that he rented from the Quelag Club with one hand, Klein pulled the trigger repeatedly, hitting the bulls accurately, with the worst shot hitting the 8 ring. By feeding his practice with live bullets, along with the superhuman control that he had after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was considered rather excellent. If I continue practicing for a few months, I could even be considered a sharpshooter. Klein unloaded the revolver in satisfaction and cleared the empty shells. They fell to the ground noisily as he looked at Talim Dumont with a smile. "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talim, had already taken off his black tweed overcoat and light grey sweater and adopted a boxing stance. Come on, let me see the standard of your fighting skills. I can tell you frankly that I've received training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never let it go to waste. As a Beyonder, if I can't even beat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I might as well die. Klein cursed silently. Without taking off his double-breasted coat, he set down his revolver. Klein took 2 side steps and gestured to Talim that he could begin. He originally wanted to wriggle his finger to add to the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his time. Talim appeared to be a little excited as he began bounce-stepping a little. He suddenly pressed forward and threw out a punch to the right. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand, bent low and twisted his waist before reaching out his right palm and did a smooth backflip. Thud, Talim flew out, landing on his back. Klein didn't exert any strength towards the end, only throwing him off his feet through the use of inertia. Impressive. Talim quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective, your marksmanship and fighting skills are excellent. I only beat a weak chicken like you, so how can you tell that my fighting skills are very high? Klein secretly lampooned and asked with a smile, now that you have a better picture, can you tell me what kind of request your friend has? Heh heh, he will come to the club later. You can talk amongst yourselves. Talim massaged his back as he said, as for what the request exactly entails, I'm not sure either. Oh right, he's a reporter at the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. He's probably hoping for some short-term protection. All right. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued practicing his shooting, but he didn't limit himself to a revolver. He also practiced with a hunting rifle, a single-shot rifle, and a repeating rifle. He hoped that if he encountered any problems in the future, he would be able to use any of the firearms around him. Shortly before 12 noon, he returned to the first floor, went into the buffet cafeteria, and got a serving of roast chicken and a piece of pan-fried steak. As well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster after placing his meal down, Klein got some Fana Potter seafood rice, fruit salad, oyster broth, and marquis black tea. Facing this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he praised the goddess in his heart. If this was eaten outside, it would probably cost 3 soli. Klein switched between using silver knives, forks, and spoons as he ate in contentment. When he was almost done with the food on the table, Talim Dumont led a man, in a heavy overcoat and a half-top hat, over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I was talking about, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talim smiled and introduced them. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his late 20s, with rather sparse eyebrows and rough skin. His pores were unusually prominent. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming. The 2 thin lines from the meager mustache gave him a somewhat mature charm. Klein couldn't help but stroke the stubble that had become thicker around his lips. He got up and invited the other party to sit down. Then he smiled and said, "Today's cream cheese lobster is pretty good. You can give it a try." All right. Mike Joseph didn't refuse. He took a plate, made a circle, and picked up a lot of food. He came in a hurry, so he hasn't had lunch yet. Talim smiled as he explained for his friend and placed a stack of newspapers on the table. I can tell. Klein set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and sipped his black tea leisurely. He was very satisfied with the meal. At that moment, Mike Joseph came back with 2 plates of food. He took a few quick bites to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones which had organs removed? Klein's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Talim nodded and said wistfully, as expected, every detective is paying attention to this serial killer. Mike pulled out one of the papers and pushed it to Klein. This is the latest story. Klein took it and discovered that it was the Daily Observer where Mike worked at. On the front page were the words, 11. Another lady killed. Civilhouse Yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Backland Police Department was located at Civilhouse Street at the edge of Empress Borough, so they were also known as Civilhouse Yard. 11. It's already the 11th case. Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading. He found that it was indeed the same as the case he had previously encountered. The victim was a woman dressed in a gorgeous long skirt and had her intestines removed from her stomach. This is clearly a case with signs of devil worship all over it. The civil house yard must have handed the case to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind squads. They have people capable of divination, mediumship, and all sorts of magical and effective Bayonder methods. How is it that the case hasn't been cracked? Why isn't the criminal arrested yet? Does the criminal have rich anti-investigation powers and is able to destroy the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the deceased soul, along with her innards, were extracted to fulfill the requirements of the devil worship ritual? Yes, he's definitely capable of interfering with divination. Indeed, if the devil pathway Bayanders lack such powers, how could they dare commit serial murders? Klein thought as he said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation. I'm sorry, I can't take this case. Without the invitation of the police, I cannot take it. I have to maintain a good relationship with them." The so-called good relationship is the kind where they invite me to the police station for coffee. Klein did some self-critical lampooning. The real reason for his refusal was that it was easy to run into official Bayanders involved in the investigation of the serial killings, perhaps including the Backland Diocese's Nighthawks. No, not an investigation. No, the precise description is that it's not an investigation to seek the murderer. I just want to finish my report. Mike Joseph swallowed some shrimp and explained. Report. Klein put down his white enamel cup, crossed his hands, and leisurely asked Mike Joseph. Mike Joseph said, "If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after, you'll see my in-depth coverage on the serial killings. The most important part is my reveal of what the victims have in common so as to alert people who fall into this group." "Oh, what do they have in common?" Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, "Besides being a woman and wearing a colorful dress, there's one other important thing they have in common. I did a thorough investigation of the victim's career and found an interesting tidbit. Some of them are maids, others textile workers, tailors, and even teachers. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any overlap, but in reality, they've all been street girls." "Street girl? A teacher?" Klein asked in surprise. In the Lone Kingdom, teachers were part of the middle class and received at least £2 a week. That was enough to make a woman lead quite a good life, so there was no need for her to be a street girl. The corner of Mike's mouth twitched as he sighed and said, "Yes, in the past. They may have had very difficult times before they found a job that could support them. I've done a survey before. In Backland, 1 in 6 women aged 15 to 55 is or has been a street girl. Heh, this is our country. Foreigners who come here are surprised that a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, would actually be filled with street girls. This number is a little exaggerated. If it were true, it could only be said that reality can be more exaggerated than fiction. This damned world." Klein was speechless. After some thought, he said deliberately, "One question, how does the murderer know that the victim had been a street girl? They don't have labels on them, and even you needed a thorough investigation to discover this." As expected of a great detective, this might be the clue, Mike Joseph answered without feeling surprised. No, if it was a Bayonder from the Devil Path, then the standard he would choose from would be someone who appears to have sunken low, but didn't actually degenerate completely. Furthermore, they should have a keen intuition towards degeneration, and they might be able to see the corresponding color that runs deep. With the colorful dress as a trigger, the target will basically be locked onto. Klein answered himself and asked, "So, what else do you wish to investigate?" Mike nodded and said, "From these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls, except one. She's still a prostitute at present. Yes, she's the youngest, 16-year-old cyber. This makes it very, very odd. I wish to visit Golden Rose, which is her place where she works for further investigation. I want to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my questions will anger the people there, so I plan to ask you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson, and you just need to protect me at the most critical juncture and allow my escape. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1, and if there's a fight, it'll be raised to £5. What do you think?" Klein laughed and replied, "Let me wash my hands before replying you." He bowed politely and sauntered over to the bathroom where he tossed a coin and obtained a positive answer. This is the late Victoria era, a statistic in London. Chapter 271, Golden Rose 19 Hope Street, Sherwood Borough. This area was located close to the Tussock River, which went through Backland. Pedestrians could see the turbid but unusually wide water surface through the cracks and crevices in their houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, alighted the carriage and pointed at a three-story grayish-blue building ahead of them. He said to Klein, who was standing next to him and wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses, "That's the Golden Rose, the best legal brothel in the area of the Backland Bridge, as well as Sherwood Borough. It opens at 3 in the afternoon and stays open until 2 in the morning. The best legal brothels in the Sherwood and Backland Bridge regions. In other words, there are better ones in these two regions, but they're illegal." Klein silently mused and shot a glance at the entrance, which had an inlaid golden rose. It didn't hang any signboards. "This doesn't count as a street girl, right?" he answered without thinking. "Of course, it's of a higher grade." Mike personally led Klein to the front of the building and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Klein caught a whiff of a mixed fragrance that was slightly pungent and heard a soothing yet suggestive melody. Instinctively, he looked around and saw bouncers, in black coats and half-top hats, standing on either side of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a legitimate business, they were obviously meant to deal with drunkards and boors. The Golden Hall was surrounded by all sorts of sofas, chairs, and even a piano. In the center, there was a dancing area. At that moment, there were many ladies sitting in different areas with their hair colored in gold, brown, pale yellow, or black. Some of them looked mature, some shy and young, some young and attractive, and others who were rather beautiful. These ladies were either enjoying the melody, giggling whilst in conversations with each other, quietly reading newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, so there weren't many customers. At a glance, this place looked more like a proper ball than a brothel. If you come after 8 in the evening, you'll see some interesting performances. Heh heh, if any of the ladies catch your eye, go over and invite them to dance, and then ask them for their prices amidst the beautiful melody. If both sides can come to an agreement, you can head to the second or third floor and have a wonderful time in some room. Hee, as long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here the entire night. Mike turned his head from left to right, suddenly losing his previous calm and gentlemanliness, appearing a little more frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile, and he approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Is he showing his true nature, or is this in conduct of a professional? Klein watched, a little flabbergasted as he subconsciously followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Cyber, was only 16 years old. In theory, a girl of similar age is more likely to be a friend and would know more. At that moment, Mike lowered his voice and explained. He then raised his thin eyebrows and asked in a normal voice, "Which lady caught your fancy?" "I'm just your bodyguard," Klein responded with very normal logic. Mike slightly nodded and suddenly laughed. "I'm not used to being watched when I do that sort of thing. I'll be standing watch outside." Klein understood what Mike meant and took a serious, professional stance. Without another word, Mike walked up to the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand, inviting her to dance. Being a prostitute at this age, Backland sure is so bedazzling and dirty. Heh, to think that there would be a middle-aged gentleman of seemingly good bearing patronizing this place. Even the sides of his hair are white. Klein lowered his hands and stood very straight, watching Mike and the young girl engage in a slow dance. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with slight annoyance, "It's too expensive." As the two approached each other, he added in a low voice, "The girl knew Cyber, but the owner, ma'am. Lopez forbids them from speaking with anyone else on this matter. Otherwise, they would be severely punished." God, when the punishment was mentioned, the poor girl even shuddered instinctively. I can imagine how horrible it must be. Helpless, Klein sighed in sympathy and asked in a suppressed voice, "So, what are you planning to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls again. I plan on going straight to ma'am." "Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder and said, "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and warned in a serious tone, "If we encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." "Okay, okay." Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards a single sofa in the corner. There was a charming lady with thick makeup in a gorgeous dress seated there. "If you don't want to give up after a dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest you talk to ma'am. Lopez first and find out the prices of the different girls. Mike raised his voice. The lady heard their conversation and looked over. She slowly got up and smiled. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Did any girl catch your fancy?" "Yes." Mike suddenly sized her up and said with a chuckle, "I really admire you." "I admire you too. You're acting like this is your home." Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second, then she gave a fake laugh and said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today. You should know that there are times every month where women feel quite under the weather." Seeing that there was no way to get Lopez into a room for a conversation, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning serious. "Ma'am, Lopez, I'm a reporter. I wish to understand more about Cyber's matter. Here's my documentary proof." Lopez's face darkened, and she replied impatiently, "I've already told everything I know to the police. You should ask them. Cyber was a vagrant orphan who was adopted by me. That night, she accepted an invitation from a guest to spend the night at his house, and she died on her way back in the morning. All right, please leave, or invite a lady to dance." As she spoke, Lopez waved over two of her bouncers. Klein stepped in to shield off Mike Joseph and escorted him back to the hall. Upon seeing this, the two bouncers didn't rashly chase him away. After a few steps, Klein said in a low voice, "She's lying." "Oh," Mike turned his head in surprise. When she spoke, her eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look at you directly, but she was also secretly sizing you up, which means she was lying and watching your reaction. In addition, her stance was highly defensive, and she appeared very agitated. Klein gave his analysis. Mike opened his mouth and exclaimed after a few seconds, "You really are a great detective. Only with your keen observation and outstanding deduction skills were you able to discover such useful details." "That's only because I had my spirit vision on and could see that Lopez's emotional colors weren't right. I came up with the reasons after." Klein smiled and said, "Thank you. It's time for us to go." Mike Joseph looked back at Lopez and saw that she was walking towards the side door of the hall as though she was going to her own lounge, and that the side door was in a corner of the room. It was very quiet around there, and there were many areas in the hall that couldn't see what was going on inside. There were also two bouncers standing guard outside. "Perhaps we should follow Ma'am Lopez and observe her reaction. Maybe the anxiety from just now will make her do something." Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. "Can you take care of those two bouncers quickly?" "Sir, I'm only responsible for your protection, and that's against the law." Klein smiled in response. "I'll pay you more, a total of £5 based on the combat price from before. If there's another fight when we run, it would be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. "Deal." Klein reached out and shook his hand. Afterward, the two of them circled around to avoid the two bouncers from before and quietly approached the side door. "Guests, please stop. Please leave this area." One of the bouncers stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. "Sorry, we'll immediately." Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, heavily striking at the bouncer's abdomen in front of him. The bouncer instinctively clutched his stomach, his body bent over. As for Klein, who had now stood up, he raised his left hand and chopped the bouncer at the back of the head. Pow! The bouncer fell to the ground and fainted. His companion was clearly caught by surprise at this turn of events. He just stared blankly and failed to react in time. Klein immediately slid over and covered the bouncer's mouth with his right hand and punched his abdomen with his left fist. Bang! The bouncer suddenly bent down and spat out his undigested food, and Klein promptly withdrew his right hand and chopped downward with his palm. At the same time, his left hand supported his opponent, allowing the bouncer to slowly fall onto the ground without making a sound. After exchanging looks, Klein turned the knob, pushed open the side door, and stepped inside. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. "Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter." Klein lampooned under his breath, walking briskly, but at a rapid pace along the paved corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. "Tell Capim not to send anyone over in the next few days." "Capim, send anyone." Klein looked at Mike and found him looking equally puzzled. At that moment, they heard Lopez's footsteps that were headed towards the corridor. "Let's go." Klein tugged Mike and ran for the exit without turning back. During this process, he closed the side door and broke the lock in passing. It could prevent the people inside from coming out for a while. Then, as if nothing had happened, they hurriedly walked through the hall and approached the exit while hearing faint, angry voices. After reaching the streets, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and said in amazement and sincerity, "I've experienced many similar scenarios, but not once was it as simple and relaxed as it was today. Thank you. I need to return to find out who Capim is." As he spoke, he took out his wallet, fished out a £5 note, and muttered, "But frankly, your price is really expensive. It's worth more than half a week's salary. But you can claim for reimbursement, right?" Klein answered with a grin. Following that, he asked in concern, "Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your newspaper firm and get the police to arrest you?" "That's a fake ID card." Mike Joseph shrugged with a gesture of familiarity. Klein could only admire him. After watching Mike board a carriage and leave, he walked diagonally across the street, waited for a public carriage, and kept an eye out for anyone chasing after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat stepped out the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and grey temples. It was the same old gentleman that Klein had seen in the Golden Rose. "He's not a customer of the Golden Rose. He's just like us." Klein suddenly came to this realization. "Hello, I'm Detective Isengard Stanton. I'm assisting the police in this case. Can we have a chat?" The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage tracks. Chapter 272, Observing Each Other Detective, a colleague. However, the fact that he's able to assist the police in dealing with such a serious case shows that he truly is a well-known detective, at least within Civilhouse Yard. Isn't the serial killer involved in devil worship supposed to be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? All the police department needs to do is send a few assistants, so why would they need to seek the help of a private detective? Yes, the 11 serial murders must have caused a sensation. Civilhouse Yard is under a lot of pressure, and they aren't willing to just wait in misery. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but on the surface, he revealed a smile. All right. He boarded Isengard Stanton's rented carriage and saw a young man with brown hair inside. "This is my assistant," Isengard, who had a thin and angular face, introduced. "Please have a seat." He didn't close the carriage's door, nor did he let the carriage driver drive the horse forward to show that he meant no harm. Klein deliberately sat down uneasily and asked worriedly, "What would you like to talk about, Mr. Stanton?" Isengard took out a dark pipe and said, "I want to know what you've learned from following ma'am. Lopez, did you hear or discover anything?" "This. I'm also a detective, and you should know that we have confidentiality agreements in this business," Klein deliberately replied, as though he was in a dilemma. "I'm asking you on behalf of Civilhouse Yard. This has nothing to do with a confidentiality agreement." Isengard rubbed the pipe with his thumb. "A pound, how about £2? Having learned a lesson from the previous incident with Merceau, together with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein replied without hesitation, "Sure." "All right." Isengard smiled and took out two £1 notes from his pocket. Klein acted as though he was recalling something before frankly saying, "We only heard one sentence." "Ma'am." Lopez attempted to order her subordinates to tell Capim that he's not to send anyone over in the next few days. "Capim," Isengard nodded, seemingly enlightened. "Got it. You know Capim." Klein didn't hide his surprise. Isengard handed the notes over and said with a faint smile, "He's one of the most controversial magnates in Sherwood Borough. In Backland, innocent girls often go missing along deserted streets, and after a long time, they might be chanced upon in all sorts of legal or illegal brothels. A lot of rumors point to Capim as the criminal honcho filled with blood and filth on his hands, but due to a lack of evidence, he remains free to this date. Furthermore, he knows a lot of important people. If that's true, then this fellow should die 1,000 times over." Klein nodded side and said, "This is Lone, this is Backland, Mr. Stanton. I shall bid you farewell. Thank you for your cooperation." Isengard got up midway as a polite gesture to send him off. "By the way, your fighting skills are excellent. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. How should I address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty," Klein answered briefly and got off the carriage. Only when he boarded a newly arrived tracked carriage did Isengard Stanton instruct his assistant to close the door and order the carriage driver to head towards Hillston Borough. Turning his head to the side, he looked out of the window. The grey-haired elderly gentleman had put away his dark pipe, pulled out a brass ornament from his pocket, slowly stroking it in his hand. The brass ornament was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the center. The appearance and getup of Mr. Moriarty from just now were a bit out of place. He wore very cultured gold-rimmed glasses, but he had deliberately grown a beard around his mouth, making him look crude and barbaric. This is not quite in line with the norm. In this day and age, people who wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care a lot about their image, the image of having knowledge and bearing. Maybe he's trying to hide something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual aesthetic sense. Isengard seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment, Klein, who was sitting on the carriage, mumbled to himself silently as he leaned against the wall. That Detective Isengard Stanton is problematic. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he had a blue color of rational thought and indifference and maintained a purple color of spirituality dominance. There weren't many other colors of emotion appearing. For normal people, unless they're wholeheartedly focused on studying a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain similar states for extended periods of time. Other emotions will inevitably appear, the difference being the issue of how long they can remain in that state. Yes, either Detective Isengard Stanton is one such genius at observation and reasoning with extraordinary talent, or he's a beyonder. The tracked public carriage had 2 floors as it ferried more than 40 passengers towards the Backland Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window and admired the 2 to 3 story buildings on the other side of the road. Occasionally he could see brown houses 5 or 6 stories high, a sign of Backland's latest trend and of the kingdom's most advanced construction technology. After a transfer, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Bravehearts bar. As it wasn't the peak period at the bar yet, the moment he entered, he saw Caspars drinking at the bar. The old man with the brandy nose had requested for a glass of Langsky proof. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation in his throat. Klein moved closer, rapped the counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Marek here?" At the same time, he had one hand in his pocket as he gripped Azic's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effects. Before he finished his sentence, he felt gazes sweep past him. It was evident that they were observing him. By the time he finished asking his question, the gazes moved away from him and focused on Caspars. The old man with the huge scar on his face opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Klein, he said in a bad mood, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either. He didn't come." Klein let out a breath of relief, no longer using his spirituality to rap Azic's copper whistle. When I mentioned Marek, someone looked at me. When they heard that I was asking him for his whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is also looking for Marek. Klein resisted the urge to turn around and observe as he analyzed the abnormality. Combined with an original doubt of his, he felt that the question now had a general answer to it. I was puzzled last week. Why would a Sequence 5 Miss Bodyguard accept a 3-day protection mission for £1,000? This isn't to say that the price is too low, but rather that someone of that level already counts as a powerful person. In the Church of the Goddess, she's qualified to be a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can gain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the position of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon. Among the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies, Sequence 5 also implies that the person would be the person in charge of a borough, or at least the number 2 or 3. Even if it were a Beyonder who isn't a part of any organization, a person with such strength would be able to establish a small organization of their own. No matter which point of view it was from, Miss Bodyguard could enjoy tributes from her subordinates, so there was no need for her to personally take the job. At the time, I thought that I had most likely hired a Sequence 6 security guard, who would be able to last a little longer against the experts sent by Backerland, creating a chance for me, but who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong. Judging from today's events, Miss Bodyguard and Marek are probably similar to me. Their identities are sensitive, and they have to hide away. Yes, their situation might be even worse, and they have to constantly worry about being hunted down. To be able to hunt Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have any high-sequence Beyonders, they must have some holy artifacts or multiple Sequence 5 members. Of course, this is just my hunch. Perhaps it has to do with the exposure of Merrick as a Beyonder, and he's now targeted by the machinery Hivemind squad. After some thought, Klein said with regret, "Is that so? I was planning on playing cards with him." Upon hearing something that didn't match Klein's usual manner of speech, Kaspars was alarmed. He didn't look around either, but chortled and said, "I'll be having a card game tonight. Texas, do you want to join in?" "No, I just want to play till dinner. Sigh, I think I'll just head home." Klein sighed and left the Bravehearts bar without even ordering anything to drink. He had intended to ask Kaspars about other Beyonder gatherings, but in that situation, he carefully abandoned the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a card room or some relatively sealed area to talk with Kaspars, but just to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough and started divining above the grey fog to confirm that no one was following him. After easing his mind, he reached Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found all sorts of subscribed newspapers crammed into his mailbox. "I was in a hurry to leave today, so I didn't even have time to read it. At the Quelog Club, I had a good meal after shooting practice and took a nap, before being forced to play a few tennis matches with Talim. Heh, my skills aren't good enough, but my physical fitness can make up for that." He mumbled silently as he opened the door and went inside before twisting the gas lock. He brought the newspapers into the living room and sat on the sofa. He lit the wall lamp and started reading. Klein first read through the Backland Morning Post and immediately flipped to the 5th page and saw an advertisement. It was an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices were 7 pence per litre of flour, 1 solely of butter, 6 pence per pound of lard, 1 solely 3 pence per pound of cream, 8 solely per pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there would be a Beyonder gathering in the same place at 8 in the evening tomorrow. The code to the door is to knock 7 times heavily, 1 time lightly, 6 long intervals, and 1 short interval in that order. The remaining 3 and 8 are meaningless. Klein interpreted the content, leaned back against the sofa, and began to look forward to the gathering tomorrow evening. He wanted to sell some formulas to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Chapter 273. Handing out a formula Wednesday night, 5 minutes to 8, in an alley behind Braveheart's bar. Klein circled around for a while based on his memories before finally finding the house with the dark candle lights. He was disguised today in a grayish-blue worker's uniform, cap, and a beard so that no one would connect him to the guy who had tried his luck by buying Black Snake's item. "It would be best if Eye of Wisdom and the apothecary don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newbie who had relied on luck to become a Beyonder and was able to come up with several potions after a week would definitely be suspicious." Klein put his hands in his pockets and felt for Azic's copper whistle, the ordinary tarot cards, and the charms he had replenished. His uniform was specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets with metal bottles filled with herbs powder and extract essence. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the metal mask that could only cover half his face and finished the first step to his disguise. Following that, he used the clown's ability to control his facial expression and his physical tics, as well as his gait, while numbing his facial nerves. He wanted to be vastly different from his previous self. "However, I'm not sure what Eye of Wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I was already a faceless. But if that's the case, I wouldn't need to join such low-level Beyonder gatherings." Klein stood outside the door in silence for a few seconds. He then raised his right hand and knocked on the door, 7 hard knocks and 1 light one, with 6 long pauses and 1 short pause in between. Almost without waiting, the small wooden board on the door was silently pulled open, and an eye appeared behind it. It examined the visitor from head to toe. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open, and Eye of Wisdom's attendant handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained his emotionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down his hood, letting the shadows cover his face. On the way to the living room, he deliberately took steps he wasn't used to and tried his hardest to eliminate the awkwardness. There was only 1 candle in the dark and silent room and quite a number of members at the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner like the previous time. Instead, he sat on a high stool right in the center. In short, he wanted everything about his external appearance and behavior to be completely different from the previous 2 times. And it was precisely due to his identity as a clown that gave him this domain of expertise, allowing him to reflect his own body into his mind and gain fundamental control over it. The living room was so silent that it appeared frozen. Time passed by, and finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in his ancient voice, "It's time. Let's begin. We don't need to wait for our late friends." Just as he finished his sentence, Klein immediately said with a hoarse voice, "I want to sell potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The former is £220, and the latter is £450. This was the most suitable plan that he could come up with after much consideration. The Spectator and the Telepathist potions were related to the Psychology Alchemists, a secret organization that was still active in Backland in the Lone Kingdom. If he recklessly produced them, he might attract their attention. And the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked out by the Church of Storms, so the corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Backland and could do very little. Therefore, it was an extremely safe choice. The potion of the seer pathway involved Klein himself, and he certainly didn't want to reveal his characteristics. After having experienced so many battles and watched so many battles with Beyonders, he gradually came to understand something. It was that below the high sequences, Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics which didn't overlap. That was to say, each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses, and their strengths and weaknesses were all very obvious. The strengths were indeed strong, and the weaknesses were indeed weak. For example, the spectator pathway lacked the ability to fight in actual combat. But if they were ignored and were unconsciously misled, then no matter how strong an opponent's combat skills were, it was possible for them to die without knowing why. A clear example would be Hurricane Vice Admiral Kilangos, who clearly possessed the mystical item Creeping Hunger, and had an overall combat strength of a Sequence 5, but he still died in a rather inexplicable manner. Most of this was thanks to Azik, but one couldn't dismiss the role of the spectator. Due to the fact that the majority of the Beyonder jobs below the high sequence had distinct characteristics and obvious weaknesses with weak bodies, if one could conceal one's strengths and understand the situation of their enemies beforehand, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat someone stronger. In extreme cases, there was still a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this was a perfect hypothesis, but in reality, it was almost impossible. Sequence 5 was already considered strong, and the corresponding Beyonder powers could be considered miraculous. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses, but before reaching Sequence 6, it was very difficult to cause any effect on them. On the other hand, many of the Beyonders below high sequences were very afraid of being attacked by a group, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once one became flustered, their attempts to avoid a fault would lead to failure of another. Their weaknesses could lead to fatal outcomes. These problems were why shepherds were ranked first below high sequences. They were so all-rounded that if they combined and matched their Beyonder powers well enough, they would almost have zero shortcomings. After I advance to the Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to contend against them for a while, and I might even be able to win. If I encounter a Sequence 5, there might still be a chance of escaping. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked around, waiting for someone to speak. If Bard and Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I can only go for second best and consider selling Spectator and Telepathist, in consideration of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. The formula of my own pathway definitely shouldn't be sold. The witch pathway wouldn't as well, for it would lead to many tragic cases. Whether it's instigator or witch, they're the type that necessitates committing evil deeds. Klein was a little nervous, but his face remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At that moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can also accept another apprentice and give him these two formulas, making him specialize in praying for light to shine on my herbs. Perfect. How extravagant. His words broke the momentary silence in the room. A man in the corner, who had his hood pulled very low, spoke in a deliberately sharp voice. Perhaps I can give it to my child. At least it's stronger than my sequence. Sequence 9, £200. Sequence 8, £400. If you agree, we have a deal. To be able to take out £600 at one go means he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tingen City. Klein pretended to think, looked at the other members at the gathering, and observed their reactions. Noticing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's bid had reached his bottom line, Klein thought for a while and said, "I'll tag on an additional request. You cannot sell these two formulas in this gathering, but you are free to do as you wish elsewhere." The man said sharply, "All right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness." Klein didn't know how to prove that the formula was real, but he didn't want to ask as it would expose the fact that he hadn't participated in many gatherings. Therefore, he silently pulled up his robe and took out the two potion formulas he had written long ago and handed it to an attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner. Instead, he went to the single sofa in the center and handed the folded paper over to the Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper, and without taking an extra look at it, placed it on a small round table beside him. Then he took out a handkerchief and wiped his right palm. From his pocket, he took out a ring inlaid with many tiny diamonds. This ring was complicated and exquisite in design. In the middle of the ring was a dark green gem that looked like an eye. Just by looking at it from a distance, Klein felt his head swell and his body turn uncomfortable. It was just like back when he was taking his math examination. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger and then closed his eyes, as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald green gem on the ring bloomed with a resplendent golden color which was as bright as the sun. Eye of Wisdom quickly extended his right hand and let the gem touch the potion formula written by Klein. The rays of golden light became purer until they eventually turned into a holographic projection. "Authentic and effective," Eye of Wisdom announced in a low voice. He immediately removed the ring from his finger, not daring to wear it for another second. His tone sounds just like a notary. "That ring is the most prized item in Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection, sealed artifact 2-81. It emulates the powers of a notary." Klein watched on thoughtfully, feeling a little covetous. After the notarization, the deal was quickly concluded, and Klein received a thick wad of cash, all in £10 notes. After counting the bills 3 times, he didn't fold and put them in his pocket. Instead, he held them in the palm of his hand and waited for an opportunity to spend them. He planned on observing for a moment to ensure that there was nothing he needed before speaking again to mention his desire to purchase things. At that moment, the apothecary looked around and said, "I brought a few bottles of sedatives." He really brought it. I've already forgotten all about it. In order to be different from his past self, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't around. After shouting a few times and seeing that there was no response, the apothecary muttered, "That guy didn't come this time. Maybe he's dead somewhere. Thank you for your blessings, but it's delightful that you failed to recognize me." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually asked for Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals again, but it was in vain as usual. Moments after he shut up, a woman whose face was completely shrouded by her hood said with 2 boxes at her feet, "I have 2 weapons with bay under effects. This must be the lady who sold the inscribed steel sword the last time, right? My spirituality instincts as a seer tells me that. She has another 2 similar weapons. Backing her is some Bay Under armament organization, right? Well, maybe she has an artisan behind her, also known as Sequence 6 of the Machinery Specialist and Savant Pathway." Klein looked over with anticipation. He had agreed to give the son a Bay Under weapon worth £500 to £700, which could effectively his combat ability. He didn't promise the specific type and characteristics. So long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. In any case, the son wasn't picky about it. Chapter 274. Bay Under weapon. The woman with the hooded face looked around her and said, "The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's a replica of a particular mystical item. It can constantly create formless restraints, influencing your opponent bit by bit, slowing down his actions gradually. The longer you last in battle, the more effective it would be. It can still be used for 2 years. £450, or the potion formula for Barbarian. This whip sounds pretty good, and it feels like the spider silk ability of the demoness of pleasure. However, would it seem a little strange for little son to use a whip?" Klein asked in a hoarse voice. "Can this invisible binding effect affect spirit-type creatures? For example, wraiths?" The lady shook her head slowly. No. Without waiting for any further questions, she continued introducing. The second weapon is called the Axe of Hurricane. It can raise the user's agility and running speed. There's also a 15 chance of inflicting a numbing effect to the enemy and a 5 chance of producing a bolt of lightning. If used in a thunderstorm, the chance of the lightning bolt will be raised to 50. This has all been verified through experimentation and concluded through copious amounts of data. This weapon's effects can last for no more than a year, 520 pounds, or the potion formula to Barbarian. This is much stronger than the Whip of Slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that it only has the Bay Under effects for a year, it probably wouldn't be this price. Right, according to the description of Little Sun and the scene I vaguely saw, in the air above the city of Silver and the surrounding area, there are always flashes of lightning. The highest frequency is during daytime, and the lowest frequency is during nighttime. This is very similar to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this axe of hurricane would be a truly mystical item in the hands of Little Sun. Each strike has a 50 chance of blasting out lightning. It would be absolutely formidable. Even if that doesn't work, looking at the most basic Bayonder effects of the axe of hurricane, it's still quite a good weapon, and it meets the needs of Little Sun. As for the problem that it can only be used for a year, it's not a big problem to solve. In 1 year, with Little Sun's digestion rate and City of Silver's Bayonder resources, as long as he has the potion formulas, he would at least be sequence 6 by then. At that point in time, he'll definitely need to replace his weapon. As his mind whirled, Klein basically determined that he was buying the Axe of Hurricane. At that moment, the apothecary muttered, "Is an axe easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke, and I think it might be more appropriate to make a wrench. Say, can't you sell stuff like revolvers with Bayonder effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The woman emphasized the word collect. "All right, friends who are willing to buy one of these weapons, please make a bid." Before Klein could even speak, he heard a male voice from the long sofa. "Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The woman waited a few seconds before asking again, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 530 pounds. Klein added 10 pounds. The man immediately replied, 550 pounds. "This, Little Son, if he raises it to more than 600 pounds, I won't be buying it. I'll get you a new whip." With a definite strategy in mind, Klein called out very calmly, 560 pounds. He tried to make it appear that no matter what offer was made, he could add on an additional 10 pounds, and the 600 pounds he had just earned was just enough to put invisible pressure on the other party. Upon hearing the latest price, the man fell silent and shrugged. "All right then, it's yours." Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Is there anyone else who wants to bid for the Axe of Hurricane?" The woman asked again, but the room was silent. "Sold." The lady didn't hesitate any longer and handed the box next to her right foot to the attendant. The attendant had the eye of wisdom appraise it. Before bringing it to Klein, money was handed over in exchange for the item. Putting away the remaining 4 10-pound notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be attached to one's back or tucked in one's belt. Its entire body was iron black in color, thick and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, it was clear that the creator had used a large number of spiritual materials. There were also many symbols and magic runes on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into lightning and hurricane patterns. When Klein reached out to touch it, he felt a faint pricking pain. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. "It can be exchanged for the true root and juice of a mist treant. My magician potion is only missing the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. I've made a good deal of money in my past few commissions, and together with my original savings and what I just have left, I have 209 pounds 5 soles and 5 pennies on me. The Bayunder ingredients corresponding to sequence 7 are valued at 500 to 700 pounds. Heh, I still had to sell formulas or knowledge. Yes, I'll take the time to check on Leopard this week and confirm the progress of his bicycle." Klein stopped bidding and quietly watched from the sidelines. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for 480 pounds, and a Bayunder ingredient called Heart of Featherman wasn't sold because its price reached 600 pounds and nobody wanted it. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Bayunder ingredient would be classified in the category of sequence 6. In the following transactions, more failed than succeeded. After all, most of the Bayanders who came to the gathering had a specific purpose, and they wouldn't casually waste money and resources. They weren't like Klein, who bought any weapon as long as the Bayander effects were good enough. I want to sell a formula potion. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector, £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said with a deep voice, Corpse Collector. I remember that this potion formula can only be found in the Church of Evernight, Church of the God of Combat, and the Numinous Episcopate. Has an undercover Nighthawk sneaked in, or is he a member of the Numinous Episcopate who's trying to revive death? Of course, it isn't that strange for low-sequence formulas to be found in the wild. This isn't a huge secret. I remember old Neil mentioning that the formula for Corpse Collector involved a desiccated black-spotted frog. Klein controlled himself and didn't smile. He thoughtfully looked ahead and discovered that the potion formula of Corpse Collector was quickly sold. The potion formula for Sequence 9 is very easy to sell. Before, there was just a single Sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula that failed to close several times. While my light suppliant formula matched with Sequence 9 Bard was sold relatively easily. Yes, most Bayanders would collect Sequence 9 formulas if they have the money to spare. They can give their own children and students more opportunities to choose from, allowing them to walk a path that they preferred. Under this premise, if a Sequence 8 formula doesn't have the foundation Sequence 9, they would have to wait for Bayanders who are attempting to advance, and there might not even be one in 1 to 2 years. After all, the circle of Bayanders is very scattered, and most people don't know about the acting method. Yes, they also don't know the law of Bayander characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein silently thought and didn't speak. After another 15 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked probingly, "Who has the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther?" Silence. No one spoke in the living room. Klein thought for a moment, then added, "I will provide payment that no Bayander would refuse. For example, the law of Bayander characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I wouldn't impart the acting method to anyone else. Ah, I've already died once. I wonder if that oath is invalid." Klein forcefully retracted his scattered thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. Okay, next. He deliberately made a shrug that he wouldn't normally do. The apothecary cleared his throat and said, "I've brought quite a few of my own medicine. Take a look at what you want. It's not expensive at all. It's just a few pounds or even a few soli." When the lady selling Bayander weapons heard this, she asked curiously, "I want to know if the dangerous beast in the sewers has been eliminated." The apothecary snorted immediately. "You asked the right person." After saying that, he spread out his hands. "I don't know either. After I got someone to make a police report, I haven't been to the sewers ever since." "Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must have been hard for you to grow up so healthily. From the looks of it, it was very wise of you to choose the apothecary job." Klein couldn't help but lampoon in Chinese. The woman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled without saying a word. When all the strange medicine the apothecary had brought was sold, Eye of Wisdom announced that the gathering was over. He delegated Klein to be fifth to leave through a secret passage in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. With some relief, Klein took off his hooded robe and tossed it to the attendant. Then he walked out of the passage and skillfully circled around it. After confirming that no one was following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight to East Borough. There were no gas lamps on Black Palm Street in East Borough, and after dark, it was like an abyss. In a particular apartment here, Klein sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then he summoned himself and carried the axe of Hurricane above the grey fog. If it had been a little heavier, I wouldn't have been able to carry it with me, even if I had Mr. Azik's copper whistle to reinforce my spirit. Then I would have to switch to a sacrificial ritual. Klein mumbled, sending his thoughts to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. "The world has sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare the bestowment ritual." City of Silver. Upon seeing the grey fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and rushed to prepare. Before holding the bestowment ceremony, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease his anticipation. Would it be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a great sword? Derek stopped without realizing, unable to stop himself from thinking, and subconsciously pictured himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, during the ritual, he saw the bay-under weapon that belonged to him. It was an axe. Chapter 275. Pound Family. Dear Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that I'll try to gather the mistreat's true root and juice as soon as possible. After receiving the son's reply, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself. From the looks of it, he's rather satisfied with the weapon. Even without the additional effects from the environment, the axe of Hurricane is still quite a formidable weapon. He had passed the information regarding the Bayonder weapon's characteristics and limitations to the son. He didn't describe it directly in order to avoid sounding naggy. He needed to maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street, East Borough, Derivy Street, in a cramped but lively pub. Zio Derecha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed in. To her, what was bad about this place wasn't just because it smelled of alcohol and sweat, but that she would easily encounter people much taller than she was. She had to face their armpits, and the strong odor was nauseating. Using a great deal of effort, and even using the powers of an arbiter, Zio finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the man she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. He had a face as long and thin as a horse. His eyebrows were messy and ferocious, but his facial features were relatively soft. He was gulping down alcohol and laughing loudly with the patrons around him. "Williams, I have something to talk to you about." Zio banged on the wooden counter. This boorish action immediately attracted many angry gazes. However, they quickly retreated under the stern gaze of an arbiter. "Oh, Zio, I haven't seen you in days. Let me see, it's been a week, no, at least 3 weeks. Care for a drink? Half and half," Williams said, half drunk and half surprised. Half and half was one of the most popular alcoholic beverages in East Borough, made from malt beer and fortified grape wine. And because it is precisely made up of two constituents of equal proportion, it was known as half and half. "Are you really going to let me drink?" Zio pricked up her brows. "No, he doesn't," the boss, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered on Williams's behalf. He clearly remembered how deadly the girl would become when she got drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the guests to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. The corner of Williams's mouth twitched as he spread out his hands and said, "Go on, why are you looking for me?" He was one of East Borough's informants and was connected to several gangs. Zio frowned and said, "Williams, can't you quit drinking? Save your money, marry a nice girl, and come home every day to hot water, food, and warm greetings. You can share all the things you've seen in the day with her, and she can tell you about the trivial things that happened in your house, and there will be cute kids who will kiss you on the cheek and play around you. Isn't such warmth nice?" She was able to gain a quick foothold in Backland's East Borough, all thanks to Williams's help, so she had always wanted him to be better off. "Warmth," Williams scoffed. "It's built on the money I bring back, and I've seen through the farce. If I could bring home 20 soli a week, I'm sure my family would be warm and just as you described it to be. But if not, Lord, the screams and insults from the woman, the cries and shrieks of children, would drive me crazy. My mom is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, he'll beat me up and make a ruckus. So if that's the case, I might as well use the soli and the pence on me to trade for drinks. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats, and the mood is really good. If I want women, there are cute street girls outside. They wouldn't quarrel with you." Zio smirked and said, "You really are an incorrigible believer of the Lord of Storms. One day you'll die from alcoholism or some strange disease." "At least I've enjoyed life," Williams replied without minding what she said. "I haven't worked in almost 3 days, so I'm not going to give you a discount." Zio stopped persuading him. She stroked her short, disheveled blonde hair and handed him the portrait of Lanevus that Audrey had given her. "Help me keep an eye out for this man. Find him as soon as possible. Here are different portraits of him." Williams spread out the piece of paper in his stupor and glanced at it before tusking. "He looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people who die at any moment. Some leave, some come, and others become vagrants. It'll be difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Notify me immediately if you find anyone who looks like him." Zio took out a 5 soli bill and handed it to him. Here's some beer money. If you can find the person in the portrait aisle, give you another £10. £10, Williams whistled. Zio, when did you become so generous? Or is this person worth more? That's how much his reward is worth. £10 for providing clues. Zia pretended to look around the pub and answered, Don't forget about this matter. I'll come back in a few days' time. She had already run through nearly half of Eastborough and issued the mission to the gang leaders and informants she knew, and she had paid several pounds in advance. As long one of them succeeds, I'll earn it all back. All those profits. Zia silently cheered herself on and walked out of the pub with her nose and mouth covered. At that moment, the scene gradually turned chaotic due to some conflict between a few drunkards. Zio glanced over in exasperation, then raised her voice and shouted, Stop! A sense of dominance reverberated within the pub, and it was as though the drunkards had met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down. Some of them even hugged their heads and squatted on the ground. Phew, I wonder when I'll advance to sheriff, Zio sighed, feeling a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. On Thursday morning, Klein took the long trip to St. George Borough, which was like another city altogether, to show some concern for his first investment. With his last tip and the revelation from Roselle's manuscript, Leopard was progressing very quickly on the bicycle project and had already built a crude prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of bicycles. After a trial ride, Klein offered a few suggestions for improvements, saying he would disburse the second investment payment next week, and expressed his hope of bringing in new investors as soon as possible so that the project could enter an industrial phase. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term bicycle and intended to adopt the more popular term bike. Klein didn't care. At noon, he returned to 15 Minsk Street, but before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justice. She has collected the information on the abject nobles so quickly. Still in thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment, he heard the doorbell, and when he opened the door, he saw Julian, the maid from the Sammers next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a Sunday luncheon. There will be a lot of neighbors attending, the maid said, as if she was reciting something. After his return last night, Klein had handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her, but he hadn't received any indication of a luncheon. That's right, according to the magazines, the middle class wouldn't invite anyone to an event in person, but instead, they formally sent their servants or maids to send the invitation. This is in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first before he immediately came to a realization, so he promised to punctually attend on Sunday. Who wouldn't want to have a free lunch? And Mr. and Mrs. Sammer aren't very difficult people to get along with, as long as you don't mind their showing off. Klein secretly added in his heart. He watched as Julian left. He closed the door behind him and walked toward the stairs, his eyes scanning the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've cleaned up. I'm a bachelor, so it's not bad that I'm able to maintain a level of tidiness such as this. I have too many secrets, and I might even suffer an attack. It's not too good to just hire an in-house maidservant for chores. Yes, I should discuss this with Mrs. Sammer on Sunday and ask her to send her maid to clean up twice a week, and I'll pay for it. Many tenants and landlords have had similar agreements. Klein calmly walked into the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering the fog, he found that the prayer had indeed come from Miss Justice. This girl of blue blood sat on a piano stool, her hands on the keys. She wasn't playing the piano. Instead, she was whispering the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered the information regarding the abject nobles. I'm requesting permission to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in passing it to Mr. World. That's quick. As expected of a professional, Klein immediately responded. Audrey, who had just returned from the Royal Coat of Arms office and experts in this field, completed the sacrificial ritual with a little unfamiliarity as she threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to the world. Klein's tone was indifferent as he cut off the connection. This time, he was in no hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the part pertaining to the Pound family. The Pound family had indeed obtained the title of Viscount from the Battle of the Violated Oath. After that, They were loyal to the royal family, and they had quite a bit of power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, two of the family's heirs died from serious illnesses, one after another. At that time, the old Viscount had no choice but to bring the child of a distant relative home. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was still young, under the enticement and instigation of the servants, he changed the butler and turned foppish. In just 8 years, he had lost most of his fortune and was reduced to a baron. Even the family's house in Backland was sold. In the years that followed, his title was reduced once again to that of a baronet. Died of serious illnesses. Their corpses are probably nowhere to be found. They should all be in that innermost room in the underground structure, outside that bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed the matter, preventing the royal family, military, or churches to investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family must have discovered the underground structure from the fourth epoch about 30 years ago. Perhaps the underground secret door was built by them. But there are more than two corpses in that room. There were others who had entered in ancient times to probe the area. Well, I'll have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't reveal my identity. Klein stopped thinking and looked at the last paragraph. He saw what he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently living at 29 Civilhouse Street, Empress Borough. Chapter 276. Rafter Pound Civilhouse Prefecture was located west of the Lone Kingdom, across the Hornisis mountain range from the Intis Republic. And in Backland, there was a street named after it, on the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the capital's police department was located. Many people chose to settle down here for the peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. The baronet stood by the closed window in his warm activity room at Unit 29, in his cotton-quilted pajamas, staring diagonally across the street at Civilhouse Yard. He was in his early 40s, but the sides of his hair had turned white. He had puffy eyes and clear wrinkles on his face. His body constantly emitted the smell of alcohol. On the floor behind Rafter lay some torn lingerie, and opposite it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised his glass and gulped the rest of the liquid in it. Then he walked slowly to the door and returned to his bedroom to get some sleep. As there was no pipe to transfer the heat from the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling chill of late autumn as soon as he left the activity room. Damn it! Rafter Pound cursed under his breath as he staggered to the bedroom door and twisted the handle. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow shining in. Rafter was about to close the door behind him and collapse into bed when his eyes suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtain. The figure wore a pair of grayish-blue pants and a cap. The entire person was completely hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baronet Pound's gaze, the man slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was painted red, yellow, and white, looking like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and run when he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard two deep and hoarse sentences. I advise you not to do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't harm you, and I won't take away your belongings if you still have any left. Rafter Pound's expression changed a few times, and he very obediently closed the bedroom door. Then he half raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want from me? He hiccuped in his drunken stupor, and his body trembled slightly as he reminded, Civilhouse Yard is just across the street. I know, but I think I'm closer to you than you are to Civilhouse Yard. Disguised as a clown, Klein had changed his voice and tone as he warned, and my purpose is just to ask you a few questions. Before he came to Civilhouse Street, he had divined if there would be any danger in making this trip in the mysterious space above the grey fog, and had obtained an answer that it was very safe. Questions. Rafter's lips trembled as laughed bitterly. Here we go again. Am I never going to escape this nightmare? Have there been many people coming to you with questions? Klein continued the topic. No, not only questions. After my uncle, the honorable old Viscount, passed away, too many things have happened to me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason and has vanished. Those servants and maids would change one after the other without warning, becoming unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something. Yes, they were looking for something. I wasn't even 10 back then. All I could do was watch, and I didn't dare tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again. Rafter replied as though he was on the brink of collapse. Looking for something. Were they searching for the underground structure or the treasures of the Pound family? such as the Beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit. The royal family and the churches must have realized this, as the higher-ups must know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family was in ruins, these things should have been taken back, right? Unless the old Viscount paid a huge price and bought some other rare Beyonder characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence to conceal the matter of the underground structure. After Klein finished listening quietly, he generated many guesses. He seemed relaxed, but in reality, he could attack at any time. How long has this been going on for? I don't know, I don't know. There are faces around me that I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't also in cahoots? Heh heh. I pretended not to notice anything. After trembling for a few years, I was enticed by them to do drinking, sex, gambling, smoking marijuana, and all sorts of things that make me look like a piece of trash. Rafter Pound gave a somewhat crazy laugh. They're finally relieved and are no longer watching me. When I sold that house, whoosh, all of them left with no idea where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police. Right? They aren't letting me call the police. This fellow has some mental illness. I have no idea if what he said is true or false. In his aura, the change in his mood colors adhere to logic. But what if he just feels that he had let down the old Viscount and fantasized a whole sequence of events like this to find an excuse for his degeneration? Later, he would keep telling himself that until he's utterly convinced. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little of everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, "What did these people ask you?" "They asked me how the two children of the old Viscount died. They asked me what abnormal behavior the old Viscount had over the years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time, so I don't know anything." Rafter waved his arms and growled under his breath. "Calm down. Please calm down." Klein lowered his left hand and attempted to confirm if Baronet Pound knew of the underground structure via multiple angles. Time flew by as the question and answer session ensued. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't seem to know anything. I'm very sorry to bother you, but it's time for me to leave." He stood up, bowed slightly, and appeared very well-mannered. And almost at the same time, the excitement and appearance of having a breakdown on Rafter Pound's face vanished. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as though he was examining something. When he saw the intruder about to stand up straight, he immediately reverted back to his previous performance grief, anger, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly resounded in his ears. "Crimson!" Klein injected spirituality into a slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst crisp, crackling sounds, a strong sense of serenity spread out, enveloping the baronet, causing him to shut his eyes involuntarily and fall weakly onto the bed. "I'm sorry. The questions from before are for the comparison of what shall ensue. Next is the process of entering your dream and spirit channeling." Klein patted Rafter's pajamas, and with his hand on his chest, he made another bow. Then he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. In the grey, fragmentary, constantly coruscating world, Klein soberly walked beside Rafter, watching him see the blank faces of the servants and maids who had no facial features, as they gave off abnormal and frightening vibes. He saw Rafter turning his head, only to always to see an old face silently gazing at him, watching him curl up in the corner, shivering, and him being enveloped by a shadow, little by little. This matches what he had described earlier. Klein tried to guide the dream to make sense of the situation, but it was as though Baronet Pound had a very serious psychological trauma over these matters. Any tiny bit of stimulation would cause him to scream and run like a madman in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to get any more information. Thus, he withdrew from the dream and cast another slumber charm on Rafter Pound before taking out amantha extract and other materials in preparation to channel his spirit in a mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the illusory image of Rafter, an illusory image based on the body of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say to you before he died?" Klein hesitated for a moment before asking. Rafter Pound muddle-headedly replied, "He wants me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein asked again, in a tone of deliberate affirmation. "He wanted me to remember the glory of the ancestors." Rafter answered blankly. Klein nodded and asked, "What were those people looking for?" "I don't know." Rafter gave the same answer. Klein continued asking and compared it with the answers Pound had said before, finally coming to the conclusion that Baronet Pound had not lied, and what he had just said was true. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He passed through the storm of thoughts and allowed his extended spirituality to return to his body. Next, Klein methodically tidied up the scene and tossed Azic's copper whistle a few times, using its nature to interfere with any possible divination investigations. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet." After doing all of this, Klein bowed once again. Then he turned, opened the window, jumped into the street, and disappeared into the night. After a while, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around those light blue eyes, there was a circle of ruptured capillaries. He flipped himself up suddenly and stared at the open oriel window. After making a long detour to Eastborough, Klein washed his disguise and changed into normal clothes. As if nothing had happened, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what he should do with the underground structure. Instead, he once again entered the fog. At the very end of the ancient long table, Klein slowly opened his palm, revealing several strands of brown hair. They were Rafter Pound's hair he had gathered when Rafter was sleeping. There's still the final step confirming with divination above the grey fog. Klein silently muttered to himself, then he conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down the content that he had already thought about beforehand. Rafter Pound's future. "I want to see what will happen to you in the future so as to confirm the past." Klein leaned back in his chair and began to recite the divination statement. As the ancient structure involved the 6 Orthodox gods, he was afraid that there would be problems if he divined something directly. So he changed his way of thinking and helped Rafter Pound ask about the future. Chapter 277, Finalizing a Plan, Rafter Pound's Future. Klein held onto the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and entered a deep slumber with the help of cogitation. In the grey, gloomy world, he saw a narrow, irregular cave. Rafter Pound, with his puffy eye bags and grey hair at his temples, was propping himself up on his elbows, crawling forward like a reptile to leave the hole. Then, with a flash, he retrieved a black iron emblem of unknown origins and wore it on his chest. The emblem had a scepter carved on it, as well as a hand that was holding onto the scepter tightly. "Tudor!" Klein jerked out of the dream and sat up. According to Miss Bodyguard's introduction, the black iron emblem was engraved with the imperial coat of arms of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire royal household. It was identical to the one he had seen in the ancient structure. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he seems to be. Klein rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had received from the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future, and on the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. Through the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did he make me notice that anything was amiss. If I didn't have a 4th test, I probably would have been deceived by him. Yes, maybe he really doesn't know anything at present, and that it was a true act. In the future, he might even chance upon an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family, but it's more likely that he has already learned a lot from the old Viscount. Without confidence, he intentionally turned decadent and acted crazy and ignorant. For him to be able to hide from my dream and spirit channeling, it should be a result of some Beyonder powers. He probably wasn't acting at that time and was really in a muddled state. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself in front of a person like me who is very experienced in such matters. What Beyonder powers could it be? What sequence number is he? Or is he the kind that is born with certain Beyonder powers? Klein proceeded this line of thought and soon realized he had reached a dead end. He quickly pulled himself out of this dead end and changed his angle of thinking. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold hypothesis that he's actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If the blood relationship between him and the old Viscount is real, then things are going to be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed its surname to escape pursuit. They contributed tremendously and were conferred aristocratic titles, and they returned to the center of power, one step at a time. Meanwhile, They were secretly searching for the secret remains left behind by the Tudor Empire in Backland. After an unknown period of time, they finally found something. Thus, they bought what currently belongs to Millet Carter's house and built an exaggerated basement, which was used to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door to it. But during the exploration process, an accident occurred. That evil spirit didn't recognize any of the so-called Tudor descendants at all. The two heirs of the old Viscount died in that room, in the deepest corner, one after the other. Even their Bayonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be retrieved, although the old Viscount spent a great price to buy similar Bayonder characteristics, making it seem like the two heirs had died relatively normal deaths. The consecutive deaths made the royal household and the churches suspicious. Therefore, after the old Viscount passed away, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations of the past to frighten himself into having mental problems. He began to engage in debauchery so as to avoid the attention of others. This can explain what previously puzzled me. How can a Viscount family be placed under the control of some mysterious person without any action from the royal household and the churches? Even if controlling him was necessary, they would do it in a milder and undetectable manner. For example, using a faceless of my sequence 6 pathway. A child can even sense something abnormal, much less the powerful Bayanders of the royal household and the 3 churches. The reason why they were unaware can only be explained by the fact that they were the ones who had sent those people. Yes, back then, I surmised that the Tudor family and the Trunsost family grasped the Black Emperor pathway, so due to the need to act, they would establish dynasties to maintain the style and uniqueness of the Solomon Empire. On this point, Miss Bodyguard has indirectly proven it. The Black Emperor pathway sequence 9 is lawyer, a Bayonder job that is extremely good at using order. Yes, Rafter Pound was able to deceive my dream and spirit channeling abilities because of this. Perhaps he's gone one step further. He cooperated with me sufficiently, so in his muddled state in the dream, he was still able to subconsciously use the loophole of order and affect the development in the direction he wishes to have. Upon careful consideration, during the process of spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't seem to really lie. However, his truth was only a partial truth. Maintain the family, and remember the glory can be referring to the Pound family and also the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall assessment of the situation. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, the evil spirit shouldn't be able to escape without any external help. Otherwise, the baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. It doesn't matter if the evil spirit would come looking for him. As long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the secret of the underground ruins would be exposed to the royal household and the churches. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The room opposite had collapsed, but it didn't affect the power that restricted the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit wouldn't be able to escape. The plan is clear then. I would buy some explosives from Kaspar's and collapse the entrance so that no one can get in, leaving the evil spirit buried underground forever. When I'm powerful enough, I can consider finishing it and help the citizens of Backland get rid of this latent danger and harvest some valuable items in the process. However, how should I collapse it safely? I don't know anything. Maybe Kaspars knows a demolition expert. After all, he is a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized the plan and decided on finding Kaspars tomorrow evening. He would try to settle the matter of the underground ruins within the week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, and for Rafter's abnormality, he didn't want to probe too deeply into it. It's none of my business, Klein grumbled and quickly plummeted down past the grey fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual and pretended to be very busy. The truth was, he had once again gone to the Quelag Club to practice his shooting and read the newspapers. He enjoyed himself quite a bit. At tea time, he was about to leave after staying there the entire day, but he was surprised to see Mary Gale, his former employer, and Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher, enter the club at the same time. They were accompanied by a number of gentlemen in double-breasted frock coats and beautiful ladies in fine makeup. Among them was the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mike, with his charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, "Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news?" "It's done, thanks to your help. Let me do the introductions. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talum's." Mike waved his arm and said. After both sides greeted each other, Mike continued, "I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time. In short, I have every reason to believe that Cyber's death was caused by a copycat killer and not by the serial killer. Haha, you will see the news of my investigations on the papers tomorrow." "It's just as I thought," Klein smiled in response. At that moment, Mike seemed to remember something and turned his head to Mary Gale and said, "I'll make an appointment with you for an interview regarding the air pollution situation in Backland and its solution. However, you have to communicate with my editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the page in time." Mary's eyes lit up. "All right. Thank you very much. Mike, why didn't I think of such a good idea? This is for the promotion of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This reporter, Mike, has quite a lot of experience after all. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, its circulation is considerable. Did Mary suddenly come here today because the other members of the House of Commons who are members of this club were coming? This type of private club is indeed suitable for politics and business." Klein seemed to gain an understanding and bade farewell ahead of time. Before becoming a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in high-level affairs such as this. Evening in an apartment in East Borough. After a busy day, Williams entered the small room he rented, intending to change his coat, get some money, go to the pub for a drink, and settle his dinner there. In the gloomy darkness, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of the hood. "Who told you to look for Lanevus?" the dark figure asked in a low, slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat, gulped his saliva, and said, "I have a friend, a bounty hunter." Bounty hunters referred to adventurers who used various bounty rewards as their main source of income. There were a lot of them in East Borough and in Backland. Why did he suddenly start looking for Lanevus? This is a bounty that was offered a long time ago. The black figure was extremely tall. Step by step, he approached Williams. "I don't know, maybe she just wanted to attempt another bounty." Williams took a very tiny step back. The dark figure pressed hoarsely, "Who is she?" Williams immediately entered a dilemma, but after a few seconds he replied with a trembling voice, Zio Derecha. "I don't know where she lives." "Very good, very honest." The black figure reached out and patted Williams's body. Without further ado, he walked towards the door. Williams secretly heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't try to be brave when you shouldn't. At that moment, he saw the shadow snap his fingers. "Pa!" Williams's thoughts froze, and his body suddenly split into pieces, scattering in all directions, splattering the ground and walls with flesh and blood. Then the shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sound of gas spewing out from the pipes, he picked up the candle from Williams's desk and struck it against the wick. The black shadow left immediately. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up by itself. Boom! The explosion wiped out everything. Chapter 278, Free. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts bar, dressed in a simple black coat and a dark cap, Klein held a glass of Southville beer, closed the door behind him, and walked over to Caspars, who was bent over the table, trying to hit the ball. Before he could muster a smile and say hello, Caspar stopped what he was doing, straightened up, and glanced at him. "Marek isn't here. There are no other gatherings you want. I have nothing but weapons. Very familiar with what I want. Fortunately, I have a different goal today." Klein curled the corner of his lips and said, "I'm here to buy weapons. Marek isn't here. From the looks of it, they've been exposed and are targeted by their enemies. They've decided to switch locations. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard. And I was planning on tricking Millet Carter with Marek's zombies as my helpers. They'll keep a secret, they're obedient, and they're unafraid of death. Well, the premise of their obedience is when the influence of Azic's copper whistle is shielded." As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Caspars was slightly surprised. With a look of suspicion, he leaned against his cue stick and rubbed his brandy nose and said, "What kind of weapon are you looking to buy? Have you finished the previous bullets?" That's quite a lot of practice. No, I practiced with bullets I bought at the Kellogg Club. Klein smiled. I want to buy explosives, the kind that is widely used in mines. What do you want to do? Kaspars blurted out as his expression turned solemn and stern. I'm warning you, don't try to do anything condemnable. I won't allow my customers to challenge Civilhouse Yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to become a black market weapon merchant and live to this day, from a certain point of view, he must abide strictly by the rules. At the very least, he wouldn't sell to those crazy fellows. Klein habitually gave his evaluation from a nighthawk's point of view and smiled. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not going to blast open the door of a bank vault or try to create any sensational news. I'm helping someone with the demolition of a building, making it easier for subsequent renovations. Then, why didn't he find a proper construction company? Kaspars didn't let down his guard. Ha ha, that's a secret chamber. He doesn't want others to know about it. Klein switched to asking, do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not very good at this sort of thing, and I'm afraid the whole house will collapse. When Caspar saw that Klein was making considerations to ensure that the house remained in good condition, the doubt in his mind was immediately dispelled quite significantly. Just as he was deliberating for an answer, an illusory voice suddenly rang out in the room. There's no need. A familiar feeling came over Klein. He quickly turned around and found Miss Bodyguard sitting on a chair in the corner without him realizing it. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and matching soft hat. Her face was as pale as ever, and her blonde hair and delicate features accentuated each other. Good evening, madam. Klein slightly bent his back and bowed. Good evening, ma'am, Sharon. Kaspars did the same. So her name is Sharon. Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. The lady named Sharon looked at Kaspars and said, Marek won't be coming back here again. If you need him for anything, leave a message according to the third method. Yes, ma'am. Sharon. Kaspars, who had clearly seen a lot of things in his life, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted, if I wanted to get Marek's help, how should I get in touch with him? Through Kaspars, Sharon answered simply. All right. Klein spread out his hands and said, Oh yeah, what did you mean when you said there's no need for a demolition expert? Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. I am one. You are one. You're a demolition expert. Wait a minute, aren't you a Beyonder with special abilities, probably at Sequence 5? Why are you being a part-time demolition expert? Klein froze as he felt at a loss for words. In the end, he chose to believe Miss Bodyguard as he said in deliberation, I'm going to visit. Before he could finish, he looked at Kaspars. It was indicative that the ensuing topic wasn't suitable for this ordinary person. Fundamentally, due to his body, a black market weapons dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person. Klein silently added. Sharon looked at Kaspars and said, Prepare the explosives. £2, he'll pay. Yes, ma'am. Sharon. Kaspars glanced at Klein and limped out of the billiard room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him silently, Klein felt like he was being watched by a ghost. He quickly organized his words and said, I found Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night. After recounting everything that Rafter Pound had told him, Klein began to deduce the process from the story. I think he lied in many areas, and it's impossible for a Viscount family to be so easily manipulated. If a child can notice something abnormal, how can the royal household and the churches not sense anything? After Rafter Pound degenerated, he had many chances to interact with outsiders and other aristocratic members. As long as he showed a little courage, he would be able to easily resolve the problem. Therefore, I think he must have been hiding something, something that has a high chance of being related to the underground structure. From the state of his mind, it seems that the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long period of time. So I plan to get some explosives and destroy the entrance to prevent others from getting in. I'm afraid that I might accidentally release the evil spirit. Yes, Miss Bodyguard Sharon didn't confirm Klein's guess, but she didn't reject it either. At that moment, Klein hesitated and asked, I don't know much about demolition, so I'm preparing to draw a layout and hire a demolition expert to give me the positions to lay the explosives and their corresponding weights. If I ask you for help again, how much would I have to pay? If it's too expensive, it'd better for me to look for an ordinary demolition expert. After all, I'm getting only £50 from this. while Miss Bodyguard charges £10 for 3 days. Klein had already made plans. Free. Sharon's answer was still in her usual style of being terse. Free. Klein was shocked. From what he knew, free things cost the most. Sharon sat quietly for a few seconds before giving a brief explanation. After collapsing the entrance, I'll be the only one capable of entering and exiting. This was what I wished to do. In other words, after you're confident enough, you plan on getting rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items within. In fact, destroying the entrance is to help you eliminate any interferences or the greed of others. After all, other bayonders of other sequences are unable to pass through the boulders and dirt like a spirit. Yes, apart from the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about that underground structure. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Deal. After saying that, he hurriedly added, Can you borrow a few more subordinates from Merrick? Subordinates with a tight lip. They'll be helpers to show to Millet Carter. All right. Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention making any payment for that as he smiled. Then, let's schedule it for 10 in the morning tomorrow. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause any obvious damage. Sharon nodded slightly as her figure faded away into nothingness. Saturday morning, Zio Derecha once again rode in a public carriage to the East Borough to confirm any results that her commissions might have. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Backland Bulletin from a paperboy next to her. She quickly read through it. Suddenly, her eyes froze because of the news article on the third page. At 7:10 last night, there was a serious explosion in the apartment building at 1 Daravy Street in East Borough. It's suspected to be a result of a gas leak. The explosion happened at Unit 3-6. The tenant died on the spot, to the point of not leaving a complete corpse. At press time, this explosion resulted in 3 deaths and 16 injured. 1 Daravy Street, apartment 3-6. Isn't this the place Williams rents? He's dead. He died from a gas leak explosion. No, absolutely impossible. He would never be so extravagant and use gas, even if there was an installation there. Did he end up like this because he had just accepted my commission? But Lanevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovers that someone was looking for him, all he should need to do is move. There's no need to kill people to keep it a secret. Doing so would instead expose problems. The way this was done is too weird and radical. It's like it was done by a lunatic. He's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams. I will definitely avenge you. I'll definitely find out the truth. Zio looked sadly and gravely at the public carriage parked in front of her and didn't choose to board it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to head to Eastborough now. She intended to go back at once and tell Fours to get her to move to a spare rental house. Then she would head to Eastborough in a disguise and ask someone familiar to gain a preliminary understanding of the reason and find traces of the killer's tracks. It's true that none of Miss Audrey's commissions are without danger. I thought that as long as I didn't stop someone who is already a wanted swindler and didn't stop him from escaping, he wouldn't retaliate in such a vicious manner. I was careless. I was the one who caused Williams's death. Well, that didn't exclude the possibility that he was also gathering information on other matters, thereby bringing about disaster. Zio closed her eyes and crossed the street to the waiting area on the other side. At 10:14, after confirming the surface conditions of the fourth epoch structure, Klein and Miss Bodyguard, Sharon, arrived outside the building at 8 William Street. Sharon had already vanished, and Millet Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in his grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap and his 3 taciturn assistants. It's convenient to explore like this, Klein explained. Millet Carter's eyes swept across the 3 assistants who were obviously good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were quicker than I expected. Is one of them a snake-repelling expert? Yes, they're very good at repelling snakes. Klein didn't hesitate to give an affirmative answer. How could a zombie be afraid of being bitten by snakes? Chapter 279. Extreme joy begets sorrow in the dark, underground structure. Klein walked around the hall with a raised lantern in his hand. He thoroughly checked to see if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the newly gathered snakes were, once again, blown away by a biting, cold wind. After receiving confirmation, he took the initiative to retreat to the side of the gate, where he watched, along with the three zombies, as Sharon placed explosives at different locations. She looks very professional, Klein sighed softly, and without a doubt, the three zombies didn't respond to his musings. However, there was a reason for this. He kept using his spirituality to wrap Azic's copper whistle so as to shield against its negative effects. Otherwise, he would have encountered their abnormally passionate response. He had no intention of bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle with him originally, but considering that he had to guard against the evil spirit's manipulations, he could only sacrifice some of his spirituality. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon said that she's a demolition expert, and from the looks of it, she really isn't bragging. Was she in this line of work in the past? Or does one of her sequences in her Bayonder pathway make her skilled in this domain? According to the information I read back in the Nighthawks, a few candidates like Sequence 9 Criminal, Prisoner, Warrior, and Hunter, Sequence 8 Sheriff, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master and Knowledge Keeper. Heh, the latter has a nickname, Detective. It's part of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As for the rest, I'm completely clueless. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is. Nothing seems to match, and she even showed her ability to command the zombies. While Klein's thoughts wandered and made all sorts of associations, Sharon finished setting up the explosives and, in passing, lit the fuse. In passing, lighting the fuse. Hey, 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 why didn't you give any warning? Only then did Klein jolt back to his senses and was startled. He quickly rushed out of the hall and entered the corridor outside. As for the three zombies, they calmly followed behind him. It's very safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared and floated beside him. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Will dust fall from the tremors over here?" "Yes," Sharon answered with a single word. "That's good." As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The hissing sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him feel slightly irritated. It wasn't because he was afraid of the explosion that followed, but because he couldn't feel at ease. "One," Sharon said suddenly. "Ha!" Klein didn't understand what she meant. Rumble, the earth shook violently, and plumes of dust fell from above. Klein's ears buzzed, and for a moment he couldn't hear anything else. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a clown, he would have lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Having been distracted and caught unaware, he started to cough. He saw boulders and mud rapidly falling in front of him as they instantly blocked the entrance. During the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle given to him by Mr. Azic and observed its reaction. Although he had divined beforehand that his expedition would be safe, he didn't dare to believe it completely, even if it was a revelation gained from above the grey fog, since it involved the statues of the 6 Orthodox guards. Therefore, he cautiously judged whether or not the evil spirit was freed with the help of Azic's copper whistle. The copper whistle's surface was cold but mild, and it had no abnormal changes. Completely relieved, Klein looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes. His face was very dirty right now. That's good. It's in line with how I'm going to explain this to old Mr. Millet Carter. I didn't waste my effort in changing into a different set of clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing too much of a commotion, it's true that only those from the apprentice path and Bayanders like Miss Sharon can enter in the future. By doing so, she has ruled out many potential competitors. No wonder it was free. Klein looked at the boulders and dirt before sighing. Of course, I can too. I have a condition similar to a spirit body. He silently added this sentence inwardly with a smile, but his expression didn't change at all. Let's call it a day. With an exaggerated snap of his fingers, Klein led the three zombies back to the basement of the house. As for Sharon, she had already disappeared. In the spacious basement, Millet Carter was nervously pacing back and forth, looking at the secret door from time to time. As soon as he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants exit, he let out a long breath and asked anxiously, "What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted and said, "That underground structure is too old. It hasn't been repaired in a long time. We were driving the snakes away, but with just a little bit of movement it collapsed. The whole area has collapsed, but luckily we were close to the door and managed to escape in time." Holy Lord of Storms. That structure was that dangerous. Millet Carter pounded his left breast. Yes, there are always only a few ancient buildings that can be preserved. The rest would have collapsed in the river of history, Klein answered. I'll bring you in to confirm the situation. Will there be more collapses? Millet asked cautiously. No, this area is quite sturdy. Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body and coughed twice. He then led his employer in and stopped at the entrance that was completely blocked. The walls near the hall had also collapsed, leaving behind only stones and dirt. "You can use this area." He pointed to the corridor area. Millet was silent for a few seconds before he sighed. "Thank goodness I didn't hastily send someone in to explore, but instead went to look for you, a professional. Otherwise, I would have had to bear the burden of the loss of several lives. All right, this commission ends here. I'll pay you the rest of the reward." As he spoke, Millet Carter took out his wallet, did a count, and was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about £30 in cash. "Fortunately, I still have other forms of money. Otherwise, I'd have to go to the bank," Millet mumbled as he looked up at Klein. "Do you mind taking gold coins?" "No, I don't mind any form of money." Klein smiled. The gold pound of the Lone Kingdom could be in the form of gold coins, unless they were of huge denominations. This was the guarantee of the denomination on paper money. However, in the past 100 years after Emperor Roselle, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to paper money. There were even some members of parliament who wanted notes to replace copper pennies. Gold, in the true sense of the word, already hardly ever circulated in the market. Only some of the old gentlemen would attach a fixed box on the other end of their pocket watch chains, which contained some gold in case of accidents. It was to give them peace of mind, and was also a habit. Millet nodded, and following the gold chain on his clothes, he pulled out a box that flickered with golden light from a certain pocket. He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them together with the notes he had previously counted to the detective. Klein didn't hide his actions as he counted the money and suddenly flicked a gold coin and caught it coolly. "Thank you for your generosity." He glanced at the portrait that was facing up and smiled sincerely. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed whilst facing Millet Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they demolished the entrance and the passageway, they would definitely have nightmares upon returning. They would hear things at home, and their minds will turn weak. They would feel like they're being watched all the time and experience other problems. That's the corruption of the evil spirit's aura. It will take a very long time before the effects disappear, but we're different. Miss Sharon is like a ghost to begin with. As for me, I'll be completely fine once I go above the grey fog. As for the 3 zombies, they aren't even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned while in a good mood as he bade Millet Cullen farewell and left his house. Arriving on the street, without even informing him, the 3 zombies walked in another direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't collect any money for the zombies. Klein smiled as he raised his arm and waved at the departing backs of the 3 zombies. Then he went home and changed into his normal clothes and headed for the Quelog Club to practice shooting. After also settling his dinner there as a reward for the successful completion of his mission, Klein returned to Minsk Street in a public carriage. The dark, gloomy environment was illuminated by gas lamps, and with his cane, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a premonition which wasn't too good or bad. What's going on? When Klein looked up, he saw 2 police constables with a dog on a leash, apparently investigating the streets. Investigation. An investigation with a police dog. Is this a result of the serial killings? The scene of the murder had the smell of cloves and gooseberries, so they included a police dog. Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. The history of dogs dated back as far as the Roselle period, but the numbers had always been small. Considering that he had many things on him, and considering his earlier premonition, Klein decided to take a detour. But at that moment, the 2 policemen saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. As they approached, one of the officers showed his identification documents. "All right." Before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly growled at him and barked endlessly. "Is it because of the smell of gunpowder on me? The smell of gunpowder from my afternoon practice?" Klein instantly realized what was happening. He looked at the faces of the 2 officers who were now on alert. With a thought, he smiled and said, "It's this. I picked up a revolver along the way, along with an underarm holster and bullets. I was planning on handing them over to the police." Slowly, he took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, "Officers, I really am not bearing a gun illegally." As one constable remained on high alert, the other constable received the revolver and said seriously, "You have to come back to the police station with us." "All right," Klein returned with a radiant smile. "But I have a request. Please inform my lawyer, Mr. Jurgen Cooper. I will only accept a body search with him around." Chapter 280. The first step in a corner of East Borough. A drunken Xian faced the wall, pulled off his pants, and began watering the moss in comfort. When he was done, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Xian couldn't help but shiver a few times. He picked up his pants and half turned to see a short boy in a canvas jacket and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a mild and delicate face despite looking dirty. "Zio, why are you dressed like that?" Xian blurted out in surprise. Zio put her index finger to her lips to indicate the need for silence. Then she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Astonished by her awe-inspiring presence, Xian could only nod. "Which of the guys that Williams knew have died within the past 2 days?" Zio asked in a low voice. Xian used his alcohol-paralyzed brain to carefully think for a while and said, "Gavin. Gavin was found to have drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell into the river last night. The poor sard doesn't know how to swim and likes to enjoy the wind by the river when he's drunk." Zio's gaze suddenly became sharp. Without any hesitation, she asked, "Did Gavin accept Williams's request to look for the wanted criminal, Lanevis?" "Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not like it's a big deal. All we have to do is show the portrait to everyone we know and keep an eye out for someone who looks like him." "Oh, Williams. He said that if there's a clue, he'll treat me to 3 days of booze and meat. The poor fellow actually died in a gas explosion. That's why I refused to have my landlord install a gas pipe." "Ah, that was months ago. I can only afford a cheap motel now," Xian droned on. "What region is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you?" Zio looked sideways, pursed her lips, and stared straight at Xian. "He usually goes to the dock area near the East Balham dock. He even met me yesterday evening and said that he went to the Workers' Alliance tavern there to spread the news of his search for Lanevis. And he also showed the portrait of Lanevis to everyone present." Xian hiccuped. There were many docks in Backland, most of which were considered as the dock area and designated as shipyards. "And after that, did Gavin say what he was going to do?" Zio asked again, frowning doubtfully. "Of course, drinking. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep. Oh, the poor sard must have felt hot from drinking and wanted to take a bath in the river, but he forgot he couldn't swim and it's almost winter." Xian sighed again. Gavin didn't discover anything. He had gone to the Workers' Alliance tavern in East Balham dock and distributed leaflets to search for Lanevis, but ended up meeting his demise. It even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme anymore. He's simply a lunatic. If I were Lanevis, the easiest option would be to immediately move somewhere else and avoid being found, unless he's embroiled in something and cannot leave any time soon. But I wasn't the only one looking for him. There are also many bounty hunters. He may kill Williams, but can he kill that many people? If he had the ability, he would kill off everyone who spread wanted posters in Civilhouse Yard. Zio was completely befuddled by the entire matter, just like how she found Williams's death was impossible. In the end, she decided to report the problem to Miss Audrey first, and then head to the Workers' Alliance tavern in East Balham in disguise. She wouldn't make any inquiries and only observe to see if there was anyone suspicious. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Once again, Klein found himself huddled on a backrest-equipped bench with thieves and drunkards. How unlucky! To think that I would run into the police and fail to take a detour in time. It's all because of that damn serial killer. As Klein cursed that particular person, he thought about how to hide his charms and the herbal powder he couldn't explain away and dodge the body search that followed. He had tried to put them in his black gloves, then find a chance to slip them into a hidden spot in the police station, only to retrieve them when he left. Just then, his eyes lit up, and he saw the young lawyer, Jurgen Cooper, with his hair neatly combed back. He was dressed like he was attending a banquet. Just as Cooper came over, he was accompanied by a police constable. "You can leave after signing your name," Jurgen said, with his usual serious expression. "Is that all?" Klein asked in surprise. Jurgen nodded slightly. "Yes, they know you're a well-known detective. What kind of reason is this?" Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed after Jurgen, who was wearing a long black tweed coat. He signed his name at a leisurely pace before leaving. The weather was different from the last time he was led out from the police station by Jurgen. There was no rain and only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by gas lamps that lined both sides of the streets. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you once again." Klein briskly walked forward and came to Jurgen's side. Jurgen turned his head to look at him and said to him without a smile, "There's no need to thank me. This is my job. £2. Klein sized him up seriously and revealed a smile. "Okay." His wallet was bulging recently, and he produced two £1 notes at once. Without a trace of politeness, Jurgen received the payment and said, "If you're willing to enter into a formal partnership, then every time you come to the police station, I'll only charge you £1. Of course, not for the cases that are serious. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I charge will go to the office. It's as if I would frequently be invited to the police station for some coffee in the future. Phewie, they don't even give coffee. There isn't even a cup of water." Before Klein could answer, he heard Jurgen add, "For a private detective, getting in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's an occupational hazard. Well, I know very well that every private detective has a problem with the illegal bearing of arms and the illegal trespassing in other people's homes. Your response this time was very good. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were bearing a gun illegally, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name Quelog Club was enough to convince them. Otherwise, you most likely would have had to go to the magistrate's court. So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who picked up a gun and handed it in, so there was no need for a body search. All right, but I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullets. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fee." Klein squeezed out a smile. "I understand. Lawyer Jurgen, let's establish a formal partnership." The corner of Jurgen's mouth twitched. With an extremely professional smile, he extended his hand and said, "I hope for a pleasant partnership. I sincerely hope that I don't have to see you too often at the police station. That's not something that's up to me to decide." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein eased himself with a hot bath. But at that moment, he once again heard illusory prayers coming from a woman. "Miss Justice, is there a clue regarding Lanevus?" Klein suddenly jumped out of the bathtub, quickly dried his body, put on his clothes, and went above the grey fog. Staring at the constantly expanding and shrinking crimson star, he extended his spirituality and chose to listen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lanevus." Justice, who was wearing a white gown for an unknown reason, recounted the explosion that happened on Daravy Street in East Borough, as well as Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist who had already gained some mastery, she didn't add her own guesses, lest it affect the judgment of Mr. Fool. After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the killer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. Unlike Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, Lanevus, as a swindler, would immediately move if he discovered anything was amiss. That should be his professional instinct. There's no reason to follow the clues in reverse and kill those who are seeking him. According to this standard, 80 of East Borough's bounty hunters would die. This would cause a sensation and cause the case to be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hivemind. Has the benefits Lanevus gained from the ritual of praying to the true creator to send his son down left him mad? This is very consistent with the style of the true creator. However, the problem lies with the fact that it would be difficult for a lunatic to hide himself. Apart from the potential, Klein fell into deep thought and was in no hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and known about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the details. Then he wrote a new divination statement, clues to the explosion in Daravy Street. As he recited it silently, he leaned back in his chair and entered a dream. He saw a 3-story, grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment, a room had lost its windows and half the wall had been destroyed. It was filled with signs of an explosion. The scene quickly shattered. Klein woke up from his reverie as he tapped the edge of the table and thought to himself, "The clues are at the scene of the crime. This revelation can also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to finish off the person who comes to investigate the matter. Yes, this will give him a chance to find the person who recently issued the bounty for Lanevus. I'll visit the crime scene in disguise and see if I can find the killer. Even if he isn't Lanevus, he must surely be connected to Lanevus. But he must have hidden himself very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? A thought flashed as Klein's eyes was cast onto the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was a Beyonder characteristic left behind by the Mariontist Resego. In the real world, I can't use this item to manipulate those strange threads because of the residual mental corruption from the true creator. There will be irreversible harm after interacting with it for a certain amount of time. However, if it was used temporarily, I can use the threads to find a hidden person. That's something acceptable. It's just like how I used it to determine if Miss Bodyguard had left previously. Klein narrowed his eyes, removed his spirit pendulum, and divined if his trip would be dangerous. The answer was positive, but the amplitude and frequency of the spinning weren't excessive. That's acceptable. Klein was silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, by summoning himself, he placed the all-black eye into an iron cigar case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes, sticking his beard on, and getting ready, Klein came before the mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly vibe that he had was completely concealed by the beard on his face, and his brown eyes seemed to be like an ancient pool which hid and sealed something within. Compared to when he was in Tingen City, Klein almost didn't recognize himself. One by one, he stretched out his fingers and clenched them into a fist. Looking at the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to avenging both you and me." Before he finished his sentence, he saw himself grinning in the mirror, a brilliant smile on his face. Chapter 281. Clue in the suburbs west of Northborough, in a soon-to-be-abandoned three-story house. It originally belonged to the Backland Medical School, but the latter's main campus had now moved to a better and more suitable location, leaving behind only a small number of teaching staff and students who were left guarding the area after failing to graduate. Audrey was wearing a white gown and white mask. Her smooth blonde hair was also coiled up and stuffed under a cool-colored surgical cap. She darted her eyes to the side and looked at Fours Wall, who was dressed in the same way. She always felt that Fours had a special temperament that seemed to make her more suited to such attires than herself. It's the kind of temperament that allows her to pick up a scalpel and cut open a patient's stomach at any moment. Audrey didn't say anything. She followed half a step behind Fours as they entered the classroom in front of them. She was startled by the information she had received from Fours because Mr. Fool had said it was a simple task. Considering that the simplicity of said task might be from Mr. Fool's point of view, Audrey took advantage of the moment when she was alone, changing into a disguise, to recite his honorific name and silently pray, so as to report everything that had exactly happened. However, she had yet to receive a response. After passing through the door and entering a room, Audrey instinctively looked around and found that this wasn't an ordinary classroom. There were actually 4 skeletal specimens and 4 coffins made of glass. The coffins were filled with pale naked corpses that were soaked in preserving agents. At the very top of the classroom, there was a transparent glass pillar that was also filled with a liquid. Floating inside was a male corpse that wore a black scholarly robe. The corpse's clothes stuck tightly to its body, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. He didn't relax and simply floated upright in the middle. It's as if he had died by drowning instead of being placed in there after his death. Audrey made a preliminary judgment based on her attitude as a spectator. In addition, she saw a number of men in white coats, white masks, and surgical caps sitting around the long tables in the room. None of them said a word, just like the bodies and bones around them. Looking out at the crimson moon, which had finally peeked out of the gloomy darkness, Audrey turned her head back to look at the scene inside the classroom. For a moment, she couldn't help but shudder as this place instilled an instinctive fear. But at the same time, she felt excited and agitated. This is what the life of a Beyonder should be. Audrey silently muttered to herself as she followed Fours to a corner before sitting down. After waiting for a while, the floating black-clothed male corpse inside the upright glass pillar at the front of the classroom suddenly opened his eyes. His voice transmitted through the layers of obstructions. "Let's begin." Eastborough, Derby Street. In his dusty grayish-blue worker uniform and cap, he walked along the dark streets that only had a few gas lamps that were still working. There was candlelight shining down from the various apartments on both sides of the street. This was combined with the crimson moonlight that passed through the clouds with great difficulty, and they barely outlined the silhouettes of the pedestrians. Klein encountered people with old, tattered clothes, their faces numb with despair. They were the homeless who had been chased away by the police. They had no place to sleep, so they wandered aimlessly through the streets. Occasionally, they would find some inconspicuous corner or park bench to rest at for a while, but they were soon chased away again. In the cold and dark night, Klein felt that they were more like zombies than the zombies he had seen, and the entire East Borough was more like an abyss than the legendary abyss. He hurriedly took a quick breath which hurt his throat, causing him to cough involuntarily. He quickly gathered his thoughts and looked through the corner of his eyes at the apartment on the corner of the street. It had obviously suffered from an explosion and hadn't been repaired yet. The best place to monitor the crime scene is the apartment across the street. The third and fourth story and the roof all meet these requirements. Klein analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had learned as a nighthawk. Throughout the whole process, he didn't slow down his pace to avoid arousing suspicion. At the end of the street, Klein smoothly crossed the apartment building numbered 1 and entered the building across the street from the crime scene. The one-bedroom apartment he had rented in East Borough was similar to this apartment, and he had also lived in an apartment of slightly higher class with his brother Benson and sister Melissa in Tingen City for quite a long time. It was Klein's personal experience, but it also came from the memory fragments of the original Klein. As his thoughts raced, Klein lowered his cap, lowered his head, and without rushing, he walked up the creaking stairs to the third floor. Due to his unlucky encounter in the evening, he no longer had a revolver, so all he could do was stick one hand into his pocket and hold a few tarot cards in between his fingers. There was no light other than the faint moonlight in the corridor of the third floor. Klein was in no hurry to move forward, so he carefully observed the layout. The spot directly across the crime scene is on the left. The one with the best view for surveillance should be the third room from here. Klein began to walk slowly and carefully. After walking past 2 rooms, he also inserted his right hand into his pocket and gently opened the iron cigar case. After a split second, his fingers touched the all-black eye, and the murmurs resounded in his ears as they attempted to tear his mind apart. At the same time, with the help of this corrupted item, Klein saw many strange black lines. These thin lines floated in the air, and although they were intertwined and entangled a little, he could still distinguish who they belonged to if he traced them back to the source. The corresponding figures were reflected in Klein's soon-to-be-cooked brain. There were men, women, and children sleeping in the bunk beds, and several tenants lying in bed on the floor. Other than that, there were no other special spots, nor were there any hidden figures. The illusion in front of him and the auditory hallucination in his ears slowly improved as Klein quickly retracted his hand from the all-black eye. He endured the pain as he continued to move forward. Once he felt some relief, he would immediately observe the other room. Unfortunately, his efforts of searching the entire apartment to see if there were any places that allowed the observation of the crime scene was in vain. Phew. Klein cowered in a corner of a balcony. His hands were on his knees as he panted heavily. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and from time to time his nose would run as if he had fallen sick. This was the result of his repeated contact with the all-black eye within a short period of time. Even with Klein's resistance in this area, he wasn't completely immune to it. The only thing that satisfied him was that it only agitated him and didn't corrupt him. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have dared to try again. That would have led directly to devolving into madness. After resting for a while, Klein finally calmed down and switched to a different apartment that didn't have the same view as this one, but it was still for naught. Did I interpret it wrong? The clues are at the scene of the crime. When Klein returned to the street, he looked suspiciously out of the corner of his eye at the apartment with traces of an explosion. With the mindset of just giving it a try, he put his hand back into his pocket, pushed the metal cigar case open, and stuck his hand inside. He wanted to see if anyone was hiding in the apartment where the crime scene was located. With a hum, Klein's head suddenly felt like it was being smashed as his body wobbled a little. Like a drunkard, he staggered forward and looked at the apartment which had signs of an explosion. As he was too far away, he couldn't clearly see the black lines, nor could he trace the source of the black lines. He could only barely distinguish where the black lines had gathered, and this indicated that there was someone present. No, no, no. Klein quickly swept the area and made a rough judgment. Suddenly, he noticed a black line floating out from the crime scene on the third floor which merged into the air. This. Klein's pupils shrank, and he made a confirmation before quickly withdrawing his hands so as to stop being in contact with the all-black eye. There's someone in the destroyed room. That murderer is actually crazy enough to wait for investigators to come to the crime scene. Isn't he afraid that official Beyonders will take over the case? I made a wrong judgment and failed to find him because I shared a different sense of logic from that of a lunatic. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he slowly exhaled and pretended that nothing had happened whilst he walked in a circle until he reached the entrance of the apartment building. By then, all the negative effects he had suffered from the all-black eye had been quelled. Controlling his facial expression and body language, Klein headed up to the third floor as if he were going home, his footsteps quick and heavy with fatigue. In the darkness of the corridor, he caught sight of the doorless room which had half its walls collapsed. Then he casually headed for the public bathroom. As he neared the room, his hand, which had been in his pocket, touched the all-black eye. Again, the mind-wrecking murmurs and the blurred hallucinations assaulted him. Through the corners of his eyes, Klein saw a black, illusory thread spread out from the crime scene. As he traced the source, he found a man who had completely merged into the shadows. His aura was the same color. The man was extremely tall, almost 2 meters in height. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him appear rather eccentric. His cold eyes were like those of a wild beast's, possessing a ferocity that couldn't be hidden. It's not Lanvis. Klein withdrew his fingers, relaxed his body, and avoided the likelihood of staring. He entered the public bathroom at the end of the corridor without stopping, nor did he alarm the man. The public bathroom and the crime scene weren't on the same side. He wiped off his cold sweat, and after quelling the negative effects, he directly jumped out the window, climbing down skillfully before leaving with brisk steps. He didn't stay a moment longer. He knew that in a few minutes the man would be alerted to the absence of someone who had gone to the bathroom, so he had to get as far away from the street as possible. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to walk back the way he came from, but if he didn't know which room he could go to, it would similarly expose him. The clown quickly ran and circled around a huge area before entering that one-bedroom apartment he had rented in Eastborough. He then went above the grey fog to confirm that there was no danger of him being caught. That fellow must have had some sort of deep connection with Lanvis. After a moment's thought, Klein conjured a portrait of the man from earlier, sending his thoughts to the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. Soon after, he said solemnly in a tone of authority, "This is a clue." Chapter 282. This is East Borough inside the soon-to-be abandoned medical school building. Audrey suddenly felt adrift as she took a detour to leave the gathering which had just ended. She saw the familiar, thick grey fog and the blurry figure situated in the center high above. This is a clue. Accompanying Mr. Fool's solemn voice were scenes that looked like a film reel, a colored one at that. A man who wasn't particularly muscular, but was nearly 2 meters tall in height, was wearing a black priest robe and standing in the shadows. His light yellow hair was slightly curled, and his dark brown eyes were cold with malice. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look like a ferocious wolf. A clue. A clue to the bombing on East Borough's Daravy Street and Gavin's drowning. Is this the murderer? Audrey stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to an understanding. Mr. Fool already has a clue. He's really impressive now. He's omnipotent. After sighing to herself, she turned to look at Fours. As soon as Fours removed her mask and surgical cap and got into the carriage, she noticed Miss Audrey's slightly strange gaze. She immediately asked in puzzlement, "Is there something on my face?" "Nope." Audrey looked away and sat down before removing her disguise. Fours recalled the gathering and asked curiously, "Miss Audrey, why didn't you announce that you were purchasing the Spectator formula? You could have established contact with the psychology alchemists that way." She remembered that the generous Miss Audrey had remained silent most of the time and only sold some spirituality-infused materials and responded to buying other varieties accordingly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm looking forward to the potion formula, and even more so, the mystical items, but I told myself that there's no rush. It would be a better strategy to familiarize myself before taking action. This is also a professional habit of the spectator pathway. Moreover, there were no bay-under ingredients like dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, which Mr. World wishes to obtain, Audrey silently added, looking at the girl who wasn't 18 yet, for suddenly felt that she was more mature than ever before. She suddenly laughed at herself and said, "If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity." Audrey gave a reserved smile as a response before saying, "I'll ask some special friends in the morning if they have any leads on the Daravy Street bombing. Wait for the information at the same place with Zio." "All right," Fuzz nodded without any doubts. Instead of returning to Minsk Street, Klein slept in the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough's Black Palm Street. He was afraid that the suspected murderer in the black priest robe had accomplices who could be searching the streets for him. Although the probability of meeting him wasn't high, and he had disguised himself ahead of time so that it was unlikely he could be recognized, his divination indicated that there was a possibility. To be cautious, Klein made do and decided to spend the night at East Borough. At dawn, he changed into another dark blue worker's uniform, put on a light brown cap, and left the room. He went down the stairs and into the street. At that moment, the white fog with a yellowish tint shrouded the surroundings. There were blurry figures of people passing by, and the cold morning air was soaking into their clothes. Klein lowered his head and hurried along, just like the people around him who had gotten up early for work. While walking, he saw a man in his 40s or 50s ahead of him. He wore a thick jacket and had grey hair around his temples. He was pacing in place and fumbling for a cigarette while shivering. Finally, he took out a box of empty matches in his clothes' inner pocket. Just as he opened the matchbox, his right hand quivered, and the crumpled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein stopped, picked it up, and handed it to him. "Thank you, thank you. I can't live without this old friend. There's only a few left." The man thanked him sincerely and accepted the cigarette. His face was pale, and he appeared to not have shaved for quite a while. Exhaustion was expressed without reserve from the corner of his eyes as he lamented, "I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how long I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me so that I can enter the workhouse today." "He's a homeless person who has been chased away." Klein casually asked, "Why doesn't the king and ministers allow all of you to sleep in the park?" "Who knows? But to sleep in this kind of weather outside, it's very likely that you'll never wake up again. It's still better in the day, since you can find a warmer place. Sigh, but this will make us lack the time or strength to look for jobs." The man lit a cigarette and sucked at it delightfully, as though he had some of his strength restored, and he walked beside Klein. It was uncertain if his destination was at the end of the fog or somewhere deep into the fog. Klein had no intention of exchanging pleasantries, and was about to speed away from him when he saw the man, who had spoken clearly, bend down and pick up a dark object from the ground. It looked like an apple core that had been nibbled clean. The man swallowed his saliva before stuffing the dirt-covered fruit core into his mouth. He chewed it until it was mashed up before swallowing it down with great familiarity. Nothing was left. Looking at Klein's surprised eyes, he wiped his mouth, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled bitterly. "I haven't eaten in almost 3 days." This sentence struck Klein's heart, causing him to feel indescribably moved. He silently sighed and said with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter, and I'm currently writing about homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up front." The man froze for a moment before he smiled and said, "No problem. It's much warmer inside than on the streets. If you can stay a little bit longer after the interview and let me sleep inside for half an hour. No, 15 minutes. That would be even better." Klein turned agape, momentarily at a loss for words. He just silently led his interviewee into the budget cafe at the end of the street. The tables and chairs in the coffee shop were quite greasy. Due to the walls and windows inside, there were quite a few guests. The average temperature was indeed much higher than the streets. The man scratched his throat, concealing his Adam's apple that was squirming from the fragrance. Klein motioned for him to sit down and went to order 2 large cups of tea, a plate of lamb stewed with young peas, 2 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of toast, a serving of low-quality butter, and a serving of artificial cream for a total of 17. 5 pence. Have some food to eat. We'll have the interview after you eat your fill. Once the food was ready, Klein carried them back to their table. This is for me, the man asked with anticipation and surprise. Except for a piece of toast and a cup of tea, the rest is yours. Klein smiled in response. The man wiped his eyes and said with a slightly choked voice, "Why, you truly are a kind-hearted person." After starving for so long, make sure not to eat too quickly, Klein warned. I know, I had an old buddy who died just like that. The middle-aged man worked hard at eating at a slower pace, occasionally lifting his cup of tea and gulping it down. Klein easily finished the toast and watched quietly, waiting for the man to finish his meal. Phew, I haven't eaten until I was this full in 3 months, no half a year. In the workhouse, the food they give is just enough. After a while, the man put down his spoon, leaving empty plates in front of him. Pretending to be a journalist, Klein asked casually, "How did you become a tramp?" It was bad luck. I was originally a worker leading quite a good life. I had a wife, 2 cute children, a boy and a girl. But a few years ago, an infectious disease took them away. And I also stayed in the hospital for a long period of time, losing my job, my wealth, and my family in the process. From then on, I often couldn't find a job, and I didn't have any money to rent a house or buy food. All I could do was wander on the different streets and in certain parks. This made me very weak, making it harder for me to find a job. The man spoke with a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his numbness. He took a sip of his tea, sighed, and spoke again. I can only wait for an opportunity to enter the workhouse. But as you know, every workhouse only takes in a limited number of people. With good luck, and if I queue up in time, I can spend a few days in peace, recover my strength a little, and then find a temporary job. Yeah, temporary. Soon, I'll be jobless again and the previous process will be repeated. I have no idea how much longer I can last like that. I should have been a good worker. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" "Not many left." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "This is the last of my assets, the only thing I have left after I was chased out by the landlord. Heh, one can't bring them into the workhouses, but I'll secretly hide them in the seams of my clothes. I'll only take one out to smoke during my worst hardships so that I can have some hope. I don't know how long I can last, but let me tell you, I was a good worker back then." Klein wasn't a professional journalist and was momentarily at a loss on what to ask. He turned his head to look out the window and saw faces with obvious hunger plastered across them. Some of them were relatively sober, and they belonged to the residents of East Borough. Some of them wore looks of numbness and exhaustion, nothing like that of humans. They were tramps. There is no obvious gap between the two. The former can easily become the latter. For example, the gentleman in front of me. When Klein looked back, he discovered that the man had fallen asleep, his body curled up on a chair. After a few minutes of silence, Klein went to pat the man awake and gave him a handful of copper pennies. "This is the payment for the interview." Okay, thank you, thank you." The man didn't realize what was happening, and when Klein reached the door, he raised his voice and said, "I'll go to a budget motel and get a bath, get a good night's sleep, and then get a job." At noon, Klein attended a party at the Sammers. There were 10 guests. There was apple juice with steak, roast chicken, fried fish, sausage, cream soup, lots of delicacies, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bottle of red wine. On his way back from the bathroom, he met Mrs. Stellin Sammer. He thanked her sincerely. "It was a sumptuous lunch, truly delightful. Thank you for your hospitality." It cost a total of £4.08 solely. The most expensive were the 3 bottles of wine, but they were all part of Luke's collection. He has a liquor cabinet. The pretty Mrs. Stellin smiled in response. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she said, "You earned £10 from Mary's matter alone, and if you can keep up the good fortune, you'll soon be able to have a banquet like this. For people of our class, you have to invite friends once a month and also be invited by friends." Klein, who was already used to her mannerisms, obliged politely. "Well, I'll have to wait till my income settles at £400 a year before I can be like you." Stellin immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to make her smile faint. £430. It must be £430. Dark area, East Balham Dock, Workers' Alliance Tavern. Zia wore boots that gave her height a huge boost and stuck on a thick beard, making herself look like a short man. She tried to recall the portrait from Miss Audrey, trying to engrave in her mind the image of the man who might have been the murderer. If Gavin had been killed by him, the murderer probably frequents this tavern. Zio ordered a glass of rye beer and a lunch set before huddling in a corner and eating slowly. From time to time, she would look around furtively in search of her target. After a while, the tavern's door was pushed open again, and Zio reflexively looked over. With just one look, her pupils shrank so thin that they resembled needles as she nearly became petrified. The patron who entered was nearly 2 meters tall. Chapter 283. Dark Union Zio has been in the bounty hunter business for a very long time. Many things were done on instinct without any thought. When she saw the patron who entered was nearly 2 meters tall, she instinctively lowered her head and continued to eat her pork sausage and French fries as if nothing had happened. Although the food entered her mouth, Zio didn't taste it at all. She endured dozens of painful seconds before she slowly raised her head and pretended to look around casually. Soon, she saw that the patron who had just entered was sitting in front of the bar counter, waiting for his booze and lunch. Soft, curly, pale yellow hair, dark brown beast-like eyes, a slightly drooping mouth, an aura of solitude and malevolence. Little by little, the details came into Zio's eyes, overlapping with the image in her head. It's him. It's the suspected murderer, the man who killed Williams. Zio lowered her head again and slowly stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth. After a few minutes, she set the tray down on the bar, along with the glass, and left the Workers' Alliance Tavern without looking back. Due to her high boots, they effectively masked the most obvious feature of her body. Outside, Zio slowed her pace and found a secluded spot to observe the people entering and exiting the tavern. After waiting for a while, she finally found an acquaintance, a technician named Burton, who lived in East Borough and worked at the East Balham dock. The young man liked to treat himself to a cup of shoddy rye beer at noon or in the afternoon, and his salary only allowed him to afford such a beer, and he couldn't drink it every day. Zio nimbly darted over and patted Burton on the shoulder. She lowered her voice and said, "It's me, Zio." Zio. Burton looked up and down at the short man and nearly failed to recognize him as the famous arbiter Zio Derecher of the streets of East Borough. "I have something to ask you." Zio pointed to a nearby corner. Burton followed in puzzlement, only to come to a realization when he arrived in a secluded corner. "Are you doing a bounty mission?" He had heard that Zio was also a bounty hunter. "Yes," Zio nodded perfunctorily, fished out 5 pennies and tossed them around. "Do you know that tall man at the tavern?" "You mean the one that's this tall, has pale yellow hair, and wears a fierce look?" Burton gestured. "Yes." Zio took out the folded portrait and unfolded it. "You have to be sure. That's him. He's been coming to this tavern often for the past 2 to 3 months. I've never seen him before that. He's very fierce, completely unreasonable, and he's good at fighting. It's best that you don't provoke him." Burton glanced at the portrait carefully and gave some sincere advice. "Yeah, when I saw that person just now, it was just like my encounter with a ferocious beast when I was young. I felt that I was in danger and wasn't a match for him, so I had to immediately avoid him." Zio secretly exhaled and asked, "Do you know anyone he's in close contact with?" "No idea. He's not very sociable and he seldom speaks. We don't even know what his name is. We have given him a nickname, Giant." Burton curled his lips and shook his head. Zia thought for a while before asking again, "Where else have you met him besides the tavern?" "You can ask your friends the same question. Remember, it has to be a trusted friend." Burton recalled and said, "When I went to the Dark Union to do some work, the East Balham Docks Dark Union, I would occasionally see him appear there." "Zia, why aren't you a member of the union? You're so just, and those guys not only charge us 1.5 solely a week, but when the other darks go on strike, they'll pay us half our salary just because we have to support our families. Lord, let's just forget about it. In order to live a good life, we must help each other. However, once they organize a strike, they'll come to an agreement with the lawyers sent by those rich people. Our situation doesn't improve at all." "Stop, stop." Zio lowered her right palm and said, "Apart from that, have you seen Giant anywhere else?" "No, my friends probably haven't either. After all, we often discuss him in private," Burton answered in a firm tone. Zio didn't say anything more and gave him 5 copper pennies. "Drinks on me. Don't tell anyone about what I just asked. It'll be very dangerous." Before she finished her sentence, she had already turned around the corner and headed towards the Dark Union located at East Balam Dock. About 10 minutes later, Zio saw the two-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat, inverted, and exposed the patches beneath, instantly transforming herself from a short worker to a tramp. Zia looked at the homeless people huddled around the corner, pinched her nose, and went over to sit down beside them. She glanced at the Dark Union on the opposite side of the street, where people were coming in and out. As the minutes passed, Zia endured the cold and the harsh environment while tenaciously observing the situation around the Dark Union and the surrounding area. She clearly remembered Williams's insistence on drinking, and she also remembered how she felt when she saw the newspaper that fateful day. These feelings made her even more patient than usual. At that moment, about 8 people came out of the Dark Union, and they headed for the cafe across the street to have lunch in groups. Zia narrowed her eyes and carefully scanned every passerby to confirm their appearance. There's no one suspicious. Zia was about to look away and wait for the next batch of people when the door to the coffee shop creaked and was pulled open as the heat from within rushed out. A man couldn't help but take off his gold-rimmed glasses and wipe away the fog with his sleeves. Zio gave him a casual glance, and her gaze suddenly froze. Those eyes, that mouth, it always had that taunting smile. Lanevus. Zio jerked her head back, not daring to look again. The man from before had bronze skin and short hair, and his face was craggy. He was very different from the portraits, except that his eyes and mouth gave her a familiar feeling. It was the feeling of taunting everyone. Is it Lanevus? Can it be Lanevus? Zio bowed her head and stared at the flagstones on the street. At the Sammers. After a sumptuous lunch, the hosts and guests gathered in the activity room to chat, and they agreed to play Texas together. Interesting rumors and humorous stories echoed intermittently as Klein maintained his smile, interjecting from time to time. He also saw the Sammer family's 2 children entering and exiting energetically. And next to him, Jurgen Cooper wore his usual serious expression, occasionally providing legal advice for the discussion. Klein smiled, turned his body slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Are you bored?" "No, their topics are very interesting." Jurgen nodded seriously. Klein was stunned and blurted a question. "Then why don't you laugh?" Jurgen frowned slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. "Why are you smiling?" Klein's mouth twitched, not knowing how to respond. He was about to make a joke about how much Jurgen was like his cat Brody, forever so serious, when suddenly he heard a series of ethereal pleas. "Female. Miss Justice has found useful information so quickly based on the clue I gave her." Klein stood up and slightly bowed. "I need to use the bathroom." In the bathroom, Klein locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. His judgment was very accurate, as the plea came from Miss Justice. Klein suddenly felt nervous as he emanated his spirituality in anticipation and seriousness to listen to her words. After the usual honorific name, Justice recounted truthfully. "They discovered the clue you provided at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in the Pier District's East Balam Dock. The person's nickname is Giant. After tailing the giant and figuring his in and outs, they discovered a person suspected to be Lanevus at the East Balam Docks Dark Union. Temporarily, they don't dare to approach Lanevus because Giant is very powerful and dangerous. They can only continue waiting for an opportunity. In the meantime, they've also asked if they could notify the police and collect the bounty after confirming that it's Lanevus. Lanevus has a very powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have any other helpers? Is there a faction backing him? Why did he kill so many people? What was he planning to do by being in the Dark Union?" A series of questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel that things were much more complicated than he had expected. As for the last request, his answer was undoubtedly eyes. He would even suggest to the other party that they should inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess directly, because there was a possibility of the police leaking the information. Getting the Nighthawks of the Church of the Goddess to kill Lanevus is also a form of revenge. Klein silently murmured to himself. He had a strong urge to immediately confirm that the man was Lanevus, lest things changed because he waited too long. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and undid the spirit pendulum around his wrist on his sleeve. There is danger going to the Dark Union for confirmation. Closing his eyes and chanting 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant. He discovered that it was motionless, completely still. The divination failed. Klein immediately frowned. He changed the sentence he used, changed the divination method, but they all resulted in a failure. After some careful thought, he thought of 3 reasons. First, there wasn't enough information to make a divination. Second, Lanevus wasn't at the Dark Union, making it difficult for the divination to succeed. And third, Lanevus was just like in C. Zangwill, who had items that could shield against divination. An item to shield against divination. A benefit he obtained from that guard's spawn ritual. A little godhood of the true creator. Klein thought for a few seconds, then decided that no matter what, he had to make a trip to the Dark Union. There were certain things that needed to be done, even though danger was a certainty. If the 2 ladies were able to observe secretly without being seen, so can I. I only need to meet with Lanevus once, and I can confirm it with divination. Of course, I can't be rash. I have to prepare in advance. For example, I have to send the all-black eye above the grey fog and not carry it with me. That's to prevent the spiritual corruption of the true creator from resonating with his godhood. Another example, I should elevate my height so that the giant wouldn't be able to recognize me as the passerby from last night from my figure. For example, I should find a suitable and sufficient reason to not arouse suspicion. Yes, I can pretend to be a reporter and head there for an interview. I'll visit Mike Joseph later and borrow his false reporter identification. The corner of Klein's mouth slowly curled up as he blanketed his body with his spirituality before descending back into the real world. Chapter 284. Instinctive Trembling 3 in the afternoon at the Dark Union in East Balham Dock. Klein wore a thick sweater, a tan jacket, and a simple cap that brought him closer to the usual investigative reporters in style, rather than the ones who attended banquets and interviewed people of status from time to time. Such a costume had cost him an extra £1.10 solely. At that moment, he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed back, gleaming with the luster of hair oil. His face no longer had a messy beard, so he could only plaster a deep black stubble around his lips. His height was at least 5 centimeters taller than before. He was trying his best to look different from the worker from last night, making it impossible for anyone who wasn't particularly familiar with him to make any associations. In the pockets of his clothes and trousers, there was no all-black eye, no charms or herbal essential oils. There was only a deck of tarot cards, a stack of notes, a fountain pen, a wallet, some change, a bunch of keys, and false reporter identification documents. He didn't know the Lanevus's current condition, nor did he know where the powerful Beyonder lingering around him came from. Hence, out of precaution, he didn't bring any suspicious items. Looking at the 2-story building ahead of him, Klein crossed the street, pretending to not rely on the clown's intuition to notice that several pairs of eyes were watching him. He pushed open the door and saw that the Dark Union's layout was rather simple. There were no female receptionist or spacious lobbies. The stairs to the second floor were in the middle, flanked by office corridors, and the floors weren't lined with wooden planks, much less carpet. They were paved purely out of cement. Klein turned his head to look at the man guarding by the door as he went over and said, "I'm a reporter from the Backland Daily Tribune. I would like to interview the workers of your association and get to know your needs and desires." The man was wearing a very patched jacket, which even had dirty cotton lining exposed, and a linen shirt underneath. After hearing the word reporter, he suddenly became vigilant and replied loudly, "No, we haven't organized a strike lately, no. I think you've misunderstood me. I'm someone who sympathizes with you. I'm planning on doing a special report on what the union does to help the workers and the actual difficulties they encountered. Trust me." With the help of his clown Beyonder powers, Klein made his eyes look abnormally sincere. "Is that so? Go to Mr. Rand, our committee member in charge of publicity. Turn right, and it's the second office on the right." The man hesitated for a few seconds before replying. "Thank you." Klein bowed with feigned relief, and he felt the gaze observing him from a dark corner of the room vanish. He turned to his right, and with his back perspiring in cold sweat, knocked on the office door. The door creaked open. A middle-aged man with sparse hair looked at him and asked, "May I know who you are, Mr. Rand? I'm reporter Statham from the Backland Daily Tribune. This is my reporter identification documents. I'd like to make a report with unions as the theme to help you acquire more attention." Klein almost believed he was a journalist. "That's me." The middle-aged man looked at the reporter's identification documents and said hesitatingly, clearly unwillingly, "It's hard for me to believe that you reporters are here to help us. I was born in East Borough, and I know how miserable the lives of the workers are. If you don't believe me, you can follow me the entire time and monitor my every question." Klein suddenly smiled and added, "A report with actual interview data would be better than nothing, far better than news that's written purely based on imagination. At least you can provide your views and hopefully guide things in the direction you want." Rand touched his scalp and replied hesitantly, "All right then, I'll follow you the entire time." "Thank you." Klein almost lost control of his emotions. Afterward, under Rand's guidance, he entered one office after another, interviewing the members of the Workers' Association according to his prepared questions. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein calmly went up the wooden stairs to the second floor. This time, Rand led him into the office directly opposite the staircase and introduced the people inside. "This is a reporter from the Backland Daily Tribune, Mr. Statham. He wants to interview the lot of you, but I have to remind you that there are some questions which you have the right to refuse to answer." Klein smiled, took 2 steps forward, and made a gesture to shake hands with each and every staff member in the room. At that moment, he saw a slightly familiar figure. Although the man's skin had turned bronze, his ordinary round face had become angular, and his glasses had changed from a round frame to a gold-rimmed frame. Klein still found a trace of familiarity from his spirituality as a seer. Immediately afterward, his body trembled, and the smile on his face almost went out of control. "I'm sorry. I suddenly have a stomachache. May I ask where the washroom is?" Klein asked with an awkward smile, holding his stomach with the hand that didn't hold a pen and paper. Rand and the staff didn't suspect anything. They all pointed to the door and said, "Go out, turn left. When you reach the end, you'll see the sign." Klein smiled apologetically and walked out of the room, heading quickly for the washroom. Inside, he selected the cubicle closest to the window, sat on the toilet, and locked the wooden door behind him. He bent down, the corners of his mouth curving into a silent laugh. He laughed so hard he nearly couldn't keep his body straight. A drop of sparkling liquid fell onto the ground from his laughter. Klein had confirmed that it was Lanevus. This wasn't because of that small sense of familiarity, but because he felt another type of aura from the other party's body, one that left an extremely deep impression on him. This was also the main reason why he had nearly lost control on the spot. The trembling of his body originated from his instinctive fear. The collapse of his emotions came from the horror and sorrow deep within his memories. That was the aura of the true creator. Klein washed his face and went on with the interview as if nothing had happened. Even while facing Lanevus, who had somehow changed so much, he continued to ask questions and record the answers. After finishing all of this, he bade farewell to the Workers' Association and walked out of the dimly lit building. Outside, the sky was cloudy and misty, as if the evening had come early. The true creator's aura can only come from his body or spawn, as well as things that extend from the two. For example, items bestowed by him, or his godhood. This corroborates with what Lanevus said to Hood Eugen. In addition, there's that tinge of familiarity. I didn't even need to go above the grey fog for divination to confirm that it's him. If it wasn't for me having already interacted with the true creator a few times and coming close to his mental corruption, there's no way I could have recognized that aura to be his, which didn't contain any strength and of his nature. Klein felt heavy emotions, but he appeared very relaxed. He stood on the street and purposely organized the interview notes. In the process, he caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure among the tramps across him. Miss Zio. Klein instantly made a guess with what he knew. He didn't stop, and he put away the notes before walking towards the tracked public carriage station. At this moment, a horse carriage suddenly stopped in front of him. "We meet again." Sitting in the carriage was a thin, elegant, middle-aged gentleman with white hair at his temples. He was the great detective who was helping the police investigation, Isengard Stanton. As for Klein, he didn't look any different than usual. He was just a little taller and had changed into a new set of clothes. "What a coincidence. I was just thinking about the last time I interviewed you," Klein answered deliberately. Isengard suddenly understood and changed the subject with a smile. "I'm here to investigate a case. The death of Cyber has been eliminated, and I'm in charge of it." Her death is very close to East Balham Dock. So it's indeed a copycat crime. Klein feigned ignorance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got into the tracked public carriage. Instead of going straight home, he made a transfer and headed to the Quelog Club in Hilston. In the club's lounge, he quickly went above the grey fog to confirm that no one was following him. Only at this step did Klein completely relax and feel some lingering fear. The aura of the true creator lingered in his mind like a nightmare, leaving the clothes on his back moist after they repeatedly dried. To be sure, Klein conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and a dark red fountain pen before writing a divination statement he had already long thought of, the source of the inexplicable familiarity earlier. Putting down his fountain pen and leaning back into his chair, he began to mumble as he entered the dream. In that grey and illusory world, he saw a figure. This figure had ordinary facial features. He wore round glasses, and he had a condescending and taunting smile from beginning to end. He was none other than Lanevis. "I've finally found you." Klein no longer used his clown ability to control his facial expressions as he muttered to himself through clenched teeth. Then he sat up straight and prepared to answer Miss Justice's prayer. Klein controlled his emotions and said in a deep but cold voice, "There's no need for confirmation. That is Lanevis. You can inform the Church of Evernite and tell them that Lanevis has the godhood of the fallen creator." Audrey, who was watching her father train the hunting hounds with Susie, froze when she heard Mr. Fool's response. "Fallen creator? Isn't that the true creator? That swindler actually has the godhood of the true creator. Such a simple mission actually involves the godhood of the true creator. As expected, I knew Mr. Fool had other deeper motives. He was targeting the true creator. As expected of Mr. Fool, many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. Chapter 285. Midnight Clock Tower. Audrey, who had set up an urgent communication method with Zio and Fours, quickly passed on Mr. Fool's message to the two ladies through the huge golden retriever. Susie, claiming that the information she had received came via other sources. In the corner of an old church, as Zio was thinking about how to confirm Lanevis's identity, or how she should create chaos and avenge Williams, she unfolded the ball of paper. "There's no need to confirm. He's Lanevis." Zio's eyes widened as she quickly skimmed through the rest of the paper's content. The piece of paper clearly wrote, "The only choice is to notify the Church of Evernite. Alert them that Lanevis has the godhood of the true creator on him." Godhood. The true creator's godhood. Zio blurted out as she looked at the golden retriever in front of her in shock, only to realize that she was equally dumbfounded. "What?" Fours was listening when she suddenly felt something was amiss. She hurriedly reached out for the piece of paper and scanned it. After a moment, she curled her lips and said at a loss, This must be a joke, right? How did we get involved in a matter that's tied to an evil god's godhood?" This was meant to involve the capture of a cunning swindler worth only £200. In response to Force's question, Susie could only express the notion that she was only a dog and that she didn't know what was happening either with her innocent eyes. Not expecting a dog to answer her questions, she turned her head to Zio and said, "I'm afraid Miss Audrey isn't as naive and innocent as we thought. She has many secrets. This might be a power struggle between a cult, the nobles, and the church. However, it's evident that she didn't know about the matter of godhood prior to this. She's also being used by someone. That person could be her father, Earl Hall. What's fortunate is that this matter ends here. You don't need to take the risk anymore. After you get someone to make the report, you just need to wait to collect the bounty in peace." Zio was startled and said, "That's true. Hopefully those Nighthawks are able to avenge Williams. They're so strong, so they'll definitely be able to do it. Definitely." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side and spoke as if she was talking to herself. "I'm still too weak." "Too weak?" Zio jerked her hand up, covering her mouth and nose. "I'm still too weak. If not for that, I would have chosen to take revenge myself, but right now I can only take a step back. Not to mention there's Giant, and those hidden helpers around Lanevis. With just his godhood, he isn't someone I can deal with. With the reaction speed of the Nighthawks, they'll likely take action tonight once they receive the report. The Backland Diocese is second only to the church's headquarters. They have many sealed artifacts and many powerful bayonders. There's no need to wait for any additional helpers. After completing his task of informing Audrey, Klein returned to the real world. He stuck on a beard, changed his hairstyle, and stared into the mirror for several minutes. He felt anticipation and excitement, as well as depression and a sense of powerlessness. Before the evening arrived, he left the Quelog Club and returned to Minsk Street. On his way, he went to the grocery market and found a stall that was bustling with its great business. He bought several masks, including a clown's. He had decided to watch the hunt for Lanevus tonight. He wanted to see the other party pay the price for his madness with his own eyes. Of course, with his strength, he could only watch from a distance and not even have the right to approach them. By 11 o'clock, when many people were in their dreams, Klein changed into his grayish-blue worker's uniform and disguised himself as he had the night before. Then he put on his cap, walked a few streets away, and took a rental carriage to the Backland Bridge area. Once there, he switched to walking and walked all the way to the East Balham dock. His interview yesterday included questions such as, "Where are you staying now?" and "How's the environment like?" Therefore, he knew very well that Lanevus would be staying in the dormitory provided by the Dock Union at night. However, Klein didn't go near it. Instead, he carefully went around it. His target was the clock tower of the East Balham dock. In Backland, in addition to the large church with its tall, iconic clock tower, many government buildings were also equipped with one. However, they weren't necessarily tall, grand, and not ornate. It was mostly built for pragmatic reasons, such as this one in the East Balham dock. Compared to the surrounding buildings that reached a maximum of 3 stories, it was like a giant that stood high in the night sky as it overlooked the entire area. Klein easily entered the interior of the clock tower and went up the endless flight of spiral stairs as he moved quickly in the darkness. Finally, he arrived at his destination. He arrived at the top of the gigantic wall clock. It was surrounded by a dark yellow fence, and at the top of his head was a steeple that could be reached by stretching his hand. Taking a few steps forward, Klein hid in the shadows, got a sense of his bearings, and looked towards the Dark Union's dormitory. It was a 2-story, brick-red building, and the occasional pedestrian resembled a black dot in Klein's eyes. He stared for a few seconds, then took a step back and sank into the darkness. At the same time, he took out his newly bought mask and wore it. It was a clown with the corner of its mouth sharply raised and a painted red nose. A happy clown. Wearing a clown mask, Klein stood in the rich darkness, patiently waiting for the predetermined show. He waited for 2 hours. When the hands of the large wall clock passed 1 o'clock, he suddenly saw something flying from the distance. It was a huge airship covered in dark black paint. If it weren't for the faint moonlight, it would have been indistinguishable from the night sky. Unlike what was described in the newspapers and magazines, depicting them as machines that emitted exaggerated mechanical noises, its oars rotated quietly, as silent as a vulture who had found its prey but hadn't found a chance. The solid, light alloy supported the carton frame, and below it hung the compartment for guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. At a glance, it appeared to be a powerful deterrent. It's silent. Is this a temporary result caused by Bayunder means? Klein, wearing his clown mask, looked at the slowly descending airship and made a guess. At this moment, he was most puzzled over the dispatch of an airship for a small-scale Bayunder battle in a densely populated area of the city. Aren't they afraid of dealing collateral damage to the surrounding citizens? Aren't they afraid of causing panic? Very soon, the airship hovered about 10 meters in the air. This way, Klein was even less worried about being discovered. His position was much higher than them. Observing the situation below, he suddenly had a hunch. It was likely that the airship wouldn't engage in combat, but rather provide air surveillance of the area to give the personnel involved in the operation a better view and prevent the target from escaping if any accidents occurred. Right at this moment, 3 figures dressed in black robes suddenly appeared in front of the 2-story brick-red building. The man in the lead didn't wear a hat, revealing his short golden brown hair and blackish-green eyes, which appeared to be as deep as a windless lake. The collars of his shirt and trench coat were propped up high, and his palms were covered with a layer of gloves that were as red as blood. A silver-white metal suitcase was wound around his left hand via a chain of the same color. This was one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Church of Evernite, Crestet Sesamir. He was also one of the 3 powerhouses of the Red Gloves, and he happened to be in Backland. After looking straight ahead, Sesamir turned his head to the left and said to his subordinate, Use sealed artifact 1-63. Yes, Reverend Sesamir. The Nighthawk crouched down and helped Sesamir untie the chain around the silver suitcase. Throughout the entire process, Crestet Sesamir's muscles were very tense, as though he was fighting something. The Nighthawk on the left took a deep breath and pressed down suddenly, causing the illusionary ripples on the surface of the silver barks to crack. The surrounding halo suddenly disappeared, as if it was completely sucked into the case. A bone sword that was less than a meter long emitted glossy, pure white light as it slowly floated up. Its blade had an ancient silver-coated mirror attached to it. The scenes reflected in the mirror were layered and superimposed without end. The Nighthawk on the left took the mirror and pointed it at the brick-red building. The building was clearly reflected in it, and nothing seemed to change. However, Sesamir slowly exhaled, stretched out his left hand to grasp the short bone sword. The surrounding halo was somewhat restored. Let's go in. He started walking towards the entrance of the brick building. The three Nighthawks opened the door and entered the dark building and targeted the stairs that led to the second floor. At that moment, a tall, thin figure emerged from the shadows in the corner. He wore a black priest's uniform, and he had curly, pale yellow hair and beastly dark brown eyes. "You're the goddess's sword," the nearly 2-meter-tall giant spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, he clenched his right palm. Bang, bang, bang. The Union members in this small brick-red building exploded one after another in their dreams, without even having the chance to scream. Their bodies split into pieces, turning into thick, sticky flesh. Half of their bodies rushed towards the giant to weave into cloaks that could reduce magical damage. The other half condensed into furry giant rugs that blanketed the three Nighthawks. Crestet Sesamir only watched silently without doing anything. Silently, the flesh and blood dissipated and collapsed before falling down like rain. But the raindrops didn't stain the floor red. In each of the rooms, figures emerged once more, still sleeping soundly. This is the world within a mirror world that only targets Bayanders. The flesh bombs you planted in the bodies of the ordinary people are only illusions in here. Sesamir raised the holy artifact bone sword in his right hand, causing the light around him to disappear. HMPH. The giant suddenly grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand and tore off his arm. He then threw the blood arm forward. Boom! His arm exploded like a bomb, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the three Nighthawks. At the same time, the flesh on his left shoulder began to squirm madly as he slowly grew a new arm which was still bloody without any skin. Smack, 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 sizzle. The blood-colored raindrops accurately avoided Sesamir and the others before falling to the ground and quickly corroding into deep, dark traces. But no matter how hard they tried, they always missed the three Nighthawks by a hair's breadth, as if they were fated to do so. My enemies aren't always lucky enough. The corners of Sesamir's mouth curled up, and with a slip of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of Giant. Giant's eyes narrowed as his body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into sticky flesh and blood that quickly seeped into the floor. Sesamir immediately kneeled and plunged the holy artifact bone sword into the ground. No! In the rich darkness, a roar filled with pain and horror instantly sounded, and it was immediately swallowed up by tranquility and serenity. Sesamir stood up and drew out the bone sword. A drop of dark red blood was slowly dripping down its tip, and on the floor, flesh and blood were seeping out, congealing into a face of despair. It was precisely the giant who had a slightly drooping mouth. Pat, pat, pat. 3 shadows appeared around Sesamir in succession. However, they all mysteriously collapsed to the ground, having been forcefully taken down by many invisible entities. Bang, bang, bang. Another Nighthawk fired, and the silver surface of the bullet seemed to bear the Evernite sacred emblem. The 3 attackers hiding in the shadows suddenly revealed themselves, twitching as they lost their breath. Rose Bishop, Shadow Ascetic, people from the Aurora Order. Sesamir frowned and said in a low voice without turning to his companions, "There's something wrong about this. It's very strange. All of you be careful." Before he could finish his words, he heard the shuffling of footsteps which echoed in the silence and serenity. Immediately, he saw Lanevus with his chiseled face, dressed in a linen shirt, walking down the dark staircase. He appeared calm and placid without any signs of fear. "I'm very curious. To the Aurora Order, you should be a blasphemer. Why would they send people to protect you?" Sesamir didn't seem to notice the abnormality as he asked casually. Lanevis showed his trademark taunting smile and said, "That's simple, because I'm no longer just Lanevis." He paused for a moment, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. "Now I'm even more of the true creator." He yanked open his linen shirt, revealing the dark red flesh of his skinless chest and abdomen. The flesh and blood were conjoined together, forming the figure of a hanged man. All of a sudden, the void around them shattered like glass, and all the scenes around them crumbled. This was the aura of a deity. Chapter 286. A taunting smile in the clock tower of East Balam Dark. Klein hid in the darkness while donning a clown mask as he quietly stared at the dormitory of the Dark Union. An airship floated above. He couldn't see the details of the battle, and he had no way of knowing the developments of the operation in the red brick building. All he could do was endure and determine the situation by observing the changes in the surroundings and the occasional black dot that passed by. Just then, he saw all the gas lamps in the area extinguish. All of them had been extinguished. It was pitch black there. Right on the heels of that, a feeling that left an extremely deep impression on him exploded from the small red brick building. Even from a long distance away, Klein couldn't help but tremble all over. His legs went soft, and he bent his waist. It was the feeling of being looked down upon, a feeling that repressed one's spirit. It was a feeling that was impossible to resist or face. Do not look directly at God. In his adrift thoughts, Klein seemed to recall the time when he was in the hall of the Blackthorn Security Company. It was like when he was about to activate his spirit vision to probe the mental state of Megos and the baby in her womb. That feeling was exactly the same as it was now. No, it's even more extreme and terrifying right now. How could this be? Wasn't Lanevis just bestowed with a little bit of the true creator's godhood? At most, he would be given one or two other corresponding items. Why does it feel like an evil god is about to descend? Before Klein could shake off the trembling of his body and the numbing of his thoughts, he suddenly felt a deep, serene, and profound darkness engulfing the feeling that couldn't be looked at, probed, or resisted. The two sensations were obliterated at the same time, causing the gas lamps in the surrounding area to light up once again. The airship, which couldn't stop itself from plummeting, floated back up again. Everything seemed to return to its original state without the slightest change. But Klein didn't believe that everything was over. He stood up with all his might, knowing that something important had happened in the red brick building. The feeling that exceeds a beyonder at a fundamental level is no longer there, nor is there the feeling of the descent of an evil god. This means that the true creator or Lanevis's plot has failed. However, the Nighthawks must have suffered some sort of serious blow as well. They might not even have much strength left. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred. He quickly took out the spirit pendulum inside his left sleeve, holding it with one hand as he said in a low voice, "Lanevis is no longer dangerous at the moment." After quickly repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise. However, its frequency wasn't fast, and its amplitude wasn't large. This showed that Lanevis was still a dangerous man, but to a lesser degree. What caught Klein's attention was something else. The divination hadn't failed again. This meant that Lanevis had been separated from the godhood bestowed upon him by the true creator. A cold wind blew, seeping deep into Klein's bones, causing him to shiver. He felt as if an electric current had instantly drilled into his brain from the soles of his feet. Maybe I can do something. He suddenly had this thought and no longer hesitated. He took 4 steps counterclockwise in the dark clock tower and went above the grey fog. Without wasting any time, he sat down and conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and wrote a divination statement. Lanevis's escape route. Klein leaned back, quickly chanted the statement, and entered a deep dream. In that illusory, separated misty world, he saw the slush-filled sewers with their dark, dirty tunnels and rusty metal pipes. It was cramped and sealed. It's the sewers. Klein immediately woke up, enveloped his body with spirituality, and descended into the grey fog. As soon as he returned to the real world, he took a few steps back and came to the side of the clock tower that faced away from the airship. Klein didn't walk down the spiral stairs, but instead somersaulted over the dark yellow fence. With the help of the platform, the bulging spots, and the decorations on the surface of the building, he jumped down level by level. His body was so balanced it was as though he was walking on the ground. In a very short period of time, his feet stepped on the thick flagstones on the street. Inside the small red brick building, two nighthawks wearing red gloves had collapsed by the door unconscious. The ancient silver-plated mirror had rolled to a corner, but it was no longer special. It no longer looked anything like a Grade 1 sealed artifact. However, one could clearly feel that it was recovering bit by bit. Crestet Sesamir was kneeling at an intersection. A stream of tear-like blood streaked down the corners of his eyes. His short, golden brown hair hung limply, and his standing collars on his trench coat and shirt were in tatters, revealing his relatively sharp chin and his thin, stiff mouth. Gasping for air, a distorted, semi-illusory, and translucent face appeared on each of his teeth. Sesamir braced himself with his left red-gloved hand on the ground. With difficulty, he straightened his neck and looked straight ahead. Directly in front of him was the staircase to the second floor, above which stood Lanevus, who had his linen shirt completely unbuttoned. Lanevus stood very straight, with the pure white, smooth bone sword stuck in his chest. The skinless flesh no longer formed the outline of the hanging man's figure, leaving behind a void. Vaguely, one could even see his back through the hole in Lanevus's body. Lanevus moved with great difficulty before suddenly laughing loudly. He said with a maniacal laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, thank you. I really need to thank you. For real. Look at my sincere eyes. I really want to thank you. If you hadn't discovered me and arrived in time, I would truly become the vessel of the true Creator when he descends in a few months. When that happens, how different would it be from dying?" Sesamir was stunned when he heard that. He refused to believe that the person who had his crutch destroyed thanks to his hard work would be so happy. At that moment he wished to stand, but he couldn't. He was also powerless to resist. When Lanevus saw his confusion, he coughed and said with a smile, "Do you know, to people like me, it's the most miserable thing when there's no one to share a great accomplishment that I'm proud of." Cough. When I was in Tingen City, I was deceived by the true Creator who not only initiated the descent of his spawn, but he also secretly planted a sapling in my body. No, I even believe that Megos's child was just his ruse. He didn't even get the members of the Aurora Order to protect her to divert attention. It was as though he knew from the beginning that the ploy would end in failure. His true descent was set up inside me. The godhood he bestowed upon me suddenly combined with the sapling in my body after I reached Backland. Ha ha, can you imagine that? I was being replaced bit by him. In the end, I would become the true Creator. Before I came up with a solution, I was found by the members of the Aurora Order through the Guardhood. Thankfully, they're all lunatics with simple brains. Haha, there are always so many fools. Cough, cough, cough. Lanevus spat out a mouthful of foul blood, seemingly recovering some of his mobility. He took a difficult step forward, and his chiseled face suddenly turned soft for some unknown reason as he began resembling his original self. Lanevus reached out to the staircase's handrail and laughed tauntingly. Thankfully, if the true Creator wishes to fully descend and completely replace me, he'll need large amounts of pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment, and primitive evil. Only Backland and Lee Eastborough, the factory and dark area, could satisfy his requirements. This gave me a chance to interact with others. I knew that it was unrealistic to report this to the police simply through the people I interacted with, because the people I come in contact could very well be members of the Aurora Order. I initially wanted to instigate a strike to get the police to notice me, but I was warned by someone from the Aurora Order. After being tortured, I could only hastily end it. I acted as though I was on the brink of losing control and had gained the opportunity to head into the sewers to vent. During this process, I secretly used my blood to corrupt the creatures living in there, turning them into terrifying mutated monsters. Unfortunately, before you could fully investigate the reason behind it, it was discovered by the Aurora Order. Apparently, a member of theirs died under a mutated monster. So now that I no longer have the guardhood or the sapling, my blood no longer has such effects. After that, I was controlled even more strictly, but I still found an opportunity. I killed a prostitute and used the cruelest method to attract the attention of the police. But who would have thought that the people of the Aurora Order would disguise the case as part of series of serial murders? I still failed to receive the rescue I needed. Out of similar opportunities, I could only use a more ingenious method. I took the initiative to request for the fiercest, craziest, most radical member of the Aurora Order to watch me, and this suited their thoughts. Hee hee, can't they use their brains? Such a lunatic would get into trouble at any moment. As expected, you guys came. Phew. At that moment, Lanevus exhaled and began to move his body as if he had finally gotten rid of the remnant effects. He pulled out the holy bone sword from his chest and said regretfully, "What a pity. I can't take it with me. Otherwise, I would be quickly tracked and found by you." After the pure white bone sword completely separated from his body, not a single drop of blood remained from the exaggerated wound. The part that had disappeared didn't seem to belong to Lanevus. Lanevus pressed his right hand against his chest, bowing as he faced Crestet Sesamir and company. "The people on the airship outside should be recovering soon. I can't stay any longer. Thank you very much. Although you're all very stupid, you still ultimately helped me. It's an honor for foolish bastards like yourselves." Having said this, he straightened his body and smiled tauntingly. "Goodbye, foolish nighthawks. Use your lives to send me off." Grasping the bone sword in his hand, he abruptly took a few steps forward, attempting to stab at Crestet Sesamir. But at that moment, his eyelids began to grow heavy, as he felt like collapsing into a slumber. "So you still have some strength. This is troublesome." Lanevus bit his tongue gently and suddenly threw the holy bone sword at the unconscious nighthawk by the door. "No!" Sesamir waved his hand with the strength he accumulated through painstaking means, causing an invisible entity to divert the holy bone sword. Lanevus seized that opportunity and dashed to the side. He somersaulted out the red brick building through the window at the washroom at the end of the corridor. Soon after, he opened a manhole cover along the streets and quickly climbed into the sewers. Lanevus seemed to be very familiar with this place. Even though it was dark, he could still run, jump, and turn, quickly fleeing deep into the maze of sewers. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped and leaned back. Oof! A card had stabbed deep into his right chest, and blood began dripping profusely from its edge. Lanevus looked up, and with his ability to see in the dark, he saw his attacker. It was a medium-sized man in a worker's uniform, wearing a mask with a raised mouth and red nose. It was a happy clown. Chapter 287. Death battle. The moment their eyes met, Lanevus suddenly ducked and rolled forward. Clang, a tarot card with an angel and trumpet, shot out sharply like a dagger, embedding itself into the wall of the sewer, and its position was at the same height as Lanevus's neck just moments before. Clang, clang, clang. Lanevus either rolled, jumped to his side, or threw himself forward, nimbly avoiding the three cards that came in succession with abnormal agility. Their collision with the walls, slabs, and concrete echoed like metal striking a wall. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the man in the clown mask was following him closely, not much slower than he was. In his hand was a thick stack of cards as he launched them with great familiarity and skill. On the surface of an approaching card was a sun with 5 facial features. With his left hand, Lanevus propped himself up against the wall and leaped into the air, drastically changing his course. At that moment, he heard a swishing sound before suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his ankle. He launched 2 cards. One arrived slightly late and was aimed in the direction I was escaping in. Can he foresee my movements? The moment he landed on the ground, Lanevus endured the pain and rolled once again. Clang! Another tarot card embedded itself into his original position, resonating constantly in response to the impact. It was only then that Lanevus noticed a card deeply embedded in his right ankle. The card depicting stars, water containers, and holy water stained in red. Sue, Sue, Sue. Lanevus didn't even have the luxury of time to think or treat his injuries. One after another, the cards turned into seemingly sharp flying daggers, shooting at different parts of his body. Very soon, the injuries on his right leg and chest, and the remnant effects from the hole in his chest, as well as the prior demigod-level clash, caused this sequence 9 Marauder to turn sluggish. This was in contrast to the nimbleness and speed that Marauders were known for. Pow! He sent a card flying, but a deep laceration tore through his wrist, one that kept bleeding profusely. The Nighthawks and the military will be coming soon. I can't delay any longer. At this moment, Lanevus's mind was very clear. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and stopped dodging, allowing a card depicting the devil to strike him squarely in the neck. In almost an instant, the cards sticking out from his body were sent flying. The hideous wounds on his neck, right chest, wrist, and ankle were all squirming madly, sprouting one meat tendril after another in disgusting shapes. On his skin, numerous small goosebumps appeared. These goosebumps had a metallic tint to them, as if they had turned into a set of armor. Clang! A tarot card was shot over, but it was deflected by the fine goosebumps. With bloodshot eyes, Lanevus stared at the clown who had put away his cards after coming to a halt. He said, half laughing and half mocking, "No matter what, after being tormented by a deity, one will always get something in return." Before he could finish his words, he had already jumped over the polluted waters in the canal with his left foot, throwing himself at the enemy opposite him. As if expecting this, Klein stepped to the side, pulled his left hand out of his pocket, clenched it into a fist, and threw it at Lanevus's temple. Bam! Lanevus swung his elbow sideways and raised his forearm, accurately hitting his opponent's fist. The explosive force surged like a torrential tide, causing Klein's body to move from the impact as he staggered a little. Pa, pa, pa. Crisp explosive blasts sounded in Klein's ear. Punches, each heavier and faster than the last, constantly reflected into his eyes. The flurry of attacks made him seem to forget to maintain his balance. He staggered and fell to the side. Then, with the support of his left elbow, he rolled in a different direction. Smack, 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 bang, bang, bang. Lanevus's punches and kicks came quickly and furiously, almost hitting Klein quite a few times, but thanks to his exaggerated balance and movements that defied common sense, he managed to dodge successfully. At times, he would be on the wall, and at other times, on the ground. It was as though he was performing an acrobatic act. He appeared very calm without the slightest bit of impatience. It was as though he had decided to drag out the battle as long as possible until the Nighthawks and the military arrived. And once there were any signs of Lanevus's attempting to escape, he was hell-bent on pestering him and not give him an opportunity to do so. Pa! Lanevus's punch forced Klein to use the rebound from the wall to fly back into the air. And as for himself, he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee towards another tunnel. The moment Klein's toes touched the ground, his body shot out like a cannonball as he pounced straight for Lanevus's back. At that moment, an image appeared in his mind. It seems as if Lanevus has no bones. I should force him to twist his upper body and land a punch on his body. This was a clown's intuition. Without any doubts or hesitation, Klein took the initiative to reduce his subsequent strength. With a smacking sound, he still threw himself forward, but it was much weaker than he expected. Catcher! With a jarring noise, Lanevus twisted his upper body suddenly while his legs remained immobile. His face faced backward as his toes pointed forward. In such a terrifying scene, Lanevus threw a punch towards Klein's head. The force of the punch was so strong that even the air produced an explosive boom. Boom! His fist hit nothing but air, and his fist was still 20 or 30 centimeters from Klein's face. The winds that stirred from the punch blew through Klein's hair, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack the enemy. Instead, he croaked a single word in ancient Hermes, crimson, a charm. Lanevus scrunched his face as he immediately jumped to the side in a bid to dodge the impending attack. However, Klein had yet to throw out the charm. Instead, he clenched his left fist tightly and followed in the direction of Lanevus. He similarly threw himself to the side and rolled on the ground as well, causing the distance between them to only widen slightly. It was a bluff. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the highly raised corners of the clown's mouth were clearly reflected in his eyes. There was also a dark red flame which had unknowingly ignited in the clown's left fist. This. Lanevus's gaze immediately froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears, and a calm, tranquil feeling emanated instantly, enveloping him and Klein. What is he trying to do? He wants both of us to be affected at the same time, to allow for the Nighthawks and military to rush here in time. Lanevus's eyelids drooped heavily, and the fatigue and weakness he had been suppressing began to rear their heads uncontrollably. He did his best not to fall asleep, hoping to rely on the uniqueness of his body to endure through the most intense period of the charm's slumbering effects. As for Klein, he didn't choose to resist at all and quickly entered a deep slumber. However, whenever he fell asleep unnaturally, he would instinctively wake up. This was the unique thing about him when fighting mediumship and dream invasions. This was the reason why he had been lucky enough to escape from the hands of Madame Sharon back in Tingen. In the fight just now, after throwing his cards proved ineffective, he immediately took out the slumber charm and gripped it tightly in his palm, waiting for the opportunity to affect himself and his enemy. In just a split second, he forcibly broke free from the abnormal state of mind in his dream. The figure of the staggering Lanevus was clearly reflected in his eyes. Phew! Klein suddenly became very calm, as though what was before him was nothing but a target. He took a deep breath, turned his waist, and pulled back his shoulder before thrusting his fist forward with all his strength. Bam! Catcher. His fist landed ruthlessly at Lanevus's throat, breaking his bones and splattering his flesh. Lanevus took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall. That intense pain finally allowed him to extricate himself from the slumbering effects, but the fine iron-colored goosebumps on his body were all gone. After Klein's punch landed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out 2 cards. Sue, Sue. The 2 cards each stabbed into an eye as scarlet liquid gushed out. Lanevus surprisingly endured the pain without letting out a tragic cry. Instead, he abruptly threw himself forward in a bid to make his last stand. Klein didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Having long expected this, he turned his body to the side and took a step back. Right on the heels of that, while seizing the moment when Lanevus's fell forward, he took 2 steps and arrived behind him. He reached out with his arms and grabbed his enemy's neck. Catcher! Klein's arms exerted force, and he suddenly turned around, twisting Lanevus's neck. After doing all of this, he took 2 steps back and looked at his enemy. With the card embedded in him, Lanevus looked ahead weakly as he slumped to the ground. At the same time, he was very confused and asked in a staccato manner, "Why do you want to kill me?" With his clown mask on, Klein stared at his archenemy and replied indifferently, "No reason." No. With his eyes wide open, Lanevus collapsed to the ground in the sewers, unable to accept his fate. Finally, his breathing came to a stop. At that moment, Klein, who seemed to be extremely calm, suddenly stepped forward, tightened his right leg, and with all his strength kicked him in the head. Bam! His neck, which was already badly mutilated, could no longer bear the pressure and was sent flying like a rubber ball. It slammed heavily into the wall, creating a red and white patch. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly crouched down. Ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily with a suppressed voice. The clown mask looked so very happy. The corners of those raised lips, the bright red nose, and that white face wore a very happy expression. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Klein laughed so much that he went out of breath. His laughter was more jarring than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and winked with his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then he smirked and muttered to himself, "Captain, look, we've saved Lone once again." Droplets of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been digested completely. Chapter 288. A scene filled with symbolism in the dark sewer. Klein wiped his neck and turned his attention back to Lanevus's cracked head and decapitated body before turning to the 2 tarot cards that were stuck in Lanevus's eyes. He originally wanted to retrieve all the projectiles that he had thrown and wipe the scene of any clues. However, he realized a very real and extremely serious problem. He didn't have the vision to see in complete darkness. He had relied on his spirit vision to rush through the pitch-black sewers and engage in the intense battle with Lanevus. He could see the colors of Lanevus's aura, the spirituality radiance of all sorts of critters, and could faintly use the light's illumination to distinguish the path. Unfortunately, the tarot cards he was currently using weren't the same as the ones that had originated from the Nighthawks. It didn't have any spirituality or silver engravings, and it was completely ordinary with no special characteristics. In such an environment, Klein could use his own aura's color and spirituality radiance to create a tiny radius around him where he could distinguish things. However, he couldn't see the cards stuck in the walls and ground, as well as the cards that had scattered everywhere. In the intense battle with Lanevus, they hadn't restricted themselves to a particular spot. Of course, he believed that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be difficult to find all the cards he had thrown out. But the main problem was that the Nighthawks and the military on board the airship would arrive at any minute. I can't be too careless regarding this. I've been wearing gloves all this time. This deck of tarot cards was bought before coming to Backland and is standard across the nation. I don't usually use it. Most of the time, even if I have it with me, it's placed together with Mr. Azik's copper whistle. Regardless of what methods are used, it would be very difficult to locate me through them. At most, they would be able to restore a portion of the battle scene. I donned a mask, and my shoes are padded. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he quickly came to a decision. He turned to the headless corpse and crouched down. Reaching out with his black-gloved right hand, he quickly searched for any items left behind. Klein didn't have the intention of carrying out a mediumship ritual. Firstly, the feeling of the evil guard's descent had left a deep impression on him, so he didn't dare to blindly channel Lanevus's spirit unless he brought it above the grey fog with him. Secondly, with the situation of the Nighthawks and military arriving at any time, he didn't feel that he had enough time to set up the ritual of summoning himself, responding to himself, and then going up above the grey fog and channeling the spirit. I should give up when it's necessary. Klein silently muttered to himself, and he withdrew his hand from Lanevus's body. This crazy swindler seemed to be in a hurry when escaping. He didn't bring any cash, materials, or charms. He only had an eye-sized badge on him, which coruscated a faint spirituality radiance. Klein wasn't afraid that this item could be used to locate him, as he planned on throwing it above the grey fog later to study it slowly. Therefore, he stood up and put the badge in his pocket. He stole a glance at Lanevus's corpse, and without waiting for the Bayonder characteristic to appear, he used his left black-gloved hand to remove the remaining tarot cards. Then he stretched out his left arm and placed his palm directly above the Lanevus's corpse. All of a sudden, Klein released his grip, allowing the tarot cards to fall, like leaves cascading over the headless corpse. Some of them faced up with pictures and numbers printed on them, whilst others had dark red patterns on their backs. After doing all of this, Klein took out Azik's copper whistle and tossed it a few times. Then, without looking back, he ran deep into the sewers. After almost 2 minutes, figures finally arrived at this place. Some of them were wearing thick black trench coats, while others were wearing well-tailored military uniforms. The leader of the group was Crestet Sesamir, who was carrying a pure white bone sword. His red gloves were smeared with dust, and his determined face showed obvious signs of fatigue and frailty. They stopped a few meters away from the body, and through the means of their night vision, they could see Lanevus's corpse and his head against the wall. There were 2 tarot cards stuck in his head. One was the Emperor, and the other was Wheel of Fortune. The headless body was covered with even more cards, each separately depicting the Chariot, the Hermit, Death, and more cards of different suits comprising of chalice, scepters, etc. on the walls and on the ground around him. There were also tarot cards such as the Devil, the Sun, and Judgment. It all looked like the scene of some bizarre ritual, and Lanevus was the sacrificial offering that was destined to be sacrificed. Crestet Sesamir drew a silent gasp as he knitted his brows tightly. The Bayonders around him fell into a momentary daze at the sight of this frightening and mysterious scene in the darkness. Far away from the scene of Lanevus's death, Klein quickly found an exit and left. He took off his clown mask, and in the shadows of the gas lamps walked quickly towards East Borough. Before that, he had already dealt with the stains on the soles of his shoes. It was only when he reached Black Palm Street in the East Borough did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Then he quickly held the ritual of summoning himself inside his rented one-bedroom apartment and responded to himself. In his spiritual body state, Klein moved all the clothes he had worn tonight, as well as the remaining charms, herbs, and essential oils, as well as the badge he had obtained from Lanevus to the space above the grey fog. Then he used a spiritual flame to burn the corresponding clues. Phew! He exhaled, and finally had time to take a look at what the badge he had taken from Lanevus looked like. This badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the front was a symbol that depicted fate and concealment, and behind it was a ring of tiny and compact words in ancient Hermes. You can join if you have this item. What does it mean? Was Lanevus also a member of some secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. In a situation where he was physically and mentally exhausted, along with the fact that the timing wasn't right, he decided to give up on his research and leave it till after the Tarot Club's gathering. He quickly left the mysterious space above the grey fog, changed into another set of clothes, and removed his disguise. However, he was in no hurry to return to Minsk Street. He planned to sleep for the night before leaving. This was because it was easy to be inspected after midnight, especially when such an accident had just occurred. He lay down on the bed, looked out the window at the moonlight's encroaching of the darkness, and gradually calmed down. After completing his initial revenge, He felt that he had relieved himself of a lot of his burdens and lost a lot of his pressure. His mental state was clearly much better than before. The present me isn't capable of handling in C Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-8. Besides, the gap between us is huge. Only after becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, a demigod, would I have the qualifications to involve myself in such matters. Before advancing to Sequence 4, I'll act as though they don't exist. Yeah, for the foreseeable future, my goal is to work hard to improve myself. Now that I've completely digested the clown potion, I can advance to magician once the Beyonder ingredients are gathered. There's still faceless, mariontist, and the corresponding sequence for which I don't know the name of. Other than that, I'll just be an ordinary detective. Klein's mind was calm and peaceful, and his thoughts were scattered as he thought about his future arrangements. He was no longer cranky or that depressed. As he thought about it, the corners of his lips curled up slightly as he silently muttered to himself. Captain, Benson, Melissa, I believe all of you would prefer to see me like this. At dawn, a group of people wearing surgical hats and white masks came to the Dark Union's dormitory. They were all dressed as doctors. The elder in the lead appeared to be rich in experience as he said to the puzzled and confused residents, "We've discovered an infectious disease in this building. A person named Kevin has already passed away because of it. We will provide free treatment. This infectious disease has a special drug, and as long as you take it in time, you'll be fine." Kevin! One by one, the guests exclaimed in astonishment as they looked around for their colleague named Kevin. However, they didn't find him at all. That was Lanevis's alias. Seeing that the charity medical team was accompanied by police officers, the residents no longer had any doubts and began to line up nervously to collect their medicine. The first was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. He nervously asked all sorts of questions, afraid that a single bottle of medicine wasn't potent enough to fight off the infectious disease. It wasn't until the doctors showed their impatience that he drank the blue bottle of medicine. Then he was helped to the side and aimed his mouth at a hole that was of the same size. Ah, ah, ah. The man suddenly felt nauseous as he violently vomited a putrid blob of a bloody substance. He was about to prop himself up and cast his gaze to see what he had just vomited when two strong nurses yanked him away. The mouth-sized hole was located above an iron-black metal barrel. The bottom of the barrel was dark and deep, with almost no light coming from it. And right there, a pool of yellowish-green liquid was quietly resting at the bottom. In the middle of the pool was a small piece of blood-colored meat. Ah, ah, ah. One by one, the residents took the medicine and vomited in front of different metal barrels. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Why did you suddenly visit so early? Audrey looked at the sky outside, then she looked at Viscount Glaint. Glaint looked around and only found a golden retriever sitting beside him. Hence, he whispered, I was planning to go to the turf club, but I met Kantz on the way. He told me something very interesting. It's truly interesting. Since I was passing by here, I thought of coming to share it with you. What is it? Audrey asked with interest. Glaint didn't deliberate over his words as he replied. You should have heard of the Aurora Order, right? It was the Aurora Order that assassinated the Inti's ambassador. They were caught, with several important members killed, and a very large ploy was foiled as a result. I thought it was something related to the godhood of the true creator. Zio and Fours sent someone to report the information yesterday evening, and it just so happened that an operation was held last night. Wait, the Aurora Order apparently worships the true creator. Audrey's eyes lit up. She pressed in a reserved tone, What ploy? I don't know, Kantz refused to say. He just told me that the person in charge of this ploy was once a wanted swindler, a swindler named Lanevis. Glaint spread out his right hand. As expected, Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She didn't conceal her curiosity and asked, Was he caught? He's dead, but he wasn't killed by our people. Glaint paused for a moment. This is what I meant by interesting. When his body was found, it was covered with many tarot cards. Same for the surroundings. You can imagine that scene. Tarot cards. The body was covered with tarot cards. Audrey was startled at first before it hit her. This was done by our tarot club. It was Mr. Fool's Blessed. Chapter 289. Conjecture and investigation. Audrey, who thought she knew the truth, couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Viscount Glaint. Lanevis lying in the mud in the darkness, covered with rows and rows of tarot cards. There's the Fool, Justice, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the World, and the other major arcana cards and numerous numbered cards. They would either be overturned or facing right up, and there would be some left unturned, exposing only their backs, as if they were all part of a large-scale, eerie tarot divination. This kind of scene must be very shocking. I wonder where the card for justice landed. How would the Beyonders of M in an E and the Church view this matter? Would they believe that a new secret organization has appeared? By possessing the godhood of the true creator, the ploy between Lanevis and the Aurora Order must definitely be significant. It definitely would have brought a terrible disaster to Backland and the kingdom. Yet this ploy was so easily foiled because of a simple mission Mr. Fool had issued. This is a tussle at the level of deities. Mr. Fool and the true creator are considered archenemies. It's no wonder he calls the other party the fallen creator. Many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as her body trembled faintly and imperceptibly. "What are you thinking about?" Viscount Glaint, who was sitting opposite, finally couldn't hold it in any further as he asked in puzzlement. Audrey abruptly snapped out of her reverie. Slightly cocking her head, she smiled and said, "Didn't you tell me to imagine the scene of the corpse being covered with tarot cards?" "Ha ha!" Glaint awkwardly smiled and sighed. "I wonder which secret organization's member killed Lanevis. It really matches how I imagined such things to be like. It's so cool." "It's our tarot club," Audrey answered silently as she smiled. "Perhaps there's no organization, but the independent act of a powerful Beyonder. Regardless, I like this style. Urge Zio and Fours and ask them when they can find my apothecary formula," Glaint said in excitement. Audrey widened her eyes slightly. Looking around her, she lowered her voice and said, "Hush, keep it down." "How can you talk about potions here?" Glaint gave an indifferent smile. "Don't worry, it's nothing. I had already confirmed that other than you and me, there's only a dog." The huge golden retriever, Susie, unconsciously shifted her position. North Burrow in Backland, inside a room beneath the St. Samuel Cathedral. Dali, who was wearing a black hooded robe and makeup with blue eyeshadow and red blush, gave off a charming yet cold feeling. She randomly found a seat and picked up the document on the table. She swept through it before her gaze suddenly froze. Her brows immediately furrowed, and she suppressed something as she asked, "Lanevis, why wasn't I informed of this matter? Why didn't you inform me about the operation last night?" Sitting at the seat of honor, Crestet Sesamir, who had hidden his chin and lips back into his propped-up collar, said deeply, "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. That would have brought unnecessary danger to the operation, so I didn't get anyone to inform you. I can understand how you feel. A Nighthawk from the Tingen Squad is currently undergoing guidance and training at the Holy Cathedral. He plans on joining the Red Gloves, and his performance is about equal to yours. But as the person in charge of the operation, and as a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, I had to eliminate all unstable elements." Dali looked at the other Nighthawk squad captains and deacons, and she sneered. "Why do you think I won't be able to control my own emotions? I'm very calm and I won't act rashly. My anger will only erupt after Lanevis is caught. This is the professional bearing of a veteran Nighthawk and a deacon. If I had caught Lanevis, I would let him know that men can be weak too. I would make sure that a cold, rotten, yet stiff corpse would be situated behind his buttocks. I would make sure that a pungent white bone filled with thorns would be situated in front of him. I'd make it so that those cold little fellows enter and leave his body wherever they can." "Damn it. You actually managed to let him die just like that." Crestet Sesamir looked at Dali calmly and sighed after silently listening to her until she was done. "How long have you been putting up with it?" Dali froze, then muttered in frustration, like a deflated ball, "For a very long time." Sesamir retracted his gaze and cast them towards the other deacons and captains. "Got anything? From our preliminary investigations, the person who killed Lanevis is a member of the Secret Order, a Sequence 8 of the potion name clown. He's adept at using paper cards as flying knives." A deacon reported based on the findings. "However, we are unable to confirm this guess. The tarot cards scattered across the corpse don't seem like they were concealing something. After all, the Beyonder didn't deal with the cards on the wall and in Lanevis's head. We all believe the final scene was more of a ritual or a symbolism. Therefore, we suspect that the Beyonder might belong to an organization we don't understand. Of course, the scene might also just be a personal preference of his." Sesamir nodded slightly and said, We can start from that point and proceed with a follow-up investigation. Any updates on the person who tipped us off? The charming middle-aged man, Harson, flipped the papers in his hand and said, "We investigated the person and discovered that his actions were directed by a bounty hunter. In the process of looking for the wanted criminal, Lanevis, the bounty hunter's companion was killed by a member of the Aurora Order. In order to exact revenge, she secretly carried out an investigation and eventually locked onto the target at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balam Dock. Based on the target's actions and lifestyle, she discovered Lanevis. Her actions have basically been verified by witnesses. There isn't anything strange about it. We also used Bayonder means to confirm that she has no connection with the person who killed Lanevis. She's in hiding now, and it's very hard to find her." Sesamir added while seemingly in thought. This fits very well with Lanevis's description that the radical and insane members of the Aurora Order were helping him out. Is there any problem with the reporter who did the interview at the Union that afternoon? Another captain of the Nighthawks reported. He was a fake reporter, and according to news from the police department, he's actually a private detective who had previously helped Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer. Joseph was investigating the murder of Cyber. We suspect that he got some kind of lead, found the Dark Union, and disguised himself to get in touch with everyone who was suspected of being the killer. This guess has already been confirmed by Isengard Stanton. Sesamir acknowledged it before switching to ask about other people who had recently come into contact with Lanevis, but similarly got answers that there was nothing wrong with them. Towards the end, he said after some deliberation, "I'm very confused by the lack of motive for the murder of Lanevis. That mysterious murderer deserves our attention. You should continue to follow up on this matter. In addition, according to common sense, the Aurora Order definitely wouldn't only have Bayonders at the Rose Bishop and shadow ascetic level in a big city like Backland. There should at least be an oracle, or perhaps even a saint. Their ploy of receiving the true Creator's descent has failed. With their crazy and irrational traits, I'm worried that they'll launch a series of retaliatory acts. All of you are to be on high alert in the near future. I'll also be staying in Backland." "Yes, Reverend Sesamir," the deacons and captains replied solemnly. Crestet Sesamir paused for a few seconds before adding, "The events of the Megos incident in Tingen and last night's incident with Lanevis have revealed a problem. The industrial area, the dark area, and East Borough have become hotbeds for the descent and nurturing of evil gods. You are to send people to investigate and gather the truth about the situation. If it truly is as Lanevis had described, I'll raise this matter at the Council of Cardinals, formally exerting pressure on the kingdom and the government to bring about the corresponding changes as soon as possible." Klein slept in and didn't wake up until it was late. However, it still wasn't bright enough outside. The area was still shrouded in fog, making it dark and cold. "This doesn't fit with my splendid mood," he grumbled. After changing his clothes and taking his key, he returned to Minsk Street unnoticed. After changing from his worker's uniform to casual home attire, a shirt and sweater, and after confirming that no one came investigating his identity as a private detective, he was completely at ease. He leisurely went out to the butcher and grocery store to buy food in preparation for a sumptuous lunch for himself. There was some afternoon sun in Backland, and Klein lazily basked in its worth, momentarily having no desire to do anything. He waited until 15 minutes to 3. Then he took out his golden pocket watch for a glance before returning to the bedroom and going above the grey fog. After conjuring the fake world and familiarizing himself with its controls, he sat down on the high-back chair at one end of the table and gave a message to the sun that he was to prepare for his participation in the gathering. At precisely 3, according to Backland time, streaks of crimson light soared out of the vast and ancient palace, outlining blurry figures which were equally indistinct. Audrey directly looked towards the seat of honor and said cheerfully, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted has been completed." She had deliberately emphasized the word simple in order to ascertain from Mr. Fool whether Lanevis had really been eliminated by his blessed. She wanted to know if the tarot card-covered death scene was a symbol of the Tarot Club. Klein deliberately acted composed as he said with a smile, "I'm already aware." After saying that, he sighed. In such an age, in such a place like Backland, in such a place in the East Borough, the dark area, and the factory district, They're the hotbeds for an evil god's descent. What? Alger was stunned for a moment, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Why would a simple mission involve hotbeds for an evil god's descent? Chapter 290. Effecting change indirectly. I remember that the simple mission given by Mr. Fool was for the sole purpose of examining two people for their candidacy of joining the gathering. The general idea was to find the person in the portrait, and that person was confirmed to be in Backland. Alger Wilson tried to remember what had happened the last gathering, and he couldn't understand what it had to do with the hotbed of an evil god's descent. Wasn't it just the search for someone? Furthermore, it was the kind of task which didn't pose much of a threat. Was there a deeper purpose behind Mr. Fool's simple mission? Was this a silent contest between deities? Many thoughts went through the hanged man's mind instantly, and he almost couldn't stop himself from asking justice, tempted to pay in order to understand what exactly was going on. However, as a veteran official Bayonder, a seafarer who steered an ancient ghost ship, he was experienced and shrewd. He forcefully suppressed his impulse and planned to go through the internal channels of the Church of Storms to find out about the recent events in Backland. As for Audrey, she instantly understood what Mr. Fool's sigh meant. She immediately understood the entire situation regarding Lanevus. So it turns out that the bit of godhood that Lanevus possessed was the basic foundation for the descent of the true creator into the real world. The harsh situation in East Borough, the dark area, and the factory area, however, was a hotbed that provided him rapid nurturing and strengthening. With a simple mission, Mr. Fool stopped the true creator's great conspiracy and saved the whole of Backland. Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table, her eyes sparkling brightly. Unconsciously, she brimmed with admiration. At this moment, the gloomy and reserved world let out a chuckle and said, "Yes, every time I see and hear about a large number of child laborers dying in their teens, and how most workers rarely live past 30 due to extreme exhaustion and the terrible environment, or how after barely surviving the previous tests, and as a result of their old age and the loss of their jobs, they can only wander the streets and die of hunger and cold, I have no doubt about the existence of an evil guard. These guards are on the ground in East Borough, the dark area, and the factory area. Well, there's even been a report that some factory workers have a hard time surviving 5 years. In the East Borough of Backland, there's a saying that among the people who live there, without exception, any person who's a grandfather must be from the countryside. The meaning of this sentence is that people living there won't have a third generation as they can't have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger make their children very thin. Work that's difficult to adapt to causes them to quickly wither away in Backland, much less getting married and conceiving the next generation. This was the first time Audrey heard Mr. World speak so much. She was suddenly plunged into deep shock and confusion. Why don't I know anything about this? The newspapers and magazines I read only mention that the residents of East Borough are having a hard time. This is far worse than being laborious. Audrey's eyes lost their focus for a moment. She felt as if her understanding of the kingdom and the world had been completely overturned. Suddenly, she understood why Mr. Fool had uttered such a sigh, and why in such an age, such a backland, in such an East Borough, the dark area and the factory district were the hotbeds of an evil guard's descent. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, Backland will one day be destroyed because of this. Audrey felt a strong urge to go back and learn more, to remind her father, Earl Hall. She wanted to use the powers of a spectator and a telepathist to secretly guide the governmental policies that would improve the lives of the pitiful people in East Borough, the docks area, and the factory district. At the end of the long bronze table, Klein quietly observed Miss Justice's reaction. He had purposely lamented a while ago and used his smurf, the world, to give a detailed explanation. He wanted this noble, one who still had a semblance of purity, to realize the seriousness of the problem and use her to push for change in the kingdom. Before I become faceless, I must clearly remember that I cannot be personally involved in such matters. He silently set such a boundary for himself. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Backland. Your sigh has made me understand the problem at its roots. Thank you, Mr. World. You have made me understand a great deal of the situation I didn't know in the past. Audrey held back her emotions and sincerely thanked the two gentlemen at the two ends of the table. Saved Backland. Alger was no stranger to the conditions of East Borough, the factory district, and the dark area. He was more surprised by the description Miss Justice had used. Just how huge was this matter? He thought with an extremely puzzled frown. The son, on the other hand, listened quite attentively, and although he couldn't understand all of it, he still listened attentively, hoping to learn more about the regions where Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and Mr. World were located. Klein only smiled in response to Miss Justice's gratitude and didn't do anything further. He then turned to look at the Hanged Man. Alger immediately understood what he meant, and he quickly conjured the last page of the promised Roselle's diary. Klein received it out of thin air and took a casual glance at it. 14th January. I discovered a problem. If unconscious high-sequence bay-under objects are not sealed, they would unconsciously attract nearby low-sequence bay-unders from the same pathway, causing them to come into contact with each other. The higher the original sequence, the more likely that this will happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to be a constant. It seems to be intermittent. This diary entry immediately jolted Klein to attention because he had made similar guesses before. After he came to Backland, he soon found himself intertwined with the secret order, with a bay-under of the seer pathway, and thus found himself in an extremely passive and extremely dangerous situation. However, he had also obtained the corresponding sequences 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas as a result. At the time, he had suspected that his transmigration involved secrets that gave him the power to resurrect, and that he would occasionally attract people and objects related to the seer pathway, such as the Antigonus family's notebook or members of the secret order. After seeing this diary entry of Emperor Roselle, Klein suddenly had a new idea. He used the corner of his eyes to scan the thick grey fog and the illusory dark red stars below him. He muttered to himself in silence. Could it be that the one who created that attractive force wasn't me, but this grey fog, the mysterious space above the grey fog? This could also be considered as a secret behind my transmigration. Without any further clues or information, Klein quickly gathered his thoughts and read the second diary entry. 16th January. The taste of a demoness ain't bad. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, unsure of what expression he should show. Emperor, I have underestimated you. There's really nothing stopping you. Don't you care about the other person's previous gender? Don't you care about her experience during the pleasure phase? Suppressing the urge to exhale, Klein looked at the last entry in the diary in his hands. 20th January. I finished making the second card of blasphemy. Let me think, let me think. Where should I hide it? Yes, I plan to disguise it as a bookmark and insert it into a very valuable book. If the person who obtains it isn't someone fated, it would be hard to imagine that the most valuable thing in the book is actually that seemingly ordinary bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Emperor, why can't you explain more clearly? Which book did the bookmark go into? Before I read this, I was so happy thinking that I can follow the clues and obtain a card of blasphemy containing the profound secrets of the deities. Klein was disappointed and let his gaze linger on the last paragraph. I hope that there will be more specific information in the future entries of the Emperor's diary. He comforted himself with this sentence, leaned back, and said with a smile, You can start your discussion freely now. At that moment, the son Derek raised his hand, having learned it from Miss Justice, and said, Mr. World, the bay-under weapon you gave me far exceeds my expectations. I've already accumulated enough contribution points to trade for the ingredients to advance to Sequence 8. I'll use the remaining contribution points to hire helpers to obtain a chance to obtain the true root and juice of the mist treant. I'll be able to complete the deal soon. He explained in great detail, worried that his reputation of keeping his word would be suspected and destroyed. Of course, he was telling the truth. Although the axe didn't match some of his expectations for a bay-under weapon, its power shocked him. That axe can create a powerful lightning bolt in just 2 or 3 strikes, and with the temporary boost from my bard's powers, I can easily fight in close quarters with a Sequence 7 monster. If I were to encounter a monster that's afraid of lightning, I could even easily finish it. I'm now a light suppliant with a certain level of magical spells. My strength has been raised qualitatively, and I can fight against even more powerful monsters. Derek Berg felt that he had fallen in love with that bay-under weapon. In the City of Silver, its potency was one of the reasons to like it. The surrounding darkness and monsters in the depths of the darkness forced them to obey this rule for generations. All right. The gloomy world nodded under Klein's control. He then looked around and asked again, Lady, sirs, do you have any clues regarding the dark pattern Black Panther, spinal fluid, or spring of the elves' marrow crystals? Audrey shook her head without hesitation. After musing for a few seconds, Alger suddenly said, There will be a grand event held on the Sanya Sea soon. Ships from the 4 pirate kings and the 6 pirate admirals will be participating. Heh, I should call them the 7 pirate admirals. Another person has joined the ranks. There'll definitely be transactions of bay-under ingredients at such an event. It's very likely that the not very rare dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the elves' marrow crystals will appear. I have the opportunity to participate in this event, but what can you offer in exchange? I'm sure you don't have the potion formula for Wind Blessed, and that it'll be very difficult for you to find it in the future too. Chapter 291. Seller and notary in one high probability of appearing. Klein controlled the world and made him laugh deeply. Yes, I really don't have the potion formula for Wind Blessed, nor will I have the means to obtain it any time soon. However, I have an incomplete formula for a sequence 4 potion. Even though it's incomplete, I think you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10 gold pounds, and most of the time, you can't even buy it with money worth several times that. This is a crucial step that will lead to a human's qualitative change. So, are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther is worth between 500 and 700 pounds, and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals is between 300 and 400 pounds. I believe you'll still need to prepare an additional 90 pounds in cash or an item of equal value. Klein had long since speculated that the sequence of the sun sequence pathway, unshadowed, could be swapped with the same sequence of the sailor and reader pathways, and this conjecture had been indirectly confirmed by Mr. A's request and in the information provided in Roselle's diary. It was even suspected to extend to the secret suppliant and spectator sequence pathways. Therefore, he believed that the incomplete formula of Unshadowed was an irresistible temptation for the hanged man who was from the sailor pathway. It doesn't matter if you don't have something worth 90 pounds for the time being, you can pay it in installments with Mr. Fool bearing witness. Klein silently added. Currently, he was lacking the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther, so he didn't mind letting the hanged man remain on credit. In any case, he didn't need to worry about the possibility of him running away. Well, there are also latent risks. I would be at a huge disadvantage if Mr. Hanged Man suddenly dies. With such an expensive deal at hand, Klein couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The incomplete formula of a sequence 4 potion, an incomplete formula that leads to the path of a demigod. This is something that you can't even buy with money. Audrey's eyes lit up. She couldn't help hiding her curiosity as she asked before the hanged man could speak. Mr. World, can I ask which sequence 4 pathway the formula pertains to? If it's not convenient to tell me, pretend I never asked. Mr. World actually has a sequence 4 potion formula. Even if it's incomplete, it's still very shocking. No wonder Mr. Fool pulled him into the Tarot Club. He isn't a simple Bayunder. Well, Zio's enforced test mission has come to an end. Mr. Fool didn't mention if he's letting them join. Well, he must have other considerations, and maybe he needs more time to observe them. I shouldn't take the initiative to ask, since it will appear impolite. Many thoughts ran through Audrey's mind at that moment. Miss Justice's question was just what Klein wanted. He made the world reply in a husky voice. I was planning to say it anyway. It's the potion formula to sequence 4 of the sun pathway, unshadowed. The sun pathway. Derek instantly looked towards Mr. World, who sat at other end of the long bronze table, his eyes filled with sudden eagerness and longing. However, he maintained his silence because he knew that he was still far from the threshold of a demigod. He had to spend his limited resources to strengthen himself first. Only caring about the near future was the way the City of Silver operated. This was because, to its residents, there might not be any future at any moment. Unshadowed, Audrey nodded gracefully, then happily said, Thank you for your answer, Mr. World. She felt like she had learned something important again. Unshadowed, Alger muttered slowly before calmly replying, I'm sorry. I have no need for it. No need for it. Klein was taken aback. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. In his shock, he indirectly caused the world to pause, looking incredulous. It took quite a few seconds before he said, "You can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool as witness, I believe you'll definitely make up for the rest." "No, I really have no need for it." Alger shook his head. "No need for it. He really has no need for it. He's confident that he would gain the favor of the Church of Storms and be bestowed with the corresponding potion directly. Or does he actually have the sequence 4 potion formula to the sailor pathway?" The name was Cataclysmic Intera. Klein quickly thought of 2 possibilities. "What should I do? Don't tell me that I should trade the witch or demoness of pleasure formulas with him." Klein silently mocked himself, deliberately making the world silent for a few seconds before saying, "Other potion formulas, or some secrets I know, such as secrets of the peak level sequences." Alger changed his seating posture a little as he deliberated before answering. "I personally know some secrets of peak level sequences." "How will you guarantee that there's no overlap? How will you guarantee that the secrets you will tell me is equal in value to the dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and Spring of the Elves marrow crystals? We'll each give the peak level sequence secret to Mr. Fool and let him decide if there's any overlap and determine their values. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" Klein manipulated the world and asked himself this question. Then he said with a supercilious attitude, "Sure." Alger slowly nodded. "I have no problems with that. Let's begin. I really want to know the secret of the peak level sequences, but I haven't had any extra money lately to buy it." Audrey looked enviously at the world and the hanged man as they each conjured a piece of goatskin parchment. Having never worried about money since she was young, she finally experienced the taste of poverty. Very soon, Klein received the content written by the 2 members. Without a doubt, he first looked at the goatskin parchment from the hanged man and discovered that the content was simple. There was only one sentence. "The peak level sequence conceals the path to divinity." Phew, great. Otherwise, there would be a need to use other information for the exchange. Klein carefully examined the world's goatskin parchment before chuckling softly. "It doesn't overlap. To most Beyonders, the secrets Mr. World is providing is of no value, but in the eyes of others, it's extremely important. This cannot be measured with money." Hearing this conclusion, Alger immediately fell into a dilemma. To him, getting 2 Beyonder ingredients at the same time wasn't a small burden. He had to sell many valuable items in order to trade for them. To pay such a price to hear a secret that might not be very useful to him. Alger considered it for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "Mr. Fool, can you provide more hints? I can't make a decision yet." "Can't make a decision." The corner of Klein's mouth moved slightly. He knew that the words he had said to maintain his image had the opposite effect and had been ineffective. He hesitated for a moment and then smiled. "The content he describes is a detailed supplement to the secret you know." Detailed supplement. A detailed supplement to the path to divinity. Alger didn't hesitate any longer. He turned his head to look at the world and said in a terse and firm voice, "Deal." Then he immediately added, "I'll help you exchange for the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther and the Spring of the Elves marrow crystals within the week. Of course, the premise is that they'll appear at the pirates' meet. Although the probability is very high, we still have to believe that anything could happen. If that happens, I might have to postpone it to next week, the following week, or even the next month. But don't worry, I will keep my promise." "No problem. With Mr. Fool as witness, there's no need for me to worry," the world answered hoarsely. After they had confirmed the transaction, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment in front of the hanged man. Alger lowered his head eagerly, reading through each word voraciously. "There is a sequence 0 above sequence 1, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. They can similarly be reached through the corresponding potions and rituals. Sequence 0, the sequence of the true god." Alger was astonished and shocked at first, but soon he felt relieved, and then he murmured to himself in delight, "I see. I understand. I understand what it means." He inhaled silently and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. That secret must be astonishing. Mr. Hanged Man even lost his composure. Audrey looked away with a longing expression and said to the son who was diagonally opposite her, "Mr. Son, I remember you mentioning that the City of Silver has the Dragon Pathways sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas." "Yes." Derek nodded honestly. Sequence seven's potion formula is Psyche Analyst. If I wish to get it, what is the price I need to pay? Audrey asked, in a reserved manner. The Sequence 7 potion formula of the Sun pathway, Derek replied without any hesitation. Audrey nodded gently and said, I'll do my best to obtain it. Zio and Fours mentioned before that there's a Beyonder of the Sun pathway at Mr. A's gathering. He's at least Sequence 7 and is adept at purification and exorcism. Once all the recent events settle down, I can attempt to get it from him. In addition, I should join more of the gatherings at the abandoned education building in that hospital. I should try to come into contact with members of the psychology alchemists. One of the two paths will definitely lead to something. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, but she suddenly realized that she was unable to obtain it even if she discovered clues to the formula. This was because she would be experiencing a financial crisis for the next few months and was barely holding on. The price of a Sequence 7 formula is around £800, so if I scrimp, I should be able to produce that. It's already October, it's almost New Year's. I'll be an adult then, and I'll have the freedom to handle a lot more of my money. Or should I use the knowledge I was taught by Mr. Fool to trade? I wonder what attitude he has towards this kind of behavior. Audrey's thoughts gradually dispersed. She decided to wait until there was hope for the formula before she asked Mr. Fool. The transaction segment came to an end. Klein originally wanted to use the knowledge he knew to exchange for a mystical item without many negative effects. But after sensing how tight the hanged man was, he knew that the other party would pay a large price for those two Beyonder ingredients. It was unlikely that he had any extra assets, so he could only give up in regret. As soon as the free exchange segment began, Alger took the initiative to mention Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos' ship and crew was subdued, giving rise to a new pirate admiral. Chapter 292. Exchanging news, Audrey was interested in the pirate admiral and asked, What's his name? What was his current title? There hasn't been any related news in Backland. Alger nodded slowly. She's a lady and was a famous pirate in the past. You should have heard of ailment Maiden Tracy, right? No, I don't know much about such things. Audrey shook her head in honesty. Me too. Sitting at the end of the table, Klein added inwardly. Alger fell silent for 2 seconds, and without wasting any time explaining, he said, In short, she subdued the crew of Kalangos' crew last month. She proved herself with actual action that she had the strength of a pirate admiral. She changed the name of Kalangos' ship to Black Death and calls herself Vice Admiral Ailment. In the past, she acted independently and was someone who specialized in curses, black flames, and ice. Her enemies would always suffer from sudden ailments of various kinds. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but they're certain that she's at Sequence 5. Audrey listened with relish. She blinked her eyes and requested curiously, Mr. Hanged Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals in detail? I've only heard of their names and titles, but I don't know what Beyonder powers they are equipped with. Alger looked around and saw that both the sun and the world were showing signs of attentiveness. He nodded slightly and said, That wouldn't be an issue. The strongest pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epoch's Solomon Empire. Not only is he a high-sequence Beyonder, but he possesses the terrifying ghost ship, Black Emperor, a relic of the Empire. He's adept at using order. He can pull his enemy into combat in a domain that he's best at and create fascinating effects. He's also the oldest pirate in the world. Rumor has it that he's over 100 years old, and he has been active in the 5 seas since the Roselle era. No one knows exactly how old he is. Of course, compared to the other pirate kings, there's a lot of information about him. As for the owner of Dawn, all we know is that she's a beautiful woman. She was once a warlock and is now a demigod. She calls herself Queen Mystic. After introducing the 4 kings, Alger changed the topic to the 6 remaining pirate admirals. The owner of the Black Tulip, Ludwell, was once a subordinate of the King of the 5 Seas. Later, he became independent and calls himself Admiral Hell. Rumor has it that he's established certain connections with the numinous episcopate. He's a powerful medium and can control all sorts of creatures in the spirit world. He's terrifying and odd. Rumor has it that he possesses a ring left behind from the ancient era's death. Admiral of Stars Catlia was once a follower of Queen Mystic, but they've long become estranged. The reason for that, according to rumors, is because she joined a particular secret organization angering Queen Mystic. And according to the information I know, this secret organization is the Moses Ascetic Order. The Moses Ascetic Order, the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil's loss of control and the evil guard who would whisper temptations into the ears of low-sequence Beyonders of the same sequence. This was the first time he learned news regarding the Moses Ascetic Order through reality instead of books. Then, Alger introduced Admiral of Blood Senna, who was suspected to be non-human, Vice Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine, who possessed a bloodline that was partially from sea monsters, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, and Vice Admiral Dusk Bulatov Ivan. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea, Audrey said, filled with longing. I don't know when I'll be able to truly travel. No, Miss Justice, it's absolutely not as nice as you imagine. From my point of view, it's an amalgamation of blood, chaos, murder, desire, and horror. Alger calmly doused her enthusiasm. Audrey nodded and switched topics. There have been 11 serial murders in Backland recently, but one of them has been proven to be a copycat crime. The serial killings are against women who were street girls but are now working normal professions. The murderer cuts open their stomachs and removes all of their internal organs. This sounds like something to do with devil worship. Was it done by someone from the Blood Sanctify sect? Alger instantly made a guess. I don't know. The murderer hasn't been found yet. Audrey yearned to become a detective, bringing Susie along and capturing that cursed murderer. At this moment, Derek blurted out in a daze, I know about such rituals. He knows. That's right. Before the cataclysm, especially during the Second Epoch, devils were active in the real world where they lived on the ground. They were the object of hatred for both giants and dragons. It's normal for the City of Silver to have relevant records. Their history hasn't been tampered with, nor has there been any blanks over the generations. Klein looked thoughtfully at the son, waiting for him to say more. You know about this? Audrey asked in joy. Derek nodded. It's mentioned in our devil studies. It's rather ancient. The devils use it as a ritual to supplement their advancement, typically used when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not a ceremony to please the devil, but a ceremony for the devil to assist them in advancing, Audrey asked in surprise. Derek replied very seriously, That's right. The Abyss Pathway Sequence 6 is called Devil. This is also the origin of that race's name. The Abyss Pathway. Before the Cataclysm, the Devil Pathway was called the Abyss Pathway, and Devil is only the name of Sequence 6. Could Sequence 0 be Abyss? Again, Klein discovered the value of the sun. A lot of knowledge and mysteries were lost across the river of history, but the City of Silver still possessed them. Is that so? Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Mr. Sun, are you aware of the actual details of the ritual? Derek nodded and said, The minimum requirement is 13 and the highest is 49. The more complete the ritual, the higher the chance of advancement. Between two murders, there must be a minimum of 3 days. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose control, but the interval will also not exceed 9 days. That will cause the ritual to be reset every time a murder occurs, and after every partial ritual, the devil will eat the victim's organs. From this point on, he'll be in a violent and bloodthirsty state, wishing to harm others until that desire is satisfied once again. That's really scary. Audrey sighed from the bottom of her heart, feeling that she couldn't even bear to imagine it. Klein sat in the thick grey fog, quietly listening and remembering. After discussing the case of the serial killer, Audrey looked at Alger and organized her words. Mr. Hanged Man, there's something that I've been wondering about. I've attended several Beyonder gatherings and find that very few people sell potion formulas. Even if there is one, it would be very difficult for the transaction to close. Why is this? Alger chuckled and said, That's because a potion formula is easy to fake, and Beyonder gatherings are relatively hidden and not too binding. Therefore, no one dares to risk their lives. Are you going to prepare 2 sets of Beyonder ingredients and conduct an experiment with animals first? That price is too high. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. Moreover, that's not the only extra cost. Animals can lose control more easily than humans after taking potions. You have to hire a few Beyonders to protect you to prevent you from dying during your experiments. So, for most Beyonders, even if a formula appears, they wouldn't dare buy it, Alger added. Audrey felt even guiltier. Alger didn't notice her reaction and continued. Because of this, unless the host or a member of the gathering has the ability to appraise the authenticity of the potion formula and has already won the trust of most members, it's difficult for a formula trade to close. Well, the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom can. Mr. A is a shepherd, so he should be able to. Klein leaned back in his chair and muttered something to himself in silence. A thought flashed through Audrey's mind as she asked, "Can't it be done by making an oath?" "Honorable lady, this is an underground gathering. Do you think it's suitable to make an oath in the name of one of the 7 orthodox gods? This isn't something that can be resolved with an oath. A corresponding ritual is needed." Alger chuckled. "As for other evil gods or devils and mysterious existences like the hidden sage and the true creator, unless you're their believers, who would dare to swear an oath in their name? Wouldn't they be wishing death upon themselves?" At this point he sighed. In addition, without them knowing the acting method, potions easily lead to a loss of control, easily turning people into monsters. Furthermore, the corresponding ingredients are hard to obtain and rather expensive. Therefore, as long as the 7 churches don't allow such trades to be officially recognized, there's no need for them to deliberately control the spread of potion formulas on a wide scale, much less talk about advancement. "So that's how it is," Audrey murmured to herself, clearing a huge question in her mind. No wonder. Klein suddenly came to a realization. 7 orthodox guards. Derek really wanted to ask which 7 they were, but he ultimately held himself back. He thought for a moment and said, "The City of Silver has recently organized an expedition to explore deep into the darkness and found a semi-destroyed temple. The statue that's worshipped inside was a naked man nailed upside down on a cross. There were also a lot of bloodstains on its surface. Do you know which god that is? This is the true creator. The forsaken land of God actually has a temple of the true creator. Judging from what the sun said, the true creator shouldn't exist before the cataclysm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the City of Silver to not recognize it." Klein used his clown ability to control his expression to prevent the shock from showing on his face. Justice, the hanged man, and the world exchanged looks, shook their heads, and said in unison, "We don't know." Just as they finished speaking, they heard Mr. Fool in the grey fog say in a deep voice, "That's the fallen creator." Chapter 293. Derek's Worry, the Fallen Creator. Derek frowned immediately. The residents of the City of Silver had always believed in the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything. Therefore, when he heard a similar name with the word fallen tagged to it, he couldn't help but instinctively reject and feel uncomfortable about the notion. Fallen Creator. That's the way Mr. Fool addresses the true Creator. So that's the image of this evil God. But why would his statue and temple appear within the City of Silver's exploration confines? That place is suspected to be the forsaken land of God. Or perhaps, before it was abandoned by the gods, there was already the faith of the true Creator. Could the holy residence that the Aurora Order always talks about be the forsaken land of God? Many thoughts came to Alger, but he couldn't make an accurate judgment because the history before the cataclysm had long evolved into myths and legends. It couldn't simply be described as information shrouded in fog. He thought for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We have another name for the fallen creator. It's the true creator. The faction that believes in him is in control of the Beyonder pathways, such as the secret suppliant, listener, and shadow ascetic. The subsequent sequence includes the shepherd you mentioned before. Shepherd." The silent Derek sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Beyonder pathways, which the hanged man had referred to, other than some of the sequences being described with similar words in the City of Silver. For instance, the whispered and listener. So that strange and evil statue represents the secret suppliant pathway. Elder Lovier is already a shepherd. She's been acting more and more strangely. Derek suddenly started to worry about the 6-member council's newly advanced elder and the safety of the City of Silver. In the past, when they explored the surrounding areas, the City of Silver had found a few cities that were completely destroyed. In those places, only a few pieces of rubble had been carved with words that proved the existence of such a civilization. These words were all variations of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish, and most of them repetitively described one kind of existence. That existence was called Evil God. The residents of the City of Silver who was involved in the expedition were guessing that those cities were destroyed by evil guards. So, after finding out that Elder Lovier's pathway was probably controlled by an evil guard, how could Derek not be shocked, worried, and terrified? He returned to his taciturn state, disappointing Audrey, who had been waiting to hear more stories about the City of Silver. After so many gatherings, after her purchase of the dragon race's intelligence, her interest towards the City of Silver had grown even more. His reaction is a little different from what I expected. Alger observed calmly for a while, but he failed to gain anything from it. For a moment, he couldn't find a point of entry into the conversation, and if he asked directly, he suspected that the son would request payment, which wasn't an easy task for him, since he was burdened with the debt of 2 Beyonder ingredients. It was at this moment that they simultaneously heard the sound of the table being tapped gently. Klein concealed his fatigue with the thick grey fog and said with a chuckle, "Let's end today's gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey immediately stood up and curtsied with her illusory skirt. The hanged man, the sun, and the world successively replied with similar words. Klein waved his hand and severed the connection, quietly watching the blurry shadows of Miss Justice and the others disappear into thin air. Then he made his smurf, the world, disappear. Then he picked up the small badge which he had obtained from Lanevus and studied it. "You can join if you have this item." Klein read the sentence on the back of the badge, but realized that it didn't undergo any changes. He thought for a moment and carefully injected spirituality into it. A layer of faint light bloomed and quickly condensed into a light beam shooting out of the grey fog. However, it was repelled by the endless grey fog. The beam of light suddenly dispersed, transforming into a palm-sized piece of illusory goatskin parchment. On it was written in ancient Fasak, 4 January 1350, 8 p.m., in Barbour Valley, a simple communication device in the field of mysticism. It sends out messages, requests synchronization, and gets the latest rendezvous time and venue. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen and made a preliminary judgment on the use of the badge. 1350, that's next year. The Barbour Valley lies in the area before the Tussock River enters Backland. The time is precise, but the venue is vague. It's a valley that's almost 100 kilometers long. Perhaps this badge can be used as a location tool when one gets there. Klein turned the badge over and over with interest, trying to figure out the corresponding symbols, incantations, and characteristics to see if he could copy one himself. Unfortunately, since he was no longer part of the Nighthawks, his knowledge in mysticism was still at the same level as before. He had no opportunities of improving it further. Therefore, after studying it for a few minutes, he could only helplessly give up. As for the phrase, "You can join if you have this item," Klein's plan was to not consider it for the time being. If I can become a faceless by the end of this year, then I can head there in disguise. Otherwise, forget it. Klein silently said to himself. Then he turned his attention to the matter of advancing to magician. The true root and juice of the mistrint is likely in the bag with the sun. If my luck isn't too bad, I should be able to get the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther this week. Sequence 7, a mid-sequence. I can already see and touch it. How should a magician act? As he thought about it, Klein began to consider specific issues. Due to his experiences before and after his death and resurrection, he instantly comprehended the true essence of clown. Therefore, in this month or so, he only needed constant acting in his daily life to gradually digest it. He didn't need to make further summaries and adjust it according to the feedback. After killing Lanevus and attaining his initial revenge, the clown potion was completely digested the moment he was laughing amid tears. This wasn't the same as the process in which Klein first digested the seer potion. It was considered a special case, and now he had to return to such a situation with the magician's acting. The true essence of magician, to pass off the illusory with the genuine. According to what Zeratul said in the Emperor's diary, although the main focus of this pathway isn't fate, a portion of it still belongs to it. So, there must be something corresponding to it. For example, it might seem that fate can be changed to a certain extent, but in the end, it turns out to all be an illusion. It's just a magic trick that fools you. Klein rubbed his temples, then wrapped his remnant spirituality around himself and descended into the grey fog. St. George's Burrow, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, I prepared another place like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where to hide. Force stared into the mirror and removed her dropping hair. That's right, Zio replied weakly, lying in bed. I just read in the newspaper that Lanevus is dead, but this matter involves guardhood, so it won't end so soon. We have to hide for a while. Ah, no, it's you who's going to hide, not me. I'm an upright clinical doctor, the author of a bestseller. Foz looked at herself in the mirror and began putting on simple makeup. Zio couldn't provide a rebuttal as she slowly sat up and said, "Thankfully, I was sufficiently clever and possess rich experience. When I got someone to make the report, I didn't directly say that it involved the godhood of the true creator. I only described it as seemingly very dangerous, and that the target had experienced huge changes like he was praying to evil gods. If not, I wouldn't even dare to stay in Backland. To be embroiled in high-level battles sure is troublesome and dangerous. I don't want to take on any more of Miss Audrey's missions again." "Really?" Foz asked without looking back. "Ah." Zio fell silent for a few seconds and said, "Actually, there was no need for us to mention the godhood. Since Miss Audrey was able to discover this on her side, the Church of the Goddess would definitely be capable of doing so. They've most likely killed Giant, right?" "I can't be sure," Foz replied without mincing her words. Zio froze, then let out a long, slow sigh. Foz stopped what she was doing, turned her head to look at her and said, "This mission was basically completed by you, so I won't be sharing the payment with you. There's a total of £200, so with the £70 you've saved up, even if you deduct the expenses, you should be close to obtaining the first bay-under ingredient for the sheriff potion. But I wouldn't be able to receive the £100 from the police so quickly." Zia pursed her lips. This wasn't to say that the police wasn't willing to give the bounty money, but that she couldn't take it directly. She had to go through the friend who had helped her deliver the clue that was the official bounty recipient. Since she believed that this matter would definitely cause a huge ruckus, she didn't have the guts to find her friend any time soon. As for whether that friend would usurp the bounty, she was quite confident. The other party had helped too many shady bounty hunters before. It was fine to take a commission, but if he dared to directly usurp all of the bounty money, he would have already died in some unknown dark alley. But it will ultimately belong to you. Foz paused for 2 seconds and seriously asked, "When you've collected enough money, will you contact the masked guy and work for him so that you can purchase the corresponding ingredients from him?" "No, unless I can't get it anywhere else, and that there's no hope." Zio gave her answer. "In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall." Audrey was still reminiscing over today's gathering when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Annie, coming over with a piece of paper. "Miss, here's your telegram." Annie smiled and said, "It's from the east coast of Balam, Alfred's." Audrey happily received it and read it carefully. "Dear sister, the rainbow salamander that you asked for has arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. My orders are to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night. Then it'll be delivered to my manor as early as today and by the latest tomorrow." Audrey tilted her head to the side and looked at Susie, who was fighting with her snacks. With a shallow smile, she said, "Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here." "Woof!" Susie looked at her mistress in confusion. Chapter 294, Admiral of Stars Ring. Ring. Klein circled the lawn behind Leopard's house a few times on the bicycle the inventor had just completed. "It's not bad, it's just as I expected, but there's no need to make a lone standing bell. The cyclist won't be able to free a hand when they encounter a situation. You can combine the bell to the handle. This will make it simpler and more adequate for situational developments." Klein's right hand clasped the brake tight, slowing the bike down to a stop. Meanwhile, he placed the bell in his left hand back to its original spot. Leopard thought for a moment. "Yes, that's right. I was simply imitating the ringing bells of the carriages and forgot that this is a brand new mode of transportation." At this point, he looked at Klein, who was getting off the bike with great familiarity as he placed it on a rack. "You give me the feeling that you've ridden a similar type of transportation tool before, and you rode it very well. I'm sure all the other bikes on the market are very flawed and very different from my bike. Sir, do you have time to learn more about bicycle sharing systems? As a clown, I should actually be able to ride a unicycle." Klein silently lampooned before smiling. "This has nothing to do with experience. The key is outstanding balance and exercise." He quickly changed the subject. "But based on your introduction just now, the production cost is quite high, and it's quite at odds with our product's market segment. You have to come up with a plan as soon as possible to reduce the cost, and you have to understand that nobles, magnates, and other people of the high classes of society will definitely not choose to ride their own bicycles. It would be disgraceful, and the same goes for the middle class with an annual income of £300 or higher. Our target audience are clerks, postmen, so-called working-class aristocrats, and people who earn between 70 to £300 a year. This is just a prototype, year term invented by Emperor Roselle. It's normal to have a high cost. If the subsequent industrialization is successful, I believe it wouldn't be a problem to lower it to £6. If we can find a cheap replacement material for natural rubber, it'll be even better. That's the most expensive component. Leopard had long considered this problem as he replied. Unfortunately, no crude oil has been found in this world yet. I wonder if it actually exists or not. Can refined coal tar be a replacement in this aspect? I don't know about this at all. I'm neither a student of this profession nor a savant. Klein thought for a moment and said, if the cost can be kept below £4, we'll be rich. As for the cheap material used to replace natural rubber, you can go through Roselle's manuscript. Maybe he has some ideas. Yeah, Leopard said before he suddenly added, speaking of which, I just remembered that there will be an Emperor Roselle Memorial Exhibition at the Royal Museum next week. It's organized by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Rumor has it that there will be the original blueprints of Emperor Roselle's inventions and all kinds of relics. The original invention, blueprints, and all kinds of relics. Klein's heart skipped a beat and pressed. When is it exactly? I'm very interested. From next Tuesday to next Friday, every day from 9 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. Although Emperor Roselle was once the enemy of the kingdom, the allure of his legendary life hasn't declined because of this. I'll take some time out of my schedule to visit the exhibition. Klein fished out his bulging wallet and took out two £10 and two £5 notes. Here's the second payment. Use it to study how to cut costs and make the most perfect application at the patent office. If you don't have a lawyer, I can introduce one. And the last £20 will be given to you next week to find new investors and complete the industrialization of the product. Of course, I'll also help you get in touch with people who are interested. He had never thought of monopolizing the profits of a bicycle. First, he lacked the money for mass production, and second, he believed that he lacked the social connections needed for industrialization, promotion, and sales. He could barely do it himself or hire people to do it. It was hard work with no guarantee of success. It was even possible that he might make a loss. In that case, it would be better to bring in new investors with relevant resources and channels and let the professionals handle the professional work. More importantly, he would then have the opportunity to cash out a certain amount of shares in advance, accumulating the resources and cash that he needed to advance to Faceless. He wanted to avoid running into a situation where he encountered the ingredients but lacked the money to buy them. Besides, I have no intention to be a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. I should stay away from things that might draw society's attention towards me before I become a Faceless. I'm acting as a magician, not a businessman or a factory owner. Klein sighed in his heart. I know several lawyers, Leopard muttered, and received the second round of investment funds. Why don't you go to the bank and apply for a loan? When we get the patent, I'm sure that a bank will loan us money, like the Backland Bank or Varvat Bank. We're not just bringing in investors, but resourceful channels, connections, and skills. You understand? Klein explained with a smile. He then put on his hat and said, when you've applied for a patent, send me a letter. You know my address. On the Sarnia Sea stood an island with an extinct volcano. One by one, ships with masts and sails approached the shore, crowding up the reasonably sizable wharf. The sound of the pirates singing, shouting, laughing, cursing, and cheering filled the air, turning the place into a sea of revelry. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, stepped off the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away and watched all of this in silence. With the exception of the four kings and the 7 pirate admirals, the rest of the pirates only received the news of the event a week ago. Most of them won't be able to arrive in time, as this will prevent the navies of the different countries and the powerful bayanders from the various churches to launch an assault. Alger watched the pirates carrying out buckets of ale without his attention on them. He knew that the Lone Kingdom already had a new generation of ironclad warships, but he wasn't worried about meeting one here. This was because only 4 months had passed, and the advertised invincible fleet still needed more ironclad warships and different types of ships for support, as well as the time to train military officers, sailors, and gunners. There was no way they could create a combat force without a year's time. Even as Alger's thoughts drifted away, the pirates on the ships and wharf suddenly cried out in alarm. Some ran deep into the islands, some hurriedly steered their ships away from the wharf, as if they were running from devils and the plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before was reduced to a desolate mess and silence. Alger turned his head to look at the sea and saw a ship painted black with a huge white flag with a skull hanging from its mast. The skull was pitch black, and its eye sockets burned with a ghostly blue flame. Black Death, Alger whispered. He understood why the pirates had scurried off. Wherever Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy passed, she would leave a wake of people who got sick for no reason. Black Death approached the shore slowly as a figure wearing a white linen shirt and dark red coat appeared at the ship's bow. The figure was quite a beautiful lady, and she also exuded a heroic vibe. Her beautiful black hair was coiled up high, and she had a white scarf wrapped around her head. She wore beige pants and had a tall and slender figure, and it had no lack of elegance. What attracted the most attention was the woman's long, straight eyebrows and the sharp, bright blue eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, making her look adrift and exceptionally alluring. A wandering poet who had mixed himself with the pirates had arrived at the edge of the cliff at some point. He began reciting, "She will always be a girl. She indeed brings ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is full of her." A number of pirates who left gathered once again as they looked at ailment Maiden Tracy, mesmerized. Alger held back his feelings of contempt as he glanced at the pirates and scoffed inwardly. Truly a bunch of fellows with no future or will. All they knew was hide moments ago, but now they've become seduced by her beauty. Although Ailment Maiden is indeed very beautiful, it's not to the extent that it will cause them to act this way. Oh, a bay under power related to allurement. As his mind was whirling, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy left Black Death and began walking to the Black Palace deep within the island. At that moment, a huge sailboat appeared on the sea. Its flag depicted an eyelashless eye with 10 stars surrounding it. Admiral of Stars Catlia. Alger nodded gently and muttered silently. Since the Black Death and the other ships were already docked at the wharf, the huge ship didn't approach the shore. Instead, it went around to the sheltered cliff and anchored. Soon after, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up, and bits of stellar radiance sprinkled down, condensing in the air to form a transparent long bridge. It led from the giant sailboat to the palace. A woman stepped onto the long bridge and began strolling through the air. She wore a black, classical robe with numerous symbols and magic characteristics inscribed on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye with no eyelashes. Hanging on this woman's waist, there was a celestial globe and a short scepter. She resembled powerful warlocks who were active in the fourth epoch, according to folklore. Alger looked up and frowned slightly as he muttered in puzzlement, "That celestial globe looks familiar. It's like. The strange glass bottle I previously obtained, the one I had no idea how to use. It eventually shattered after Mr. Fool pulled me into the gathering." On the outskirts of Empress Borough, Audrey led her maids and the huge golden retriever, Susie, into her own manor. "Miss, the delivery from Enmat Harbor is just ahead," the butler in charge of the manor said in a respectful tone. "All right." Audrey nodded lightly and said half-jokingly to the large golden retriever beside her, "Susie, this is your present." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw the so-called gift. It was a giant lizard whose skin changed color depending on how the light hit it. It was 3 meters long, and its height reached Audrey's knees even with it laying on the ground. They were two colossal creatures, enormous enough to frighten a child. "Woof!" She turned her head to look at her mistress and saw that her expression was exactly the same as hers. Apparently, she hadn't expected the gift to be so exaggerated. Chapter 295. All ingredients gathered, Audrey had always had a subconscious understanding that a rainbow salamander, the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland, the size of one's palm. To her, it would be something soft with grooves, a bay-under ingredient which constantly changed in color. So, what did that have to do with the 3-meter-long colossus in front of her? For a moment she was confused, but when she heard Susie's yelp, she snapped to her senses. She pretended to be satisfied with the result and said to the butler, "This is exactly the animal specimen I need." Um, it's just a little bigger than I thought, just a little. Take the servants and move them to the warehouse. I'll study it when I'm free." "Yes, miss." Then the butler immediately instructed the nearby valets who were furtively looking at their mistress. Audrey looked around, and without another word, led Susie into the manor's study. Using the excuse that she had to focus on writing a return letter to her brother, she made all the maids she had brought stay outside. After the dissection is done, there will be 2 sets of rainbow salamander pituitary glands. A portion can be used to exchange for a Farsman rabbit, just enough to concoct a bottle of the telepathist potion. Audrey gradually recovered from her astonishment and confusion as she began to think about Susie's advancement. At that moment, she thought of a serious problem. She had no idea if Susie had digested the potion or not. If it hasn't been completely digested, consuming the telepathist potion would easily lead to a loss of control. She isn't like a human who can endure through it. Wait, how did she endure it the first time? Besides, her current intelligence is about that of a 10-year-old child's. She's already learning words in the loan language, and she said she wishes to read newspapers and magazines, as well as books. Audrey fell silent for a few seconds. She glanced at the confused, large golden retriever that sat beside her. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digest," Susie returned with clear articulation, expressing her puzzlement. Audrey had already told her that what she had taken was a potion, and she had warned her not to tell anyone, and not to tell any intelligent animals that could bark or meow. Audrey nodded her head slowly and heavily. "It's a very strange and unique feeling. It feels like something illusory inside your body breaks down and fuses with your mind. You will vaguely see illusory stars one after another, and you will be one of them. These stars will attract each other in a bid to fuse as one." Susie quietly listened to everything, then replied with a light and brisk voice, "Then I should have completely digested it. I've had a similar feeling before." Ah, Susie has completely digested the spectator potion. B. But no one taught her the acting method. At most, I would occasionally remind her to observe more and remain calm. Audrey asked in astonishment, "When did you digest it?" "Last month, the month before last, or perhaps even earlier." Susie tried her best to recall when. Seeing that her mistress's expression was getting odder and odder, she hurriedly wagged her tail and timidly added, "I don't remember. I'm just a dog. I won't purposely remember such things." "Woof, just a dog. But you were only a little slower at digesting than me. Don't tell me that when I interact with other Bayanders, I'll say that when it comes to digesting potions, I'm a little better than a dog." "Huey, Audrey, what are you thinking?" Audrey maintained her elegant smile and politely praised. "Very good, I mean. On this matter regarding the digestion of the potion, you did very well." Returning from Leopard's Place, Klein took a leisurely afternoon nap. But it wasn't long before he was awakened by illusory, disconcerting cries. "Male. Is it Mr. Hanged Man or Little Son? Is one of the final main ingredients for my potion ready?" Klein carefully tried distinguishing who for a few seconds and soon forgot about his anger from being awakened. He quickly got up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He noticed that the crimson star that symbolized the hanged man was contracting and expanding. Hence, he stretched out his hand, spreading his spirituality before touching it. After the usual honorary names of the fool, the hanged man prayed. "I've already gathered the dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals. Please permit me to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in handing it to Mr. World." That's pretty fast. The hanged man had said that there would be a grand event among the pirates soon. It seems like it's not soon, but now. He always holds back when speaking, never fully speaking the truth. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, "Sure." After a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger resisted his urge to ask Mr. Fool if the celestial globe on Admiral of Stars, Catlia, had anything to do with him. At this moment, Klein had already forgotten about him and was admiring the 2 Bayonder ingredients on the surface of the long bronze table. The dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid was a seemingly translucent liquid, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that its clarity was also divided into different levels. The lower one went, the more transparent they were at distinct levels. It fully satisfied someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. The spring of the elves' marrow crystals was similar to a faded egg. Its shell was very thin, and it looked like it could easily shatter at a touch. Even without shaking, one could still hear the sound of swishing water inside. I should be able to get 300 pounds and a formula clue. My magician is only short of the true root and juice of the mist treant. I wonder when little son will complete the mission. Klein waited in anticipation. As for the other supplementary ingredients, he had already bought them at various stores. For example, the droplet gem he needed to buy was purchased from a jewelry store, and he had ground it into powder. 5 grams was about 5 pounds. The son, Derek, didn't keep Klein waiting long, and on Wednesday evening he whispered a prayer to the fool that he had prepared the true root and juice of the mist treant and asked him to pass them on to the world. The mist treant's true root was heart-shaped, brown, palm-sized, and wrinkled. It looked like an old man's skin, but its back was as smooth and exquisite as a gem. It was slightly expanding and contracting, as though it had a certain amount of vitality. Its juice was light green and sparkling, making it look very delicious. Klein just looked at them, feeling a little smug. In the present day and age, Sequence 7 was the threshold of a mid-sequence Beyonder. This meant that a Beyonder would finally be able to bid farewell to the state of being only slightly stronger than ordinary people in certain aspects. They would be able to wield a relative abundance of Beyonder powers. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled, returned to his bedroom, and summoned himself to bring the Beyonder ingredients into the real world. He didn't prepare any additional vessels. He washed an iron pot in the kitchen a few times, and began to concoct the potion according to the steps of handling the supplementary ingredients before handling the main ingredients. With the clown's ability at controlling his body, he quickly finished the first stage, and one by one, he put in the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the mist treant's true root. Sizzle. With a jarring sound, a pale white fog suddenly rose and was forcefully pulled back into the pot by an invisible force. When everything calmed down, Klein quickly poured every drop of liquid into a transparent bottle that he had prepared. That liquid was rather special. It was as if fireworks were constantly being released from within it. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors constantly scattered, disappeared, and then reappeared again. This was the magician potion. Klein stuck a coin worth 1 pound between his thumb and index finger of his left hand, flicked it up, and opened his palm to catch it. He was using divination to confirm if the potion he concocted had succeeded. Pa! The gold coin fell, its portrait faced up, indicating a positive response. Without any hesitation, Klein put away the gold coin, picked up the potion, and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, the sky was already dark. The gas lamps in the room hadn't been lit up yet, causing the surroundings to be in complete darkness. Only the light near the oriel window created a gloomy scene. Klein sat down on the sofa and began cogitation to calm his stirring heart and dispel all of his emotions temporarily from his body. After doing all of this, he raised the glass bottle, tipped his head, and drank the magician potion. Gulp, gulp. The ice-cold potion went down his throat, and at every moment it felt like countless bubbles were bursting. Klein's entire body was experiencing this stimulation, and massive amounts of information flooded his mind, blooming into fireworks. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head felt like it was about to burst. However, this wasn't a very difficult situation for Klein to endure. The terrifying ravings before entering the grey fog and the evil roars of the true creator were much more terrifying. Hornesis, phlegria, hornesis, phlegria, hornesis, phlegria. The ethereal temptation echoed again. Klein's head expanded and contracted repeatedly before he gradually recovered his thoughts. He began to consciously restrain his thoughts, outline the spherical light, and slowly enter a state of cogitation. After an unknown period of time, his vision recovered. At the same time, he felt an itch all over his body, with his arms feeling the worst. Klein rolled up his sleeves and was surprised to see that one of his arms was deeply wrinkled, like a centenarian. The other arm had lost its color and had become translucent. He could directly see his blood vessels, muscles, and veins. Could it be that I had nearly lost control? No, it shouldn't be. This should be the remnant influences. Klein sat on the sofa in the dark, leaning forward as he watched the anomaly in his arms warily, as if it were a breeding ground for monsters. And all of this had nothing to do with Klein. He sat quietly on the sofa in the darkness, watching his creased skin and the translucent state of his arms slowly recover. 5 to 6 minutes later, Klein silently sighed as everything finally returned to normal. It's a good thing that no one came knocking on the door or ringing on the bell. I only chose to advance after completely digesting the Sequence 8 potion. With such severe effects, it would be hard for those Beyonders who depended on time to grind through the potion. It really is difficult to pass this stage. No wonder Captain took 9 years. No wonder Swain, the former captain of a mandated Punisher squad and owner of the evil Dragon Bar, didn't dare to consume the Sequence 7 potion, Seafarer. After sitting silently for more than 10 seconds, Klein slowly stood up. At that moment, he was already a mid-sequence Beyonder. At that moment, he was already a magician. Chapter 296. Magician, he took 2 steps forward and passed the coffee table. Klein stretched his body and shook his wrist, but he found nothing unusual. He looked at the gas lamps outside the oriel window, which illuminated the darkness and gloominess, and said to himself thoughtfully, "My hands are more agile and I'm more nimble. Even if I don't have Beyonder powers, as long as I work hard enough, I can become a top magician." This was his first impression of his own transformation. And just like what was recorded in the Nighthawk records, if a potion provided a specific magical power, then the Beyonder would become aware of it after ingesting it. They would grasp the specific details, as though the corresponding knowledge would be injected and imprinted into the mind through a mysterious method. Just now, my head nearly exploded. Klein smiled and shook his head, carefully recalling what he had felt and the corresponding magical spells. It had to be said that magician was indeed considered a powerful sequence, 7 with it, possessing many miraculous abilities that could all be cast very quickly. Among them, there were 3 which Klein valued and liked the most. The most important one was damage transfer. As long as he didn't die instantly, as long as his hands could still move, he could transfer the vital wounds to unimportant areas like his arms, turning fatal wounds into minor injuries. This was a very useful Beyonder ability for life preservation in actual combat. The only problem is that at Sequence 7, wounds can only be transferred around my body, and there's only one opportunity. Perhaps as my sequence is raised, the wounds can be transferred to other items or people. It really does feel like magic. Klein imagined the future. The second spell was Flaming Jump. Within a range of 30 meters, he could phase between a fire spark that he had left behind and any flame that existed. It was similar to teleportation, which seemed to gain its uniqueness with help from the spirit world. Well, it can be used to its fullest when performing magic. Klein mocked himself inwardly with great satisfaction. More importantly, as he digested the potion and raised his sequence, the range of Flaming Jump would increase significantly. The third type of Beyonder spell was the air bullets, which Klein had seen the suited clown from the Secret Order use. The magician could produce air projectiles with power and speed comparable to that of the bullets fired from a custom revolver just by snapping his fingers or mimicking sounds. Furthermore, the effect would improve along with the digestion of the potion and the raising of his sequence. Klein suspected that at Sequence 4 or 5, he could create his own cannonball. This way, I don't need to buy more revolvers and bullets anymore, no, I still need to buy one. There are many matters that don't need me to expose my Beyonder powers. Any problem that can be solved with guns isn't a problem. Klein nodded indiscernibly and began to examine the other spells and spell-like abilities. The fourth type was paper figurine substitutes. At a critical moment, the magician could temporarily change the paper figurine into him while he swapped places. It was a relatively simple substitute spell that could not only block a fatal blow, but also weaken the damage from hexes. So this is the use of all the paper figurines that Mariontist Resego had brought with him. He must feel regret because he was contaminated by the true creator and didn't have the chance to use a substitute at all. The biggest problem with this spell is the need to prepare the materials beforehand, which means that the paper figurines have to be cut in advance. In the early days of the Fifth Epoch, Beyonders who brought similar items would undoubtedly be regarded as a dark warlock. If it's discovered now, I'll most likely be suspected. Klein mulled over the uses and limitations of paper figurine substitutes. The fifth kind of spell-like ability was called flame controlling. As the name implied, one could manipulate flames within a range of 30 meters with a simple action. It could also be used to ignite certain items within this range. Once the potion has been completely digested, or when I advance in sequence, one could summon a swirling flame out of thin air. The sixth was illusion creation. By influencing the surrounding environment, one could create illusions with colors, sounds, and smells that were close to reality, allowing one to pass off the fake as the truth and deceive the enemy. This is a specialty of a magician. Klein chuckled and walked over to the oriel window as he took in the night scene of the streets with great satisfaction. The seventh was a fake form of underwater breathing. The principle behind it was to create a thin, invisible air pipe which would allow the magician to breathe freely and seemingly turn into so-called murlocs. The problem was that the air pipe had a limited length. At his present stage, Klein could only maintain it at around 5 meters, which meant that if the water depth exceeded 5 meters, he could drown. Of course, the potion's digestion and sequence advancement would result in the growth of the air pipe. The eighth was a spell-like ability, bone softening. This helped a magician break free from handcuffs, ropes, and chests. It's also a specialty, Klein thought in a good mood. The ninth was the evolution of the clown's ability to turn paper into throwing knives, called drawing paper as weapons. Not only could it turn paper into sharp objects, but it could also temporarily turn into weapons such as bats or bricks, etc. These were the 9 main spells or spell-like abilities of a magician. Although they weren't particularly strong in both the offensive and defensive aspect, nor were they particularly bizarre, they stood out for their variety. They allowed Klein's strength to instantly rise by more than one level, and his life preservation and means of escape became even better. Moreover, magicians had the ability to cast spells at high speeds. This was a sequence of Beyonders who didn't need to chant or inject spirituality. With just a simple action, they could cast a corresponding spell or spell-like ability. In addition, the potion made Klein attain some tiny tricks, but they weren't very practical. I can barely be considered quite a good Beyonder. Klein sighed silently. Just as he was about to go out for a stroll and get another revolver and replenish his bullets at the Braveheart's bar, the gas lamps outside the oriel window, which tainted the crimson moon's moonlight, suddenly turned darker and deeper. Klein looked up in surprise and saw that the dark clouds and mist had dispersed, clearly revealing the red moon, which was a little more than a semicircle. Its outline rapidly turned into a full circle, and in just a few seconds, it had turned into a full moon that was as red as blood. It had only been 2 weeks since the last full moon. According to the normal calendar, according to astronomy, there were still about 10 days left until the next full moon. This is the blood moon. Klein's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in relief. In this world, the changes to the room were both regular and irregular. Ordinarily, it was exactly the same experience Klein had in his previous life. However, there were always a few times every year when it would suddenly become round and dark red, just like blood. Such a situation that had no logic to it. At times, it happened only once a year, and sometimes 4 or 5 times a year. Neither astronomers nor mystics could explain this phenomenon or come up with a pattern. Therefore, they could only ignore it for the time being as one of the puzzles. They joked that perhaps the goddess was in a bad mood and that a change in a woman's mood was undoubtedly irregular. Of course, not knowing the reason and not being able to understand the essence of the phenomenon didn't mean that there was no corresponding conclusion. In mysticism, people called this situation the blood moon, believing that it would bring about the rise and eruption of negative emotions, and that it would strengthen the power of the underworld and the spirit world. Even if the dead were summoned, they might still be able to climb out of their graves. This is the second time this year, right? Klein stood by the oriel window, admiring the clear sky and the disc-like full moon which was red and glistening. He felt he was in a relatively good shape in an apartment in Sherwood Borough. Fors Wall, who had participated in a gathering that night, was unable to make it back home to the 2-bedroom apartment in St. George Borough. She sat cross-legged on a sofa in the living room, chewing on a new type of bread which had meat and vegetables in it. She had let down her hair as she thought over the plot of her next novel. Suddenly, she frowned and threw away the food and pen in her hand. The moonlight outside the window grew stronger and redder, and the look on Force's face became more and more painful. Every full moon, she would hear those ravings that would drive her mad. Bam! She fell off the couch, her body writhing as she struggled. After a while, she pulled out a clump of her hair, but the pain did nothing to ease the explosive sensation in her head or to calm the urge to end her life with a knife. "Here it comes again," Fuzz muttered in pain as her legs were stretched taut from the spasms of pain. She chanted the name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, seeking redemption. "Great god of steam and machinery, you are essential, the embodiment of. You are an artisan, a protector. You are the glory of technology, glory." As she repeatedly chanted, For's suffering didn't abate, and instead it grew more intense. Bam! She tumbled around violently, toppling the coffee table and sweeping the books on it to the ground. Unable to endure it any further, Fours frantically used her nails to scratch the wooden leg of the coffee table, creating one deep scratch after another, along with jarring, screeching sounds. Ah, her fingernails broke. Her hair was growing abnormally long. At that moment, she felt that she would lose control that very night and become a monster. She had already chanted the honorific names of several gods, but she had failed to receive any reprieve. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." As she writhed and rolled about, she suddenly saw a piece of paper with the words in ancient Hermes written on it. It was the mysterious incantation Zio had found in the history of the Lone Kingdom's aristocracy. Her chanting of it had even attracted an existence suspected to be an evil spirit. "Even if it's an evil spirit, as long as you can help me, I'm willing to accept." Such a thought flashed through For's turbid mind. She struggled to look over as she used all her strength to whisper, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me." Chapter 297. The full moon's ravings. Klein had just put on his double-breasted frock coat, picked up his half-top hat, and was walking toward the door when he heard a series of illusory prayers. "Who is it?" He frowned slightly and listened, but he could only confirm that the supplicant was a woman and that her voice was staccato, as though she were in great pain. Since he had nothing particularly urgent to tend to, the newly advanced magician, Klein, casually tossed his half-top hat onto the coat rack accurately, and he returned to his bedroom. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the majestic palace. This time, he didn't see any illusory star expanding or contracting with a deep red glow. Instead, at the end of the ancient, mottled bronze table, by the side of the fool's seat, was a clear radiance rippling out. "It's a prayer from a non-Tarot Club member. Is it Zio, or that lady with curly brown hair?" Klein speculated as he took his seat. Since he had already emptied his anonymous account, he didn't suspect that someone was trying to steal his wealth. Leaning back, Klein pointed with his left hand, spreading out his spirituality to touch the rippling light. The scene around him suddenly changed. He saw the overturned coffee table, the slanted sofa, books and papers strewn all over the floor, and a woman with brown hair struggling in pain. At the same time, Klein heard her prayers. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me, save me." From the looks of it, she seems to be losing control. Her hair is growing longer at a discernible speed, and her skin is covered with a layer of sinister white light. How could I possibly save her? Klein observed carefully for a few seconds, then mumbled to himself, feeling stumped. It was at this moment that he detected in the woman's anguished pleas a faint, illusory, indistinct raving. Yes, a raving. These ravings were similar to the ones he experienced before rising above the grey fog, but it had no madness or evil to it at all. Furthermore, it didn't contain any obvious malice. It appears that this lady's state of nearly losing control is a result of hearing the ravings. If she stops hearing it, could she be able to calm down and turn for the better? In thought, Klein reached his hand out to the rippling circle of light. Following that, he allowed his spirituality to gush out of his body, establishing a firm and mysterious connection after advancing to magician. His spirituality had become a lot more abundant, and the burden in this aspect had decreased accordingly. Fors felt her head muddling as she felt her thoughts were like boiling water. They were constantly bubbling in a bid to break free of the restraints of her head. "Am I dying? I don't want to become a monster." Just as she was woefully thinking this in her mind, the pain flooded over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she was wide awake. The pain, the irritation, the madness, and the despair, which she felt so deeply in her bones, seemed to no longer exist, as though it was only an illusion. "I managed to endure through it so quickly today. Isn't it longer during a blood moon? Confused, Fors opened her eyes, which she had unconsciously closed. She found an endless grayish-white fog beneath her, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Where is this place? Surprised, she looked around and saw numerous towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace that was propped up by those stone pillars. Then, at the very end of the long bronze table, she saw a mysterious figure shrouded in thick grey fog who seemed to be overlooking everything from above. What is this place? Who is he? Fors turned wary and questioned inwardly. Then she remembered what she had just done. Under her extreme pain, she had chanted the mysterious incantation which Zio had found in the history of the Lone Kingdom's aristocracy, an incantation that was suspected to be directed at some evil god. No, not just evil spirits. He was actually able to temporarily help me get rid of the harmful effects of those terrifying ravings. He even pulled me into this strange world. This. While Fors suppressed the fear in her heart, she half stood up and bowed. May I know who you are? At that moment, she suddenly recalled the contents of the incantation as she blurted out, You are the fool. Ah, Mr. Fool. You are His Excellency, the Fool. Klein smiled, nodded slightly, and said, Just call me Mr. Fool. As he spoke, he noticed on the back of the chair in which Fors was sitting on, the symbols and mysterious patterns formed by the shining stars were rapidly changing. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the interior of the room was covered with layers upon layers of doors. Numerous illusory doors of the same kind were formed there. Door. As soon as Klein saw the symbol, he immediately associated it with the mention of Mr. Door in Roselle's diary. During a full moon, the other party would come close to the real world and let out cries for help. Could the ravings have something to do with Mr. Door? It's the night of the blood moon tonight, an enhanced version of the full moon. This lady corresponds to a door, and the symbol on the back of Miss Zio's seat is similar to the Sword of Judgment. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Through this, he confirmed that once a stable connection was established, and that if the other party was a Beyonder, the symbol behind the seat would change according to the other party's actual circumstances. They didn't have to necessarily join the Tarot Club and come to the mysterious space above the grey fog at fixed intervals. At that moment, waves of shock rose up in Force's heart. The Fool. It's indeed the Fool. That honorific name does point towards a powerful existence. What does he want? Will he want to make a transaction with my soul? Heh, at least it's at least better than losing control from those ravings. I guess I managed to claw my life back. Whatever happens in the future would just be a bonus. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mr. Fool ask with a smile, You hear ravings from nowhere every full moon. How does he know? Fors looked over in surprise and replied in a daze, Yes. Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, Do you know the origin of those ravings? Do you know who is trying to harm me? Do you know how to solve this problem once and for all? He's a miserable wretch who is lost in the darkness and trapped in a storm. Klein had intended to reply with the words that would shape his image, but when he thought about it, he couldn't be sure that the woman in front of him had indeed heard the words coming from Mr. Dorr. In order to not make any mistakes, and to not embarrass himself in the future, he skipped over the question and said with a vague smile, He might not necessarily want to hurt you. Perhaps he's just asking for your help. Therefore, the ravings weren't malicious, not crazy or evil. Asking for my help, but those ravings pushed me closer and closer to losing control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now, Fors returned incredulously. Klein grinned and said, That's because you're too weak. I'm too weak. Fors was stunned and at a loss. Klein briefly explained, The difference in your life's natural order and his is too great. Perhaps, just by breathing normally, the storm brought about by him can rip you to pieces. Perhaps, just a glance from him will cause you to die on the spot. Of course, if he purposely controls his own strength, it's not that he can't communicate normally with you. However, his voice might need to pass through layers of obstructions in order to reach your ears. Deliberate control typically implies a failure to call for help. Heh heh, that's if we assume that he's calling for help. The difference in our life's natural order is too great. I would die from just one glance from him. Fors was stunned from what she heard. After quite some time, she forced a smile and said, This reminds me of a saying. Do not look directly at God. Klein smiled at her without giving a positive answer. Could it be that those terrifying ravings really come from an existence who's nearly a god? Mr. Fool can help me eliminate that person's influence. And all this time, he's been talking about it in a rather bland tone. Does this mean that he and that existence's life's natural order are at the same level? The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. Even her body couldn't stop trembling. Klein waited a few seconds, then asked, "How long does it last every full moon?" 3 to 5 minutes. If it's the night of the blood moon, it will exceed 7 minutes. Fors gathered her thoughts and answered honestly. The more Klein listened, the more he felt that the raving's owner belonged to Mr. Dorr. He temporarily put the matter down and smiled. You can return in a few minutes. There is only one way to solve your problem, and that is to raise your life's natural order. Fors hesitated for a moment before saying, "Whenever I encounter the full moon, can I recite your name? I will be your devout believer." "No, there's no need." Klein smiled and shook his head, "but I don't mind helping you along the way. Thank you so much." Although she suspected that she was dealing with an evil god, she no longer wanted to experience the same painful nightmare as before. After confirming this matter, she relaxed a lot. Noticing that there were still many seats around the long bronze table, she asked probingly, "Mr. Fool, it seems there are others who come here frequently." "No, they might not necessarily be human," Fors added silently. Klein smiled and said with a casual attitude, "There are few people who are similar to you. I pulled them here for various reasons. They hope that I can hold a gathering at regular intervals to facilitate the trade of formulas, ingredients, information, and missions. I agreed to it." Fors was enticed by what she heard. Thinking that she was already part of this, she boldly asked, "Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering?" "Sure, 3 in the afternoon on Mondays. Remove all disturbances." Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. "They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can pick one of these, but these already belong to someone and you cannot choose from." Fors nodded her head, shuffling the cards and cutting them with great interest while mumbling, "Let fate arrange my title." Soon, she pulled out a card and looked at it. The Magician, chapter 298. Another case For's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself lying on the floor of her living room. Through the window, she saw that the bright moon was hanging high in the sky like a crimson disk. The normally thin and blurry chiffon seemed to turn into rich bloody light. "I'm not dead. I didn't lose control. It wasn't a dream just now. I really was saved by a mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool." When Force sat up and examined herself, she saw that there was nothing unusual about the rest of her body, except that her hair had grown longer and denser. "But my life is completely different from before. I don't know if this is good or bad." Silently mumbling to herself, for sat on the ground hugging her knees whilst lost in thought. Her mind would sometimes wander off, and at times she would be anxious, sad, or confused. Above the grey fog, Klein looked at the chair which had the symbol of a layered door on its back. He muttered to himself in thought, "I wonder what kind of information is contained in those ravings." When she's at sequence 7 or sequence 6, she should be able to resist the negative effects and hear the content of the ravings. If she hasn't grasped the acting method, I can let Miss Justice and the others help me teach her. I have sworn under a holy artifact to the goddess that I wouldn't mention anything related to the acting method to people who aren't aware of it. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a marionettist, perhaps I can use a corresponding ritual and the uniqueness of this mysterious space to remotely control her and directly see what she sees and hear what she hears. That way I can determine if it's Mr. Dorr. This gentleman, who has witnessed the history of the fourth epoch, might be even older than Mr. Azik, who had lived multiple lives. I wonder what sequence his strength and level are equivalent to. 2, or even 1. After some consideration, he felt that his spirituality was becoming unstable, so he hurriedly descended into the grey fog and returned to the real world. This was a common occurrence after a recent advancement. Therefore, Klein gave up on going out, and he patiently entered cogitation at home, retracting and releasing his spirituality. In the wee hours of the morning, Fors took the earliest steam metro back to St. George Borough, before taking a public carriage to the two-bedroom apartment where she lived with Zio. When she opened the door, she was surprised to find Zio, who usually slept late, toasting some bread. "The sudden appearance of last night's blood moon gave me insomnia, so I woke up very early. Fors, are you all right?" Did those strange ravings get stronger? Zio asked, looking up with concern, for his vision suddenly blurred. She turned her head to the side, forced a smile, and said with her usual confrontational tone, "What happened to your brain? Didn't I say it before? The ravings will definitely become stronger during the blood moon. But it doesn't affect me at all. Yeah, it doesn't affect me at all. Look at me. Look at how energetic I am right now. Hey, toast a piece of bread for me too. I thought you didn't like eating it this way." Zio tidied her short, blonde hair and mumbled softly. After taking his first step at revenge and attaining an advancement, Klein slept through the night. He leisurely went out to buy Fainapata noodles for breakfast, along with a daisy pie and a cup of sweet iced tea. After enjoying the delicacies in satisfaction, he put down his fork and knife and picked up the newspaper. He was in a very relaxed mood as he began to read. A quick scan revealed that the headlines of the Tussock Times read, "Night of the Blood Moon, the killer demon strikes again." Again. Klein quickly flipped through the front pages of the other newspapers and saw many similar titles. "The 11th True Case. The Police Are Helpless." The cold-blooded killing demon has once again made a clear mockery of the police. The atmosphere of panic is spreading through Backland. This. The Nighthawks and the mandated punishers must all be having headaches, right? Klein sighed in his heart. To be honest, he had the urge to catch the killer. Back on Earth, when he was weak, he would often daydream about being a person to uphold justice and punish evil. But now, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Klein felt sorry for his past dreams due to his choice of not being a superhero. Sigh, what a pity. This case has already received a high level of attention. If I were to join in, wouldn't that mean that I'm waiting for my identity to be exposed? I still have to be rational. Furthermore, according to the Sun, the culprit is highly likely to be advancing from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. Although I won't be afraid of him, I might not be able to catch him even with the new spells and spell-like abilities I gained. It's quite risky. After thinking about it, Klein still chose to follow his deepest beliefs and remain an ordinary citizen. He believed that with the strength of the few churches, if the killer were to continue committing crimes, there was a high chance of them getting caught. After flipping through the news, Klein glanced at the Backland Morning Post and found that the advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods had appeared again on the 5th page. "There's going to be a gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I can sell the Spring of the Elves' Marrow crystals to the apothecary then," Klein muttered as he memorized the first 4 digits of the price listed. Half an hour later, he finished reading the thick newspaper in front of him and started to seriously consider his future plans. The long-term plan is to advance to a higher sequence, becoming a demigod expert before I plot my revenge against Insi Zangwil. A mid-term plan is to find the acting method for magician. I'll slowly summarize the corresponding principles to observe so as to digest the potion bit by bit. During this process, I'll start my search for the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow, hair from a deep-sea naga and thousand-faced hunter's blood and mutated pituitary gland, as well as the means to remove an evil god's corruption from an object. The Beyonder ingredients of Sequence 6 each cost around £1,500. It's very expensive. In addition, I need to obtain a mystical item that's focused on attacking or controlling. Although a magician is very powerful, most of the Beyonder powers are used for life preservation and escaping. In a corresponding environment, the strongest attack is that of a custom revolver. The only boon is how it takes others by surprise, and it also lacks the means to control an enemy. Short-term plan, short-term plan. Heh, I'll be cutting up some paper figurines and make preparations for my powers. I'll visit the circus in the afternoon as a way to relax and for entertainment. I can try to gain inspiration for the acting by observing ordinary magicians. Yes, I saw in the newspapers that there are a few permanent circuses in Backland. After finalizing his thoughts, Klein immediately tidied up his plates, cleaned his knife and fork, and devoted himself into being busy making preparations. When it was almost noon, he put down the scissors and looked at the 3 crude paper figurines in front of him. He sighed and muttered to himself, "This is probably the first time in my life that I've done handicraft so seriously fortunately. It's just to cut out some paper figurines and not flowers or embroidery. It's fine as long as it's shaped like a person. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that my hands have become dexterous, I might have failed today." Klein had just used an additional paper figurine to test his capabilities and confirmed that everything was fine. He folded the paper figurines and hid it in a stack of notes. Klein put them away into his pocket, just as he was about to go out and enjoy a meal at a slightly better restaurant before heading to the nearest circus to watch the performance. The doorbell suddenly rang, and the pleasant, jingling sound echoed in the air. A job. The advertisement I posted should be almost done with its listing period. Wearing a starched shirt and a thin, warm sweater, Klein came to the door and grabbed the handle. At the same time, the image of the visitor appeared in his mind. It was a man in his 40s. He was rather fat, and he appeared to have difficulty even standing. His eyes were tiny from the copious amounts of flesh on his face. His skin was rough but very white. He had a gentleman's cane in his hand and a very tall and large hat on his head. Even though Backland was cold in October, the man's forehead was dripping with sweat. Beside him were two attendants in bright red coats, supporting him from both sides. "I don't know him," Klein mumbled, and before his spiritual perception could respond, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is truly scorching hot." The fat, middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. As he spoke, a cold wind blew, causing the two attendants beside him to shiver. "Good afternoon. Is there anything I can help you with?" Klein asked politely. "You are Detective Sherlock Moriarty. I have something that I want to entrust you with." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Kalaman, a jewelry businessman." "Please, come on in." Klein smiled and made way. Rogo Kalaman stepped in with heavy footsteps and sat down on the sofa, causing the old furniture to emit a resistant groan. "What is it exactly?" Klein took out a copper penny and deftly rolled it around his fingertips. Rogo sighed and said, "I wish for you to protect my son until tomorrow afternoon. He has offended some lunatics." "Until tomorrow afternoon. Have you found a solution? Why not call the police?" Klein asked unhurriedly. Rogo remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Adel got into some bad company and was led to do bad things by them. Oh, it's nothing too serious, but ones that can land him in prison. Unless it's necessary, I don't want to call the police. He recently had a falling out with those bad friends of his. As a result, he suddenly broke down and kept yelling that those people wanted to kill him. I was very worried, so I hired 6 senior bodyguards from a security company to keep watch outside. Then I hired another 4 private detectives to take shifts watching over Adel, even if he's sleeping. But one of the detectives suddenly had an accident at home and will only be able to return tomorrow afternoon. Therefore, I can only hire another detective at the last minute. I'm sorry, I can only hire you for one day." "Yes, the reward is £10, and if you were to encounter danger, I'd add more. You'll definitely be satisfied." "Is that so? £10 for a day. That's equivalent to a week's salary of Mr. Sammer from next door." Klein was able to tell from the color of the other's emotions that he wasn't lying. During the brief silence in the living room, he kept flipping the copper penny between his fingers, and with a thud, it fell into his palm. Klein glanced at it, bent his fingers, and smiled. "Deal." Chapter 299. Snapping Fingers, Westboro. Grim Garden Street Klein, with quite a stubble around his mouth, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses while carrying a top hat and a black cane. He followed Rogo Kalaman into a spacious and bright living room. There was a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The walls, corners, and tables were decorated with all kinds of golden carvings and ornaments. The entire area looked gorgeous, exquisite, and luxurious. As expected of a jewelry businessman, a businessman staying in Westboro. Klein scanned the oil paintings by the side and side. With every step Rogo took, the fat on his body quivered. It left people maliciously wondering when his clothes and pants would snap. However, as a jewelry businessman, he had enough money to buy clothes of the best quality. "Detective Moriarty, this is my son, Adel." Logo stopped at the edge of a carpet and pointed to a boy that was 15 or 16 years old and was sitting on a single sofa. As all the fireplaces in the house were lit, and there were metallic pipes to conduct the heat around, the living room was rather warm. It even made Klein feel like taking off his clothes until he only had a shirt and a pair of trousers left. However, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat and had a blanket that looked burning hot on his legs. At that moment, he had his head low, tightly hugging himself as he shivered non-stop. His dark blue hair seemed to have lost its luster. Rogo looked at him with concern and raised his voice slightly. Adol, this is Detective Moriarty. He will be protecting you for today and tomorrow. At these words, Adol raised his head, revealing his pale face, his bluish lips, and his unfocused eyes. Protect me, protect me. They're going to kill me. They want to kill me. His voice became sharper and sharper. In the end, he covered his ears with his hands and screamed. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down. During this process, Klein had already tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. Ha! He held back the shark that had crept up to his mouth and carefully examined him again. He saw that the color of Adol's aura had been dyed with a deep blackish-green sheen. This is a sign of being haunted by wraiths, a sign of possible possession. Adol's bad friends are already taking revenge on him. Or perhaps there were no such things as bad company at all. Klein quietly reached out, held Mr. Azik's copper whistle, and allowed his spirituality to spread. Then he thoughtfully looked away from Adol and looked at the others inside the living room. By the oriel window stood a man in a black coat. He was tall and sturdy, not smiling, and his waist was bulging as if he were hiding a gun. This should be one of the 6 bodyguards. Klein was about to size up another person when Rogo Kalaman introduced Detective Caslana, her assistant Lydia, Detective Stewart. At this point, Rogo turned around and pointed at Klein. This is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Caslana was in her 30s, had black hair and blue eyes, and thick eyebrows. She was probably a beauty when she was young, but now, because of the sagging muscles on her cheeks, she didn't seem very amiable. Lydia, her assistant, was a red-haired lady of about 20 years of age. Her figure was excellent, but she had an average appearance. Both women wore something similar to what aristocratic riders wore. The white shirts they wore were tight at the waist, which matched the more tight-fitting trousers that facilitated movement. The pleats were the only thing that distinguished their clothes from men. In addition, they provided no concealment for the 2 revolvers around their waists. This reminded Klein of a saying from lawyer Jurgen that illegal possession of a gun was a sure thing for a private investigator. This was because one was a noble, a member of parliament, or a senior civil servant. It was very difficult to obtain an all-purpose weapon permit. Stuart sat opposite to Caslana and Lydia. He had a lean face, but he grew a bushy beard. His light green eyes were unusually lively. He was about the same age as Lydia and almost as tall as Klein, a little over 1.7 million and weighing 140 lb. Stuart had an underarm holster, and in it there was obviously a specially designed revolver. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein took off his coat, took off his hat, and handed it to the maidservant next to him. Put it somewhere I can retrieve it quickly from. There are some important items inside. In fact, he had already transferred the paper figurines, notes, charms, a matchbox, etc. to his trouser pockets. The only thing left in his coat was herbal powder, extract essence, keys, and his wallet. There were a total of £206 in paper bills in his wallet. Stuart, who was sitting there, turned his head to size Klein up and chuckled. You didn't bring a gun? Gun, this is my gun. Klein smiled and raised his cane. At the same time, he puffed out his cheeks to stimulate a sound. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and without thinking, Stuart rolled over, while Caslana and Lydia quickly got off the sofa, each finding a place to hide. Rogo and the servant beside him were both surprised and confused about what was happening. Adol continued keeping his head low as he shivered. When they saw that Klein was only holding onto a black cane and realized that nothing had happened, Caslana and company calmed down. They frowned and asked, "What just happened?" "Ever since I handed a revolver I picked up to the police, I've been learning how to imitate its sound. It seems to be quite effective," Klein replied half-jokingly. "That's not funny, Detective Moriarty," Caslana said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to perform some magic for you," Klein lampooned. He handed his cane to the maidservant and solemnly nodded. "I will keep that in mind." Stuart, who was in the most pathetic state a moment ago, didn't seem to be angry at all. He patted his clothes with great interest, got up and asked, "Why haven't I heard of you, Mr. Moriarty? I mean, I know a lot of people in the detective business, but I've not heard about you in the past." "I only came to Backland in early September," Klein briefly explained. "Is that so?" Stuart laughed and said, "Tonight the 2 of us will pair up. We'll be in charge of everything from midnight until tomorrow morning. Will that be a problem?" Nope, Klein responded with the same smile. Okay, after dinner, you guys have some rest and take over your shifts in the early morning, Caslana added. Klein took a long look at the trembling Adel and nodded seriously. Nothing happened throughout the afternoon, and the worried male and female hosts prepared a hearty dinner for the detectives and the bodyguards, but no alcoholic beverages were provided. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Klein and Stewart, a young man with a full beard, went to their rooms on the second floor. Seeing that no one was around, Stewart shook his head and said, Sherlock, you should have noticed that the problem with Adel isn't something regarding revenge. Bro, you sure are affable. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, Why do you say that? He looks more like he has a mental problem, or, according to the countryside, he's been haunted by ghosts and evil spirits. Frankly, I'm afraid of that, Stewart sighed. Mr. Carlaman should take him to a psychiatrist, and if that doesn't work, get the priests from the Lord of Storms to sprinkle some holy water and perform a ritual. You can suggest it to him, Klein said objectively. If Adel doesn't get better, I'll consider it in about a couple of days. Stewart glanced sideways at Klein. Klein laughed and replied, That's up to you. My mission will be over tomorrow. At that moment, the two of them had arrived at their destination and entered their respective rooms. 1 in the morning, inside Adel's bedroom. Klein sat in a rocking chair, holding onto Azic's copper whistle, quietly watching his ward. Stewart sipped his coffee at his desk. The two of them didn't speak, afraid that they would wake the sleeping Adel. As time passed, a cold chill swept through the room. Adel sat up and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Stewart asked somewhat nervously. To the washroom, Adel replied in a soft, dreamy voice. His face seemed paler, and his lips were turning purple. Stewart was about to speak when he saw Sherlock Moriarty stand up and nod at him. I'll follow him. All right. Stewart let out a sigh of relief. Putting his hands into his pockets, Klein stayed one step behind Adel and followed him to the entrance of the washroom 2 rooms away. Just as Adel was about to close the door behind him, he saw a figure flash in. I can't let you out of my sight. Heh, do whatever you have to do and pretend that I don't exist. Klein smiled and leaned against the wall. Adel remained silent, his eyes unfocused as he looked into the mirror. He turned on the faucet and let the water flow. At this moment, Klein took out a box of matches and lit a matchstick as though he wanted to smoke. However, he didn't do so. He blew on the air and allowed the match to go out. Pa, Klein casually threw the match in front of him and took out another item. Adel, whose back was facing him, suddenly straightened up. The figure in the mirror was so pale that it looked like a corpse. Whoosh! In the washroom, a cold wind howled. While keeping his lower body fixed, Adel turned around and glared at Klein's left hand, at the delicate copper whistle that was being tossed up and down. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew across Klein's face. He continued smiling and snapped his fingers. With a loud bang, a flame rose from the ground, igniting an invisible figure. The figure struggled for a few moments before completely dispersing. The flames extinguished as a result. Klein put away Azic's copper whistle and looked calmly at Adel, whose eyes were beginning to focus. Adel appeared to have finally awoken from a long nightmare. He saw a young man standing a few steps away. The man was wearing a white shirt, dark trousers, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. Then he heard a gentle voice. What happened to you? Chapter 300, Spirit Dance. What exactly happened? Adel muttered this question softly and realized that he couldn't remember what he had done the past few days. He looked around dreamily, frightened, panicked, and confused. Who are you? Where is this place? This is your washroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm a private detective in charge of protecting you. Klein looked at the teenage boy who hadn't figured out the situation around him and chuckled in response. My house, detective to protect me. What exactly happened? Adel looked around in astonishment and murmured to himself. Suddenly, he stopped, his already pale face filled with unconcealable fear. And maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His voice was shaky, but Klein could hear two completely different feelings from his voice, fear and excitement, and these were perfectly depicted by the color of his emotions. Excited, did this boy end up provoking a wraith because of his thirst for excitement? It's true that the young are bold and unafraid of death. Klein made a preliminary guess, but he asked in confusion, ghosts. After becoming a magician, his spirit vision had been slightly enhanced, but not by much. He was still unable to see the astral projection surface deep in the ether body, and as such, unable to judge whether the target was a Beyonder or not. Adol's pale face suddenly flushed red. Yes, ghosts. He flailed his arms and added, there exists a wider world beyond our senses. I'm serious. Death is not the end of everything. This line. He's indeed an adolescent. However, I think I've seen similar words somewhere. Klein smiled and said, I believe in another saying in the face of time that is even more ancient than ancientness. Even death itself will disappear. Without waiting for Adol to say anything, he took out his gold pocket watch, opened it, and said, So, how did you get yourself into the state you were in before? You were like a patient with a nervous breakdown. I. Adol turned his head and thought for a few seconds. Then he said, I joined a society. It's not an ordinary society. We all believe that death is not the end. We can use mysticism to even sense death directly and understand that everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe that the dead can be resurrected. Klein, who had just climbed out of his grave more than a month ago, chuckled dryly. You and the others were trying to revive the dead. Death is not the end. A world beyond the senses. Everything can be reversed. Mystic sensing. Aren't these the teachings of the numinous episcopate? These were all created to revive death. He muttered to himself silently in enlightenment. Yes, Adol nodded, his eyes bright, but completely unable to hide his fear. Where did you get your corpses? Klein pressed. WE will secretly dig up graves, those that haven't been buried for long, or buy them from the hospital. Adol said, as he recalled. It's indeed a crime that can get you thrown into jail. It's no wonder that Rogo Kalaman doesn't want the police involved. You sure are bold to get your thrills. Klein maintained his genial smile and asked, And did you succeed? Not yet. The way they looked at me during the last gathering was like they were looking at a corpses if they were wondering where to place their corresponding mystics. And then we danced a spirit dance and communicated with the world beyond with our senses, and then I lost all my memory since then. Adol's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Spirit dance. It really is the numinous episcopate. This fellow became a test subject for his companions. Klein frowned and asked, Your memory is disconnected from that point until now. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, spirit dances originated from the ancient sacrificial dances that were popular in the southern continent. It was the ritual method that death loved. A spirit dance was to use the beat, rhythm, and movements to harmonize one's spirituality so that it could interact with the natural environment so as to establish an interaction with the target of the prayer. Then, combined with a simple altar arrangement and corresponding honorific name, it can achieve the effects of a more complex ritualistic magic. Yes, Adol softly replied before he suddenly raised his head. What day is it today? What time is it now? Friday morning, 1:12 a.m., Klein answered based on his memory. Adol subconsciously took a deep breath and said, I've missed the newest gathering. They conduct a resurrection ritual outside Grim Cemetery every Friday at 3 in the morning. Grim Cemetery got its name because it wasn't far from Grim Garden Street. You still wish to go. Have you forgotten what had happened to you? Oh, you don't actually remember, but you should ask your father, your mother, and servants, Klein reminded the young man in front of him. And I might not be able to help you any further, he added silently in his heart. After this incident, he discovered another weakness of a magician, which was the lack of an ability to deal with wraiths and shadow-related creatures. Only the control of fire barely counted. But after those creatures possessed a human body, exorcism and purification became a problem, unless he wanted to kill both the ghost and the human. Of course, Klein wasn't completely helpless in this aspect. He could conduct ritualistic magic to do similar things, but that would be very troublesome. It would easily expose his identity and was unsuited for actual combat. After some thought, he had finally chosen to use Azic's copper whistle to lure the wraith out. Then he controlled the flames to complete the purification. However, the level of damage wasn't high. If he were to encounter a slightly more powerful wraith, it was possible that he was unable to take care of it. I still lack items or charms that deal with undead creatures. If only I had the sealed artifact 3-782, mutated sun's sacred emblem. Klein's thoughts were momentarily distracted. Adol suddenly remembered his missing memories, and his face turned pale again. He answered with a trembling voice, No, I don't want to go. I never want to go again. Very good. Klein smiled in support. Adel looked at his face, which didn't contain the slightest bit of fear, and subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid after I've said so much?" Klein stopped leaning against the wall and slowly straightened his body. He replied in a relaxed tone, "For a detective, they would rather not believe something unless there's concrete evidence." He opened the door and walked out, wondering if he should make contact with the numinous episcopate. After all, this might involve the mystery of Mr. Azik's life. Adel looked at the private detective's back in a daze. It took him quite some time to realize that there was no one in the washroom other than himself. Furthermore, the moonlight outside was so gloomy that it left long shadows, making it seem as though something invisible was lurking and watching. He shivered and hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." As he spoke, Adel quickened his pace, rushed out of the washroom, and followed closely behind Klein. He knows fear and is apprehensive. That means he's still redeemable. Klein mumbled before inserting his hands into his pockets. When he returned to his bedroom, Stuart didn't notice that Adel had already turned for the better. He still wore a serious expression from the ghost story he imagined himself, so he didn't dare to walk around recklessly. After Adel fell asleep again, Klein took out a copper penny and let it move between his fingers. When it was close to 2:50 a.m., he threw up the coin and caught it firmly before standing up and whispered to Stuart, "I'll be heading to the balcony to smoke a cigarette." "Be quick," Stuart urged with somewhat taut nerves. Klein put on his long gown and walked slowly out the door to the balcony at the end of the corridor. Then he hid in the shadows. Then he pulled out a rather crudely cut paper figurine. "Pa!" Klein violently shook his wrist, causing the paper to make a crisp sound. The paper quickly expanded and turned into a human. The person was about the same height as Klein, a wax statue intrinsically carved with the same exact facial features. This was one of the uses of paper figurine substitutes. Soon, Klein focused his mind, clenched his right fist, and lightly tapped his body. Without a sound, the figurine seemed to come alive. It even had a cigarette with a glowing red head in its mouth as the fragrance of tobacco wafted out. By delegating this figurine, this illusion can last half an hour. I'm really a magician. Klein put on his gloves, reached out, and pushed himself over before sliding down the balcony stealthily, avoiding the patrolling security. Outside Grimm's cemetery, in a secluded forest, Klein stood among the treetops as he looked at the relatively open and flat area not too far away. Around him were evergreen leaves and brown branches, but their surfaces were stained with grey dust. From what Klein could see, there were about 8 young men and women wearing long black robes dancing and twitching around a corpse. The dance was full of rhythm, as though it had some sort of mysterious flavor to it. The girl shook her long hair, and the boy extended his hand while kneeling. This scene had a subtle connection to their surroundings. It was the rhythm of nature. After they danced for 3 to 4 minutes, everything within a 10-meter radius was affected by a wild and confusing atmosphere. The atmosphere gradually turned sinister, and there was a hint of divinity mixed in it. It really is a spirit dance. Ritualistic magic that even normal people can participate in. Klein cast his gaze away and looked at the man in black robes who was chanting an incantation beside the corpse. Earlier, he was the one who was instructing those young boys and girls on how to perform the spirit dance. He should be a member of the numinous episcopate, with a high probability of being a beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly, intending to watch the resurrection ritual. At this point, the dance reached its climax. The adult man in black lifted his head and took off his wig, revealing the strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death, honorable death, is about to return." After he finished shouting, the dancing stopped. The 7 to 8 youths stood on either side. They appeared to be in a daze, filled with anticipation, excitement, and fear. Next, the man bent down and opened the iron cage at his feet, taking out a black object. Klein looked over and saw that it was a green-eyed black cat. This works too. He was obviously stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of the various folklore related to a black cat. For example, if a black cat which symbolized the evil emissary of hell jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein was seeing someone use a similar method in a ritual. The man stepped forward while restraining the black cat from struggling before throwing it at the corpse. Meow. All the black cat's hairs stood on end as it hissed and leaped over the corpse. At that moment, Klein felt like he could understand cat language. He believed that the cat must have said one word, fuck,